The young man froze, stunned by the sound of a familiar voice. Could this child be Yu Dung's? Then what about Yu Dung? What happened to her? My lord, when we found him, Master Yu Dung had already. The voice belonged to Lai Sun Mo, the head of the Lai family, along with the Lai family's butler. But his father, Lai Tizan, should have been dead. After Leon got a clear look at what was in front of him, he confirmed that this man was indeed his father, but he looked very young. And it wasn't just him, the butler was there too. Leon instinctively reached out his hand towards them, only to be shocked to discover that his own hand was as tiny as a child's. This was absurd, but it was true. Leon had been reborn as a baby. Leon's first reaction was panic. He didn't know what was happening, especially since he was certain he had already died. At first, Leon thought this was a flashback before death or the afterlife. Then he heard Lai Tizan instructing Butler Choi. It would be good to give this child the name Jian. Like the other children, arrange for a wet nurse to care for him, and also assign a portion of the Spirit Sword Brigade as his guards. In addition, let this child participate in the selection ceremony along with the 8th young miss. Butler Choi seemed very surprised because Leon was just a baby and completely unprepared. Moreover, there was a significant age gap in months between him and the 8th young miss. However, Lai Tizan's mind was made up. After settling the matter, he and Butler Choi left. Lying in his wooden crib, Leon let out a sigh of relief. It really was his father. It had been a long time, but his intimidating presence was just as fearsome as ever. But more importantly, what on earth was happening? If this was truly a flashback before death, the sensation was far too real. Furthermore, the conversation between Lai Tizan and Butler Choi had actually happened in the past. Though it felt unbelievable, it seemed he had truly returned to the past. It was hard to accept this absurd situation. But just like that, several months passed since he first returned to the past. And the special day for the Lai Sun Mu family had arrived, the selection ceremony. During this ceremony, the children of the family would reveal their innate talents through their choice of weapons. Leon's father, who had been chosen by dozens of swords as a child, became the greatest swordsman of his time. His eldest brother, who was chosen by a sword, a magic book, and a scepter, became famous for his outstanding talent in both swordsmanship and magic. And this time, the one participating in the selection ceremony was Leon. Just like in his previous life, he had to wear a very uncomfortable ceremonial outfit, sitting on a velvet chair and waiting. Leon's wet nurse, Mho, couldn't stop praising how adorable he looked in the fussy attire. She also encouraged Leon not to worry, assuring him that there would be a good result. The young master's path in life will surely be wide and open. I'm sure of it, Gaho said with a bright smile. Leon felt happy with her. This nanny was like a real mother to him, as his own mother had not been with him since he was a baby. However, due to the oppression from his other siblings, Gaho was eventually expelled from the family along with him. She was the only one who stood by Leon's side, who had cried with worry for him even at the very end. Looking at Gaho's gentle face, Leon became even more determined not to let those painful events happen this time. So, he reached out his tiny hands, grabbed Gaho, and pressed their faces together. Gaho, in this life, I will definitely protect you, Leon thought to himself. At that moment, a servant came to announce that everything was ready. On the other side, Butler Choi had also reported to Tizan that all preparations for the selection ceremony were complete. He gave a nod and led the procession outside. The selection ceremony was truly crowded. Compared to the 8th young miss, an illegitimate child like Leon, who had only recently been brought home, attracted even more of their attention. He could recognize a few familiar faces, such as Madame Mahon, Tizan's official wife, Lei Leyon, the general manager of the Lai family, and also Tizan's younger brother, the eldest son Linon, and the third son Linon. Hung stared at him and then remarked, "He's still so small." Mi nodded in agreement, saying he had never seen anyone participate in the selection ceremony at this age. As for Ligon Seon, his displeasure was written all over his face. It was understandable. The sudden appearance of an unknown illegitimate child of his father would make anyone who wasn't magnanimous feel uncomfortable. With the clear declaration of the family head, Lai Tizan, the selection ceremony officially began. The 8th young miss, Lei Ho, went first. Tizan carried her, and placed her on the stone chair in the center of the ceremony. Then, he used a dagger to make a decisive cut on the tip of Lai Ho's finger. She immediately burst into tears, and the blood from her fingertip dripped down, soaking into the stone and instantly creating an invisible link. The weapon connected to the other end of that thread was the holy great ultimate sword, the ivory sword. The ivory sword had not responded to any child of the Lai Sun Mu family for a long time, but now it had chosen Lai Ho. Tizan reached out his hand, and the ivory sword immediately flew towards him. He raised the sword high and, in front of everyone, declared that from now on, this weapon would belong to Lai Ho. People immediately gathered around Bichoan to congratulate her on having another outstanding genius born into the family. Owen politely said her thanks, but her eyes were still glued to Leon. His ritual began right after Lai Ho's. At that moment, many people in the stands were whispering about his identity, arguing that an illegitimate son of unknown origin was not qualified to participate in the selection ceremony. But Tizan still held him and placed him on the chair. Unlike his sister, Leon did not cry out when his father pricked his finger for blood. This pleased his father greatly. Taizhen patted his head in front of everyone and praised, "Well done." But Leyon had already lived one life, he felt no joy or satisfaction from his father's praise. On the contrary, Leyon was very tense because this moment had finally arrived. In his previous life, the sword that had chosen him was the celestial grade sword, Thun. Now that he was reborn, he wondered if he and the sword still shared a destiny in this life. Leon's blood dripped onto the stone chair and, just like with Lai Ho, quickly formed an invisible thread. In the high stands, Tiang silently observed the person next to him and saw that Ho Jian's face was ashen. You have to be blind not to see she was not happy at all. It made sense, after all, Leyon was Taizhen's hidden bloodline. As the official wife, it would be strange if she were pleased. Tiang sighed silently, feeling that Leyon had a cruel fate. Surviving in the Lai Sung new family as an illegitimate son would not be an easy task. This small thought of Tiang's was noticed by an elder of the family. The old man with a white beard and hair took a few steps forward, stroking his beard and saying, "It seems the general manager also has considerable interest in this illegitimate son, doesn't he?" Tiang did not answer, only clenching his teeth silently. He felt that perhaps it was because of old conservatives stuck in the ideology of pure bloodlines like this that things became so complicated. However, the other person was the head elder Lai Jiandun, a man of great power and prestige in the family. Hyung didn't dare to be disrespectful and replied, "Greetings, head elder." Hyung's eyes were as cold as ice. He knew Cheon-dun was a man who never revealed his true thoughts, so he could not let his guard down when talking to him. Like the majority, Cheon-dun showed a disdainful attitude at the sight of an illegitimate son of unknown origin participating in the selection ceremony. But what he said next was truly outrageous. The selection ceremony is meaningless for an illegitimate son. That has been clearly proven by the general manager's experience, has it not? Hyung's hands clenched into fists. He really wanted to fight this old man, but of course he couldn't. So, Lee Cheon-dun remained arrogant. "Oh, my apologies if I spoke disrespectfully. It's just that the story of General Manager Lai, who came from the outside and was not chosen by any weapon in his own selection ceremony, is too famous. The older the jinger, the spicier it gets." The words Lee Cheon-dun spoke were enough to drive Tian mad. In the old man's eyes, an illegitimate son was just an illegitimate son, not worth a penny, so it was better for him to know his place. Hyun finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "That's enough, I will not tolerate such outrageous insults any longer." Leon's eyes widened in surprise, not because of Hyun's rebellious attitude, but because of the dazzling light emanating from below the stands. Hyun immediately shot to his feet. The blue light grew increasingly brilliant, and the two lame men had completely different feelings. Impossible, how could this happen? Lon Dun clung to the railing, almost unable to stand. Haha, even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes, I feel like I'm dreaming. Lee Hyun, on the other hand, seemed excited, as if secretly hoping that the child who shared his background would have a bright future. The thread of light connecting to Leon was so dazzling that people couldn't even clearly see him, and the family head standing in the center of the arena. The result was unlike what happened in his previous life. This time, all the weapons present at the ceremony chose Leon. What was even more terrifying was that even weapons that already had owners reacted to him, as if they wanted to betray their masters to find a new home with Leon. Mi's sword was no exception. The sword in his hand lit up, but instead of being annoyed, Mi-young seemed excited. He turned to his third brother and asked, "Gun-on, do you believe what you're seeing? It seems our ninth brother possesses a talent far beyond what we ever imagined." "Indeed," Lenon replied, his eyes sharp as daggers, wishing he could deal with Leon right now. Everyone who witnessed this was in an uproar. Most of them thought this result was absurd and couldn't possibly happen to an illegitimate child. Lei Tin took a deep breath and then signaled for everyone to be silent. And just like that, the entire surrounding grandstand fell silent as a Tim. He stated that according to the family's rules, all weapons that chose Leon should belong to him. However, handling this matter simply would not be easy. Therefore, Taizhen wanted to hear everyone's opinions. Him was the first to give his opinion. He felt that regardless of the family rules, giving all the weapons here to Leon would go against the meaning of the selection ceremony. Because this ritual was a tradition that must be continued for future generations. Therefore, the fairest solution was to let the ninth young master of the Lai family choose one item for himself from all the weapons that had chosen him. Lei Tin felt his younger brother's words were not bad, so he immediately accepted the idea. He snapped his fingers, and all the weapons flew up, then arranged themselves neatly in a circle. Leon also flew up and was placed in the center of that circle. "Now, son, choose what you desire," Taizhen said firmly, although he wasn't sure if a child like Leon could understand his words. Of course he understood. And Leon also knew that this choice was very important for him. Although he didn't know why things were different from his previous life, this was still a good opportunity. So, he had to take advantage of it. Leon clenched his fists and began to crawl. Leon passed by many precious items. For example, the sword containing the bloodline of the true dragon Braha, meant to destroy powerful demonic beasts, the two white scenery holy lances, forged by combining a part of a saint's body, or the Van Hen scepter, made from a branch of the world tree where spirits rest. the spirit demon sword, forged at a time when the moon, sun, and stars intersected. These great weapons were all waiting for Leyon's choice. But he didn't need to hesitate at all and crawled straight to the ancestral sword of the Leyon family, which was found in the untamed wilderness. For generations, no one had been able to unlock its hidden power, leaving it to lie quietly in the dark, covered in the dust of time. That was the sword named Black Knight, and Leyon touched this sword. Li Tizhen watched him intently. Based on its known abilities, this sword did not qualify to be ranked as celestial grade. However, because of its connection to the family's ancestor, it had always been kept with the celestial grade weapons. Until now, no predecessor had been chosen by Black Knight. But with Leyon, it was different. Tizhen wasn't sure if this was just the meaningless choice of an infant or a great new destiny arranged by fate. But then he picked up his youngest son and announced in front of everyone that Leyon had chosen Black Knight, closing today's ceremony. In the high seats, Bechhojian's face was now as cold as a coin. She kept muttering, "Leyon. Another troublesome person has entered the family. If he becomes an obstacle, then I have no choice but to eliminate him." Time flew by, and 9 years passed. Today, like any other day, Leyon said goodbye to his nanny to go to practice, but Gaho insisted on walking him part of the way. She was also puzzled because the other training grounds were mostly empty, yet Leyon insisted on choosing the old and dilapidated area number 1. Before Leyon could explain, they heard someone shouting from training area number 7. "Not like that. Holding the sword too tightly will injure your hand. Now, do another vertical slash." It was Liho training with her master. Although this girl was one rank above Leyon, he never called her big sister, instead always referring to her as the 8th young miss. Though this was not very polite, for him, calling a girl who was only 5 months older sister felt too awkward. Liho seemed to be having trouble with her swing, so much so that she got angry with her own master and threw the sword in her hand to the ground. Liho's 9-year-old face clearly showed her anger, and she shouted, "Master, why do you keep nagging? It doesn't matter how I hold a sword, as long as I hold it firmly. Young miss, this is all for your sake. Please calm down first and try again. You'll definitely do better this time." The master softened his tone a bit, and picked up the sword from the ground to hand it to Liho. This person was Bi Hian, the leader of the Black Orchid Society. After learning his identity, Leyon couldn't help but be surprised. A 9-year-old child having such a high-profile master was truly excessive. And while lost in thought, he unconsciously spoke his thoughts aloud. Gaho heard these words and felt heartbroken. She thought her young master was feeling sorry for himself for not having a master and comforted him. "Young master, a good master will soon appear and recognize your true talent." Then, Gaho started to feel sad again, blaming herself for everything, thinking she was incompetent and couldn't serve the young master well. While Liho, a child of the same age, had been raised on baby food mixed with medicinal herbs since she was young, Leyon lacked everything. Seeing his young nanny like this, Leyon couldn't stand it and put on a brave face, saying, "There you go again. You are someone I am very grateful for, you know. And I don't need people like that. They're surely only here for the prestige of the Leyon family. Besides, I already have good masters." Seeing Leon's confident and mature demeanor, far beyond his years, Gaho finally felt a bit more comforted. After seeing him to the gate of training area number 1, reserved for the direct line of the Leyon family, she left. Leyon pushed the door open and entered alone. This place was a symbol of the long history of this prestigious family. But now, it was more of a symbolic place than a real martial arts training ground. However, the reason Leyon came here was singular, the repository of ancient weapons, older than any other armory in the training grounds. Leyon found a rusty sword in a corner, its blade riddled with cracks. But to him, this was a treasure. Because 9 years ago, when he returned to his second life, some extraordinary changes had occurred in him. Among them, the most astonishing change was his ability to read the memories hidden within weapons. The moment he held that old, worn-out sword in his hand, Leyon felt as if he had traveled back in time hundreds of years, standing in a classroom. And because of that, he had received the teachings of countless masters from past generations. That was the memory deeply etched into this weapon. The older and more exquisite the weapon, or the longer and more beloved it was by its owner, the clearer the memory appeared, like a steadfast pillar that never wavered. Thanks to the memories from the past being replayed more clearly than ever, Leyon studied diligently. And today, he had mastered the 7-star sword style. From the age of 5 or 7 when he first came here, he had read almost all the memories of the weapons in the family's repository. For someone like Leyon, who had a terrible previous life, this was a rather proud achievement. "Wonderful, it's been a long time since I've seen such a perfect 7-star sword." A familiar voice suddenly came from behind Leyon. He thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be Hyun. As mentioned, this person with the appearance of a villain was the general manager of the Leyon family. At the same time, he was a 4th-level martial artist. Although he was an illegitimate son, he had been recognized for his strength and had risen to his current position. And from his past life to this one, Hyun was the only person in the family who genuinely cared for Leyon, perhaps because of their shared status as illegitimate sons. "Greetings, uncle." Leyon politely bowed his head. Hyun chuckled and ruffled his hair. "You can just call me uncle." You never miss a day of training. That's truly commendable. Every time I come back from work, I see you here, Jian. Hyung seemed very proud of this nephew. And more than anyone, he understood how difficult it must be to be discriminated against by other siblings. Even so, Hyung hoped that Leyon could stand firm and overcome it all. I'm fine, uncle. No matter what, I still carry the blood of the Lee Sung-mu family, Leyon replied resiliently. Prove it with the sword, that's the meaning our family name carries, and that's what I was taught. So I will prove myself with my own strength. Leon's answer left Hyung stunned for a few seconds. He felt it was a pity that such a perfect child was born with the status of an illegitimate son. Hyung sighed deeply. Thinking about it, it won't be long before you have your naming ceremony, right? It's a bit late, but before the ceremony, I want to become your master. What do you say? Are you happy? Lei Hyung suddenly proposed. His smile was bright, clearly very pleased. However, Leon had to pour a bucket of cold water on his uncle by refusing the offer. Hyung was frozen solid. He even thought Leon was dissatisfied with having a master like him. But Leon quickly waved his hands and then explained, one cannot serve a master before the naming ceremony, that is the family's rule. I don't want to put you in a difficult position, uncle. This answer surprised Hyung even more. Because Leon's other older siblings had blatantly broken the rule. Most recently, Leho had a master despite being his age. Moreover, besides being taught by famous masters, they were also nurtured with all sorts of spiritual elixirs. However, Leon said that even if it was a rule that no one followed anymore, it didn't mean he shouldn't uphold it. And as he had said before, Leon wanted to prove his strength on his own. These words, coming from the mouth of a 9-year-old child, were truly unbelievable to Hyung. When he looked into the boy's eyes, he felt as if he were looking at his older brother, Light Senin. It seems you're not going to give up this stubbornness, are you? Hyung sighed and started ruffling his nephew's hair. You're just like your father, stubborn to the very end. Although Leon refused his offer to become his master, Hyung still wanted to do something to help this nephew. If he didn't do anything for him, he wouldn't feel at ease. And so Hyung asked again, is there anything else you need? I can help you. Leon's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. This was the sentence he had been waiting for a long time. So Leon scratched his head, beginning to display his movie star-level acting skills, showing both hesitation but also a great desire to have it. Actually, there is something I'd like to ask of you, uncle. I want to visit the basement of the secret vault. It wasn't hard to see the surprise in Hyung's eyes after hearing this request. But in the end, he agreed. So, the two of them got into a car, and went to the secret vault of the Lee Sung-mu family. Outside the gate, 2 high-level martial artists stood guard, and their car was stopped. With the status of the family's general manager, Lee Hyung only needed to use the excuse of a routine inspection to easily pass through. Leon sat in the back seat, introduced by his uncle as the youngest son of the family, here for a tour. So those guards had no reason to stop them. After the car passed the main gate, Leon showed a reaction appropriate for his current age. After all, it would be strange for a child visiting the secret vault for the first time to be too indifferent and calm. He didn't want his uncle to suspect him at all. Through the rear-view mirror, Hyung saw the excited expression on his nephew's face and was very happy. You like it that much? He asked. Of course, Leon almost cheered. This is the secret vault, where the most precious treasures of the family are kept. Of course, he didn't tell Hyung his real purpose, which was to find a weapon that he couldn't obtain in his previous life. The family's secret vault contained legendary weapons, ancient artifacts that no one was even sure actually existed. Those who searched for such fantastical things often received the same answer. Everything can be found in the secret vault of the Lee Sung-mu family. Temlet. Leon inside the secret vault and started pressing the elevator button. He said that the basement of the secret vault was where weapons that had been sealed for various reasons were kept. Among them were even monster-grade weapons that had devoured their own masters. If you carelessly touch those weapons, both your body and mind will be swallowed whole. Hyun revealed a cunning smile. He wanted to scare the kid, but who would have thought the kid in front of him had actually lived 2 lives. Even so, Leon cooperated well by trying to put on a scared face to please his uncle. Then it was his uncle who reassured him. Don't worry, you can't enter such dangerous places anyway. I have some business to take care of upstairs, so you can take your time looking around. Leon happily nodded, and then jumped into the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, he let out a sigh of relief, a weight lifted off his shoulders. The hardest thing in this life for him seemed to be pretending to be an innocent child. Leon pressed the button for the basement. This place was also known as the weapon graveyard, a place that sealed countless weapons and artifacts. And the reason Leon went to all this trouble to come here was singular, to find a special weapon named Infinity. Originally, Infinity had the form of a short sword. However, after infusing it with mana, it could freely change its length, shape, weight, and even its properties. In his previous life, Ligon Seon was the one who accidentally found it in the secret vault. Thanks to the sword's infinite transformation ability and overwhelming flexibility, he earned the title Man of 1,000 Changes, kicked his eldest brother out of the top hair position, and became the family head. And then he found Leon, who had always been hiding in the shadows, and eliminated him without mercy. That was all he knew for now. And to prevent that scenario from happening, he had to find infinity first. Although it would take a lot of time. Leyon had no other choice but to check everything one by one. Mana appeared in his hand with the determination that this life, he would be the one to obtain that sword, not Gunyan. Leyon patiently infused mana into each weapon to test it. But an hour had passed, and he had checked all the short swords that seemed suitable with no results. Even so, Leyon was not discouraged. He was convinced that the weapon had to be here, and decided to check the display case on the other side. However, while moving, Leyon accidentally dropped a rusty weapon. It was older than any other weapon in the secret vault. Leyon reached out to pick it up. But before he could do that, mana surged from his palm. Even though Leyon didn't actively do this, the surging mana flowed into the rusty short sword. This strange phenomenon caused Leyon's vision to suddenly become clouded. When he could see again, he found himself transported to another space, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, not the clean and tidy secret vault of his family. Leyon was a bit panicked, but he guessed that this was the memory hidden within that rusty short sword. However, this feeling was completely different from the memories of the weapons he had read before. It was as if Leyon was actually present in this place. The feeling was astonishingly clear. And then suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Leyon frantically turned his head. It was a terrifying pressure so immense that even nature itself seemed to tremble. He saw a pair of giant eyes staring at him from above. It was the apocalyptic monster that had once risen from the blue hole in ancient times, devouring countless civilizations. Leyon's legs went soft, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had felt such fear. Leyon knew there was no way he could win against that ancient monster. And if he wanted to live, he had to run. But without him knowing when, an entity that seemed invisible had quietly appeared behind Leyon. Although the image was somewhat blurry, it was enough for him to recognize the entity as a man holding a rusty sword. And then this man suddenly charged forward, bravely confronting the cruel monster. With a single slash, he pierced through the enemy. Leyon was so scared he collapsed to the ground. The power just now was truly terrifying. He had finished off his opponent with a single blow. After this was over, the man, covered in blood, turned his head and gave him a look as cold as ice, then asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Leyon was even more astonished. He had thought this was just a memory from the old short sword, just a bit more realistic than other memories. Who would have thought that the person in the memory could see him? Moreover, this person's eyes were clearly filled with hostility. As expected, right after that, he moved closer and raised the sword in his hand. "I don't know why you are here, but out of compassion, I will send you off without any pain." Leyon's eyes widened, but he had no way to stop the blade that was slashing straight down at him. The painful memories of his past life seemed to be replayed in this moment. He gasped in terror, and then in an instant, the space transformed again. Leyon was back in the family secret vault. The time-worn short sword in his hand fell, making a clang that brought Leyon back to reality. Even so, he couldn't stop trembling. What just happened couldn't be called just a memory. If it was truly a memory, then why did the person in that memory attack him? The feeling of being cornered by the opponent was still vividly lingering, as if it were real. Then Leyon glanced at the short sword again, and was surprised to find that the layer of rust on the sword was slowly disappearing. A guess formed in Leyon's mind. Could this be infinity? He tried picking it up again to observe it. No doubt, this was what he was looking for. So Leyon immediately cut his fingertip and dripped blood onto the short sword. This life, he would definitely become the master of the myriad blades. As soon as the fresh blood touched the blade, a dazzling light appeared in the secret vault. Leyon tried infusing a little of his mana into it and swung the sword, and indeed, the short sword instantly transformed into a long sword. Time passed quietly. A week had gone by since that fateful moment. Today, Leyon continued his training as usual, but his face showed clear dissatisfaction. Another failure. It's been a week since I got infinity, the infinity I took from the underground armory that day. I'm currently keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid detection. He sat down, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead, and recalled what happened in the basement that day. But what was that about that day? That's right, that man. His sword slash was like a reminder that he was still not worthy. The bloody scene flashed in his mind again, where the man unleashed a single sword strike that annihilated the monster. Not to mention the power, the man's movements alone exuded an elegant beauty. But no matter how hard he tried to imitate it, he just couldn't replicate it. But even so, I don't feel rushed. In my previous life, I was just a looked-down upon person who wasn't even taught the basic martial arts of the family. It's just one technique, but this is the first time I've been exposed to such a high-level martial art. I can do it. I remember very clearly how that person moved in the memory, clearer than anyone else. As he thought that, his eyes suddenly paused, his face as if he had a realization. Wait a minute, that man. I'm not a grown man like him, I'm just a 9-year-old kid. If I try to perfectly imitate the movements of an adult, of course I won't be able to unleash its full power. That thought flashed through Jian's mind like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the path ahead. I have to accept this body. Slowly, naturally, swing the sword in a way that suits me. With newfound determination, Leyon closed his eyes, relaxed his entire body, and took a deep breath. He raised the sword above his head, then tightened his grip, channeling all his strength to the tip of the blade. The moment the blade touched the ground, a powerful shockwave erupted, so strong it cracked the earth, sending dirt and rocks flying as if struck by lightning. Looking at his achievement, he nodded slightly. Good, it seems I've got the feel for it. Now it's just a matter of applying mana. But right after that, a contemplative look clouded his face again. No matter how many times he tried to apply it from memory, there was always a feeling that a crucial part was missing, making it impossible to replicate. In the end, the only way was to keep experimenting. Alright, let's start again. He sighed, tightened his grip on the sword, and prepared his stance. But just at that moment, a soft yet firm hand suddenly gripped his sword. A strange voice echoed in his ear. "The kid, where did you learn that technique?" Jian froze. The person who had arrived was a young woman with silky black hair and deep brown eyes. There was no doubt this person carried the blood of the Sung Mulan family. He frowned and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Contrary to his wariness, the girl laughed freely, her voice tinged with surprise. You don't know me." "Ah, that's right. You might not know since I don't show my face often." Then, without being invited, she cheerfully asked, "So, what's your name?" Seeing her strangely friendly attitude, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I'm Jian." As soon as the name was spoken, the girl seemed to light up. She grabbed his hand, shaking it continuously like a doll. "Jin, your name is so special." "That's right, I'm Leyon Ho. It's a pleasure to meet you." The moment she said her name, Jian immediately realized her identity. Aunt Leyon Ho. He recalled his Uncle Tom's words from his past life that his aunt was so different that even his grandfather couldn't accept her. But what truly surprised Jian wasn't her identity but the question he silently screamed in his mind. Doesn't she consider her ridiculous strength when playing with her nephew like this? Jian narrowed his eyes, glancing suspiciously at Eng Ho but said nothing. His aunt, however, seemed to pay no mind to his look. She just glanced over him and made a casual remark. "Your body is a bit weak, isn't it?" Without beating around the bush, she strode forward, stopping right in front of him and asking bluntly, "So, kid, where did you learn that technique?" Jian was not one to be easily fooled. Of course he wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal it. He tilted his head and asked back in a wary tone, "Why are you asking?" Leyon Ho just laughed, replying with a radiant expression as if showing off a trophy. "That's ancient martial arts. This ente here absolutely loves ancient martial arts. That was the era when monsters roamed, wasn't it?" After saying that, she pulled an old book from her sleeve and handed it to him as if presenting a treasure. "So, this is a gift for you." Jian raised an eyebrow inquisitively. "A gift?" She nodded as a signal. "Then, open it and see." Without hesitation, Jian flipped through the pages. The more he read, the more he frowned. The handwriting is so bad it's a bit hard to read. But is this magic? A thought sparked in his mind. Not only magic but also records of martial arts. The level is so high I don't understand anything. Maybe the rumors about her aren't accurate. Thinking that, Jian hesitantly asked again, "Is this?" Understanding that her little nephew was still struggling, Leyon Ho stepped forward, pointed at the book, and explained, her voice gentle but full of enthusiasm. This is ancient magic based on mana circuits. In the old days, magic could only be used with the mana circuits in the body, without needing a mana core. Modern magic, on the other hand, relies on accumulating mana in the heart. But can ancient magic be considered obsolete? Perhaps the mana control techniques of that time were even superior to now. She paused for a moment and then continued with a rare seriousness. That's why this ente is also researching amplification and conversion techniques, but there are too few records left. Those words pulled his mind into a new world. A spark of interest lit up in his eyes. This is a perspective I've never thought of. Thinking of Infinity's magic, he immediately turned around and shouted, "Ente, please wait a moment." Before Leyon Ho could understand what was happening, he had already rushed off. Somehow, he pulled out a sword, gripped the hilt with both hands, closed his eyes, and began to channel his mana. The energy from the mana core in his heart spread throughout his body, but then he paused. Wait a minute. That nameless martial artist used it with his mana circuits. The way the man in the memory used mana. I couldn't understand it, but now I can. A light flashed in his eyes as he channeled his strength and swung the sword down hard. Immediately, a huge crack split the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying like an explosion. Seeing the result, he couldn't contain his joy. Success, however, before he could take a full breath, Leyon Ho rushed over like an arrow, her face filled with utter shock. She grabbed him by the shoulders, shook him violently, and screamed, "What was that?" That was the amplification technique, wasn't it? Jian felt a bit guilty, averted his eyes, and replied somewhat reluctantly, Yes, it was the amplification technique." "How?" Leyon Ho seemed to turn to stone for a second before letting out a scream. "How did you do it?" But he maintained his usual mysterious demeanor. He shrugged and replied succinctly, "I just did it." Of course Leyon Ho was not at all satisfied with that kind of answer. She gritted her teeth. How did you do it?" But he was not one to be easily pressured. He responded with a serious face, "Why should I tell you?" At this point, Gyeonho could no longer maintain her composure. Her voice was almost pleading, her eyes as sincere as a lost child's. Because you only knew about it thanks to the notebook I gave you. I've lived my whole life for this. I've been searching for it for over 10 years. Even when I was kicked out of the house. I'm begging you. She clenched her trembling hands. A moment of silence passed between them. Jian looked at his desperate aunt before him and sighed softly. All right. But you have to promise me 3 things. 3 things. First, you will not tell anyone anything about me without my permission. Of course that includes my eldest brother and my father. Why is that? Yeonho asked, blinking. But he replied immediately without a second's hesitation, because I don't like others talking about me on their own. Hearing that, Jia Onho's eyes softened. It was unclear what she was thinking, but her face suddenly became sad. I understand. I'm the same way. Seeing his aunt suddenly go quiet, he was momentarily taken aback. Why does she look so unhappy? But instead of asking, he continued with his next condition. Second, you will not lie to me, because we must trust each other. I will also be truthful with you to the best of my ability. Yeonho paused for a moment, then nodded more seriously. All right. So what's the last thing? About the last thing. A year later at the crack of dawn, mist still clung to the stone slabs in the training yard. In the quiet space, only the sound of a decisive sword swing echoed. He was diligently practicing as he did every day. Young master, a hurried call cut through the air. Jun turned around to see Ka rushing towards him, clutching a letter in her hands, her face frantic. Nanny, what's the matter that you had to run all the way here? Though out of breath, Ka still managed to hold out the letter as if it were more important than life itself. Here, look at this. Jian took it, his eyes glancing down at the familiar handwriting. With just one look, he knew what was happening. A slight smile played on his lips as he thought to himself, it's finally here. The letter was concise and to the point, not a word wasted. Summons order. Subject, young master. Scheduled date, 10th of the month at 1000. Content, participants of the naming ceremony must gather at the Central Martial Arts Hall by 1000 am on the 10th. Note, those who bring items not on the specified list will be severely punished. Family Head's representative, Myeon Trom. As he read the name Myeon Jong, his eyes paused. He muttered, the representative is Myeon Jong. Father isn't home. I didn't hear anything about him going on a trip. Before he could ponder further, a naming ceremony. Yeonho, who was beside him, suddenly screamed as if someone had just thrown a bucket of fire at her. Jian was startled and turned to see his aunt with wide eyes, her face as red as if it were about to steam. Why are you so agitated all of a sudden? Yeonho started pulling at her hair, her mouth stammering as if trying to contain a storm within her. Everything was just getting into a rhythm. This is the most crucial time. If you participate in the naming ceremony, you'll be stuck there. No, don't go. Seeing her expression, exactly like a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away, he could only sigh. It had been a year since he made the deal with his aunt. Since then, he and she had been researching magic that combined both pure mana and mana circuits. A completely new magic system was her lifelong dream. Pure mana helped store and transform attributes. Mana circuits allowed for control and operation. Thanks to this, his ability to use magic now far surpassed any child his age. Yeonho was still muttering regretfully. Can't you really not participate? Researching magic is still more fun. Not wanting to drag it out any longer, Jian ended it with a decisive sentence. You know it's impossible, don't you? Don't worry. Even if the time is reduced a bit, I will continue to practice magic, and restore ancient magic. That statement made Jinho's eyes widen. How can you do that? The training schedule for the naming ceremony will be very intense. But he was unwavering, his eyes shining with an unshakable belief. I will do both at the same time. A few days later, in a cold white room flooded with artificial light, he and Ho were surrounded by a magic glass cage, as dense as a prison of light. The two of them sat quietly inside, ready for what was to come. From the opposite side, a deep, hoarse voice spoke. Today, the training begins. First, endure the magical attack for 30 minutes. That was Jin Guk, the captain of the Blood Tiger squad, who was directly in charge of the training for the inning ceremony. Right after he spoke, a humming sound started, and the entire cage began to shoot out chaotic electrical sparks. Blue flashes jolted continuously, shining like hundreds of thunder snakes. But just as the lightning was about to strike him, it was all suddenly blocked. An invisible shield surrounded him, repelling every attack like wind against a bronze wall. Jin Guk, who had witnessed many geniuses, was also taken aback. Normally, the 9th young master had never received basic training, he should have been zapped to a crisp. But he had repelled everything with magic. His gaze unconsciously shifted towards him. At that exact moment, their eyes met. Calm, cold, and so deep it was breathtaking. Is that kid observing me? Junguk's heart pounded. He suddenly realized the boy wasn't being passive. He was experimenting, evaluating, forcing others to raise the level of teaching to a new plane. Damn it, and they call him an illegitimate son. With abilities like that, calling him a genius is an understatement. This is no longer training for a naming ceremony, this is the time for me to give my all, to impart every drop of experience to him. Thinking about the immense potential before him, Jungkook's hand unconsciously clenched. A hard-to-describe emotion rose within him, not just surprise, but excitement. The passion he thought had long since cooled was burning brightly again. Time passed, waiting for no one. After the grueling training session, he let out a sigh of relief, stretching as he muttered, "Phew, finally done. This family is really crazy. To train magical resistance, they throw me into a magic-emitting device. But I didn't expect them to be the ones to apologize first." Jian shrugged. It seemed people's perception of him had started to change. Anyway, it was time for a little rest. Just as he was about to turn away, as if fate were playing a trick, a dark figure lunged out from the side. In that instant, Theon reacted like a programmed machine. His arm shot up, decisively blocking the sneak attack. The attacker was none other than the girl, Ho. Seeing her attack fail, she coldly snapped, "Hey, you illegitimate child, come out here for a minute." Jian, of course, was not one to play along with someone else's script. He took a step back, frowning. "What kind of game are you playing?" Ho couldn't maintain her composure and yelled, "Watch your mouth. I'm an official child, and you're just an illegitimate one. Plus, I'm a year older than you." Jian didn't bother to argue. With a child like her, wasting time arguing was worse than practicing swordsmanship in a blizzard. He just flicked his hand lightly. "I don't have time to bicker with you." With that, the young man turned and walked away decisively. But Ho's anger was not easily extinguished. She channeled mana into her fist and screamed, "Hey, don't you ignore me." Sensing the mana fluctuation from behind, Theon immediately turned back, his eyes darkening. "You dare to use mana. I was going to let this go, but I guess I have to teach her a lesson." The punch came close, but before it could land, he leaned to the side, dodging it lightly. At the same time, his hand reached out, grabbing Ho's collar and lifting her into the air. His warning voice was cold. "If you want to complain, go complain to your mother. Don't bother me, I'm very busy too." With that, he let go. Ho stumbled as she landed, but instead of admitting defeat, she started venting all her frustrations. "It's all your fault, because you caused such a scene at the selection ceremony. I'm constantly being compared to you. Please know your place as an illegitimate child and just shut up. It's so unfair. I lose sleep and skip meals to train hard every day, while you were born with more talent. I didn't want this either, but my mother." Here Ho realized she had misspoken and quickly covered her mouth. Jian raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint, ironic smile appearing. "Blaming others, how easy for you. As you said, I'm an illegitimate child. That status doesn't afford me such a luxury. You're losing sleep. Then don't sleep. You skip snacks and still can't keep up. Then skip your main meals too. If I annoy you, then use any means necessary to defeat me. Then force me to apologize to you. Because that is the way of the Sunglan family." Without waiting for Ho's reaction, he turned and left, his steps steady, without looking back. Behind him, the little girl clenched her fists and shouted, "You brat, you talk big. At the naming ceremony I will show a performance superior to yours, make you call me sister, and get on your knees and beg. Remember that." Jian didn't turn his head, only letting out a calm sentence. "Yeah, I'll be waiting." That afternoon, at the training ground reserved for direct members of the family, Area 7, a woman in formal attire was approaching. Without anyone announcing her, her sharp presence made all the servants bow down. "Madam has arrived," one of them said respectfully. Madame Bazin nodded coldly. "Leave yes. I have something to discuss with my daughter." With that, she stepped into the training room where Ho was concentrating on hitting a dummy, sweat dripping onto the cold tiled floor. Just one sentence rang out. "What are you doing?" Ho jumped, turning around, her hands frozen mid-air. Recognizing the familiar voice, she stammered, "Mother, I'm training." Ho's eyes were fixed on the ground, not daring to meet her mother's gaze, which was as sharp as a knife. And just as she expected, Bazin didn't come to praise her. She came to dissect all of her daughter's failures with words colder than ice. "You've heard what happened. You were actually overpowered by him." The icy voice came from behind the just opened door. The one stood there like a brewing storm, her eyes full of disappointment and pressure. "I told you, if you can't suppress him, then crush him." "How disappointing. If you're training so hard just because you're afraid of being punished, then stop." The words cut deep like a knife. Ho was silent for a few seconds, then as if something inside her had awakened, she slowly raised her head, her determined eyes meeting her mother's. "I know what you think about my training, but I'm doing this because I want to. I will defeat him, but not because you ordered me to, but because I want to. I will decide for myself." The answer made Bon narrow her eyes slightly. Though her expression didn't change, a sense of unease began to stir within her. She muttered softly, provoked by some nobody. "You are a direct descendant of the Sung Milan family. You and he are not the same from the very beginning. Defeating him is a given, yet you let yourself be provoked." Saying that, she took a small glass vial from her sleeve and gave it to her daughter with a cold reminder. "This is me, Mom. It's a potent poison. If you can't surpass him, then trample him. That is the way of the Sung Milan family." Without another word, Bazin turned and left the room. At the same time, in another room, a whisper full of amazement was heard. This can't be. The maid, Ka, stared wide-eyed at the computer screen, which displayed the latest results from the Sung Milan family's internal evaluation system. Leyon. Gender, male. Magic arts, level 1. Weapon arts, level 1. Theory, level 1. Overall rank, level 1. Right beside it, Jian smiled as bright as a spring breeze, crossing his arms and boasting. How about that, Nanny? Are you less worried now? Ka could barely contain her emotions. She hugged her little young master tightly, her voice trembling but full of pride. I haven't been able to help you with anything, young master. And yet you've done so well. Jian laughed and replied gently, you've helped me a lot. Don't say that. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, shattering the warm moment between them. The door burst open. Kid, time to train. Yeonho stormed in like a hurricane, her face flushed with energy as if she had just eaten a barrel of fire. Jian blinked, barely having time to register before he blurted out, but I just finished training. Yeonho declared loudly, flexing her biceps like a superhero. That's why we have to continue. Training your mana will help you feel less tired. Jian looked at her with the eyes of a middle-aged uncle watching a child talk nonsense. I've never heard of that effect before. Yeonho paused, her eyes darting to the side, her mouth stammering. It's true. It probably is. Seeing this, Jian shook his head slightly but said nothing more. He remembered something and spoke seriously. Well, alright then. Anyway, I have something I want to show you. This statement made Ganho's expression change instantly from curious to stunned. No way. Have you already reached the 1-star level? Jian didn't answer, just gave a slight smile that was enough to confirm. Everything. Normal mana control techniques have 3 distinct stages: body strengthening the body, Kai cultivation, changing the properties of mana, and Kai projection, releasing superhuman power. However, Jinho's magic system was divided into special star levels, capable of combining both modern and ancient techniques. At this moment, Jinho was channeling mana into Xian, concentrating on sensing it. A moment later, she cheered as if she had just won the lottery. Perfect, it's really 1 star. Do you feel anything strange when you use magic? I thought it would take at least another year. Jian shivered slightly, unable to help but recall the months of fumbling in the dark, filled with hardship and near-death risks. I realized this when I was studying theory. Looking back, it was a crazy kind of training. If I had failed to control my mana, the balance between my heart and my mana circuits could have completely collapsed. But in reality, all I needed to do was let things happen naturally. Mana is like water, it flows according to its own laws. In the end, our bodies are just vessels for mana. His calm and casual words were like a drop of water on a still lake, causing Yeonho's mind to ripple. She paused for a few seconds and then muttered, the body is a vessel. Kid, I think I can do it too. It might take time, but I can do it. Unlike usual, this time her voice was not filled with excitement or cheekiness, but a gentle joy, imbued with the feeling of having just realized something important. Seeing this, he smiled faintly, a small smile but one filled with reassurance, as if he had just seen a light at the end of a tunnel. Did she just have an epiphany? Jian thought to himself. But that moment of peace didn't last long, because a second later, Yeonho rushed over and hugged him like a bear catching its prey, shouting, thank you, lil darling, you're my good luck charm. Before Jian could react, his aunt's arms tightened like steel clamps, causing his bones to emit threatening cracking sounds. They, let go, you'll break my ribs. It wasn't until she heard his real scream that Yeonho finally let him go, with a completely unapologetic expression. On the contrary, she excitedly moved on to a new topic. Excellent, then let's move on to the 2-star stage now. You knew from the beginning that your 1-star was different from the normal first stage, right? So, in your opinion, what do you use best? John raised his hand to his chin, pondering for a moment as if considering his entire journey, then answered, the thing I use best. I think it's the sword. But before he could finish, Yeonho immediately shook her head and cut him off. I don't think so. Jian was startled and frowned, asking back, but you've never seen me practice swordsmanship. Yeonho shrugged, replying with a half-joking, half-serious expression. Oh yes, I have. A few times when I was free. What I mean is, you have a talent that surpasses even swordsmanship. It's a bit hard to explain in words, but your greatest talent is magic arts. Your aptitude for mana is so outstanding that everything else is overshadowed. I've tried to teach the magic I created to many people, but no one could do it. Hearing this, his eyes drooped slightly. He looked down at his own hands as if searching for something he had once lost. Before I returned to the past, I was ridiculed for not being able to use mana. A series of vague memories returned, days of being looked down upon, indifferent glances, words of pity. Seeing him start to drift into thought, Yeonho flicked his forehead lightly to bring him back. But for you now, reaching 2-star is not difficult. And if you succeed with 2-star, the naming ceremony will be child's play. After that, I'll teach you the real techniques, so focus. Jian nodded slightly, his voice calm but also filled with determination. Yes, I understand. Hey, Auntie, what's that thing next to you? He glanced at a wooden box on the table. Ah, this. Yeonho said softly. And then swoosh, a sharp gust of wind grazed his face, leaving a thin scratch on his cheek before the strange object slammed into the wall behind him, cracking the brickwork. It's an iron ball. You have to learn how to release mana while moving. If you can only use it while standing still, that mana is as good as useless. Alright, let's begin. Yeonho smiled brightly, without a hint of remorse on her face. He, on the other hand, had a very bad feeling about this deadly training exercise. Time flew by in a flash. The scene changes to a large arena where he and Ho are facing Lee Dungan, the captain of the Blood Tiger squad. With a sullen and commanding voice, he introduced himself. I am the leader of the Blood Tiger squad, Lee Jungan. From now on, I will instruct you on the techniques of Sung Mu. Choose the weapons you will use and bring them here. You have 1 minute, so don't dawdle. Without delay, Ho rushed to the weapon rack to choose her weapon. But while choosing, Ho kept stealing glances towards him. Finally, unable to stand it anymore, Rion gritted his teeth. What are you looking at? Got something to say. Ho jumped and stammered a denial. Looking at what? There's nothing to say. Then she quickly leaned in and whispered, you use a sword too, right? Jian replied coldly, no. Without another word, he picked up 2 swords and a spear, then turned back to the training ground. Ho's eyes widened. But I saw you learning a weapon before, and it was clearly a sword. On this side, Captain Dun glanced at the pile of weapons in his hands and frowned. What are you doing? He told us to choose our weapons and bring them, Dion replied nonchalantly. Dun Ho emphasized again, I told you to choose what you use. Jian shrugged as if it were nothing important. Well, these are the things I use. At this point, the Blood Tiger captain was at his wit's end. He shook his head, sighing in frustration. I thought you weren't that stupid, but it turns out you're a blockhead. Engrave the words I'm about to say into your soul. They said I would teach you a secret art, but it's not a technique or a stance. In the Dun Nui Ga, there are countless secret manuals called Imperial Will. To comprehend those secrets, you must first awaken the origin that lies dormant within your blood. From now on, I will help you open that sense. So don't worry too much about awakening your instincts. As soon as he finished speaking, Dun swung his spear with great power. The wind howled with each movement, sharp and relentless, as he quickly entered a flawless attack stance. Seeing his tiger-like posture, Ho shivered involuntarily and couldn't help but ask worriedly, what is he planning to do? As for him, he had already partially guessed what was about to happen. He turned to warn her, his voice even and cold, if you don't want to be knocked out from the start, get ready. Before his words had faded, Dun's figure descended like a lightning bolt. A flash of movement, and he was instantly in front of them, unleashing a powerful strike that sent him flying into the air. Fortunately, in that fleeting moment, he managed to react, using his sword to block the blow and reduce most of the damage. That action made Dun Wonian burst out in surprised laughter. You managed to block that. On the other side, he landed lightly, gritting his teeth as thoughts raced through his mind. Damn it, I can't believe I have to go through this crazy thing again. In my past life, I couldn't even complete this training course, but this life is different. Time passed in relentless training sessions. Under the special care of Captain Jungan, the two of them, he and Ho, were constantly pushed to their limits. It was no exaggeration to say they were being fed a steady diet of beatings. A full month had passed since this hellish training began. He thought to himself, a 10-year-old child having to endure training that could break bones and cause internal injuries is definitely not for kids. But I have no intention of complaining. I'm starting to feel that sensation. Jian muttered to himself with a faint smile on his lips. In another corner, the girl Ho jerked awake, her face still panicked. Did I pass out again? The question rang out with bewilderment. Jian just shrugged and replied coolly, that's right. This is your 22nd time. I've only had 16. That teasing tone was like provoking a fluffed cat. Ho immediately got angry, grumbling with regret. If only I had prepared better on the first day. The perspective shifts to Captain Dunmon. Standing not far away, he watched the two kids bickering, slowly calculating in his mind. The 8th young miss. This child has an extraordinary physique. I might have pushed her a bit too hard, yet she hasn't been seriously injured once. As for that illegitimate son, from the very first day I had it, feeling he was something special. At first, seeing him bring a pile of weapons, I thought he was an idiot, but his skill with each one is not bad, even better than expected in actual combat. To have such results in just 1 month. Interesting. And then, with a voice as loud as thunder, he roared, all right, let the training begin. Everyone back to your positions. Hearing the command, both he and Ho immediately stopped arguing, tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes becoming incredibly serious. Soon enough, he realized a bitter truth. If he kept fighting as before, he would never have a chance to even touch him. So he glanced over at Ho and said quickly, hey, I'll give you a signal. Try to block him once. Ho asked in surprise, why should I do that? He shrugged in reply, well, if you don't want to, that's fine. I just thought I might be able to land a blow on the old man. Hearing this, Ho's expression immediately changed. It seemed the little girl also harbored a deep grudge against Dung after the endless torture sessions. She gritted her teeth and asked back, are you sure? Jian nodded decisively, positive. Without another word, Ho immediately tightened her grip on her weapon and charged forward, shouting, "You owe me for this." Right behind her, Theon also charged in, perfectly timed as planned. A determined thought echoed in his mind. Against a genius-level talent, I have no chance of winning alone. So the only way is to use the advantage of numbers. On the opposite side, Dun-Hon observed their coordination, a corner of his mouth turning up slightly, as if finding something amusing. He didn't hesitate to comment. Cooperating. Not a bad choice. If the plan succeeds. Just as he finished speaking, Dun-Hon tilted his head slightly, dodging the spear thrust coming from Jian. A simple movement, as if he had foreseen everything. Right after that, he immediately counterattacked with a lightning-fast spear swing. But he had also anticipated this move. As soon as he saw his opponent move, he quickly withdrew his spear, just in time to defend. A flash of surprise appeared in Dun's eyes, but it didn't stop there. An instant later, he immediately channeled his strength, and charged forward with terrifying speed. And just at the moment when both sides were about to unleash their decisive moves, he suddenly shouted, "Now!" With that, he jumped back to create distance. Immediately, Ho rushed forward to take his place, the sword in her hand striking down like a lightning bolt. However, that determined attack was easily blocked by Dun Quan. From behind, Theon was still silently watching. He knew this wouldn't be easy. The two of them wouldn't be able to take down Quan with just a simple blow. At that moment, he decided to change his strategy. Jian threw his spear aside, focusing his energy on his special ring, the infinite weapon he possessed. In a flash, the ring transformed into a shimmering longsword. This was one of the few weapons that could inflict real damage. The sword he had obtained from the secret vault, Infinity. Once again, he channeled power into his feet and, with the speed of an arrow, charged straight forward, the sword in his hand radiating a fiery aura. At the same time, Ho was knocked back by a powerful blow from the instructor. But he had managed to seize that precious opportunity. He let go of his sword, shifted his weight into his fist, and threw a direct punch with all his strength. It seemed like it would hit its mark, but no, Dun-Hon easily caught his fist with just one hand. That brief moment made Jian let out a forced laugh. "Aha, you blocked it." Before the question could even settle, a punch like a thunderbolt from Dun Quan sent his body flying like a cannonball. He slammed hard into the wall, unable to stop himself from coughing up blood. Despite this, their coordinated attack was enough to satisfy Trung Quan. His deep, steady voice rang out with a hint of praise. "So it took 37 days, huh? Congratulations on unlocking your sixth sense. But the young miss is still far from it." As he spoke, Dun-Hon leaned to the side again, dodging another blow from Ho, then suddenly swept her legs, causing the girl to tumble into the wall without any chance to fight back. Seeing the two children sprawled on the ground, Dun seemed to think that was enough for today. He calmly announced, "That's all for today." Soon, the sound of arguing erupted again. Ho jumped up, turned to him, and questioned irritably, "Hey, you said you could land a blow. I trusted you, you little brat." While the two children argued, Dun-Hon had already turned to leave. As he walked, he secretly glanced at his palm, which was now slightly swollen. A cold thought flashed through his mind. In the end, even after activating my mana, I only managed to pierce through a tiny bit. Although it was just a small amount, I broke the taboo of not using mana. Giving up a technique like that, combined with his already excellent combat instincts, he will become someone who terrifies the pillars of the family. Time passed like the wind. On the 47th day, after Ho had also unlocked her sixth sense, the training with Captain Dun Quan officially concluded. For the remaining time, both were allowed to rest and review what they had learned. And it was at this moment that someone appeared before him. It was none other than his older brother, Limong, the eldest son of the family. His title was Sungfim, feared by both the magic and martial arts worlds. He was a second-rank master in both fields, a figure whom people both respected and feared. But to him, his brother was not a legend or an idol, simply his only brother. Jian took a deep breath, reminding himself to return to reality. After they had both sat down, Myung-Trong spoke, his voice full of apology. "I'm sorry for not being able to look after you. It's just an excuse, but I've been a bit busy lately." Jian just replied gently, his eyes calm as if he had long understood. "It's okay, I'm fine." Opposite him, Myung chuckled when he saw Jian's somewhat reserved yet honest attitude. "This must be our first time meeting properly. Yet you knew who I was right away, didn't you?" Jian didn't beat around the bush and answered frankly. "Of course. Even though I'm an illegitimate child, as your younger brother, how could I not know my big brother's face?" As soon as he heard this, Myung-Trong's entire body seemed to freeze for a beat. His eyes grew sad and in a low voice he reminded him, "Illegitimate child. Never say that again. Even though we have different mothers, you and I are still brothers." That sentence was not just a reminder but also a pang of sorrow. In Myung's heart, he felt bitter for a child who hadn't even had his naming ceremony yet but always saw himself as an outsider to the family. Unaware of his brother's thoughts, Theon just scratched his head awkwardly and said in a small voice, "I'm sorry." Seeing that, Myung just sighed, a heavy breath laden with emotion. "No need to apologize, just understand. Next time, you don't need to greet me so formally. We're brothers, what's the point of being so polite?" "Yes, I understand," Jian smiled and nodded. In his memories from his past life, Jian always remembered his eldest brother, no matter how talented he was, always maintained such sincerity and composure. Not wanting to make the conversation too heavy, Myung-dong changed the subject, and took a gift out of his pocket. This is a welcoming gift. I got this when I enrolled at the Pan Magic University in France, but I think it will be more useful to you. It's a type of divine elixir called Nata. As he spoke, he gently placed a small glass vial in front of him. The clear light inside emitted a special energy. The moment he saw it, he immediately recognized it as a high-grade spiritual elixir made at the Magic Tower in France. Only 500 ml were produced every 10 years, a true treasure. After a moment's thought, Jian reached out and took the vial, his eyes shining with deep gratitude. For you to give me something so precious, big brother, I am truly grateful. However, this reaction seemed to stun Myung-tron. He was a little surprised and then slowly muttered as if to himself, "You're a bit different, aren't you?" Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of suspicion in them. "What do you mean by that?" At this, Myung-tron gave a gentle smile and explained, "The younger siblings I've met before all saw me as a rival. So this feeling is both strange and pleasant." Jian just smiled lightly and then spoke his true thoughts. "It's not that I don't see you as a rival, big brother. Having been born into this family, you are also my rival. So don't just see me as an adorable child. Who knows, one day I might become your greatest rival. I hope we can have an interesting competition." The clear confidence in Jian's eyes made Myung-tron laugh heartily. "Haha, alright then. I'll wait for that day, the day you become my strongest rival." With that, he gently ruffled his younger brother's hair, a gesture both affectionate and filled with expectation. And in his heart, he made a promise to himself. His eldest brother had always genuinely loved and protected him. This time, he would definitely protect him. Time passed. A few days later was the day of the second most important test of the Sungwon family. The naming ceremony had officially begun. On the deck of a ship cutting through the waves towards the venue, Zeon and Ho stood silently side by side. They were being taken to a special island, Red Green Island, where the color of the soil changed depending on the density of mana in the air. This was the ancient location the Sungmu Lan family used to hold the naming ceremony for its new members. As soon as the ship approached the island, a staff member stepped out and announced in a serious voice, "I will now explain the naming test. The young miss and young master will have to survive on Red Green Island for 3 weeks and prove yourselves. The devices given to you now are for location tracking. Unless it's an emergency, you must keep them on you at all times. The final stage of the test will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends. Good luck." The moment they set foot on the island, the atmosphere changed, as if warning of the harsh journey ahead. Suddenly Ho spoke softly, her expression somewhat hesitant. "Hey, I have something to say." But before she could finish, Theon sighed, as if he had already guessed what she was about to confess. "It seems you've made up your mind, haven't you?" What?" Ho asked, her eyes wide. "Ever since training, you've been wanting to say something," Jian said bluntly, not beating around the bush. Jian's direct words seemed to hit a nerve, causing the girl's face to flush red. She immediately shouted as if to hide her embarrassment, "How? Did you know?" Seeing Ho's pitifully flustered state, Jian couldn't help but chuckle silently to himself. "How could I not know?" He tilted his head, his tone as if trying to soothe a pouting child. "Go on, I'm listening." From Ho's perspective, she swallowed hard. After mustering all her courage, she took off the badge on her chest, her eyes looking over at him with a clear signal, "Do the same." Understanding her meaning, Jian also removed his badge. The two quickly stowed away the devices, which were known to be able to track and eavesdrop on all conversations. When everything was secure, Jian asked, his tone no longer joking, "All done?" "What is it?" This time, Ho no longer hid it. From her pocket, she pulled out a glass vial containing a murky liquid. She spoke clearly, enunciating each word. "This is a poison. Its name is Mom. It's only effective on children under 15. If it's exposed to the air for more than 5 minutes, it will evaporate. Once it enters the body, it will claw the mana circuits for a long time." Hearing this, his expression immediately darkened, his voice dropping low. "Who did you get it from?" A simple question, but it weighed as heavily as a stone. Ho knew that no matter what she said, she absolutely could not reveal that name. The person who had given this to her was her own mother. So she only answered firmly, "I don't plan on telling you that." With that, she threw the glass vial at a nearby rock. The sound of shattering glass echoed as sparkling shards flew from it. Ho raised her head and continued decisively, "See. Now there's no evidence left. I will defeat you fair and square, without needing to use this poison. So you'd better fight with all you've got." That attitude surprised him for a moment, but then he smiled faintly and nodded lightly. "I was going to do that anyway, you don't have to tell me." "Good." After that, the two put their badges back on their clothes, preparing to leave. But before leaving, Ho turned back and reminded him like a little old lady, "Did you put the tracking device back on? Don't recklessly go into the center of the island when you're not familiar with the terrain. It's very dangerous." From behind, Jian sighed with boredom, shaking his head in exasperation. All right, No. Are you worried about me or something? Instantly, that sentence seemed to hit a nerve, making Ho flare up. What's there to worry about? I'm just afraid you'll die somewhere before you even get a chance to fight me. As soon as the girl finished shouting, a blood-curdling scream echoed from deep within the dense forest. Both of them immediately fell silent, turning to look in the direction of the sound, their eyes becoming vigilant. In that moment of silence, Ho-ha spoke a short but weighty sentence. Then don't die. I'm going ahead. With that, she turned and quickly walked towards the left side of the path. Her back gradually shrank amidst the dense forest canopy, leaving Jian standing alone, watching her go. He muttered as if to himself, she's gone. Even so, my goal isn't the outskirts of the island. Alright, I have to get going too, straight to the center of Red Green Island. At the same time, in the observation room of the Subduing clan, where screens displayed live images from the island, the elders and high-ranking members were watching intently. One of them spoke up, his eyes fixed on the screen recording Ho. She's truly the 8th child of the Subduing clan. She's already completed her first hunting mission. The number of monsters defeated by Ho is not insignificant. All things considered, this must be Ho's first real combat experience, but that instinct isn't something you're born with. It must have taken 47 days. In a hidden corner, Captain Jungan just leaned silently against the wall and spoke slowly. This child wasn't supposed to be like this. I thought it would take her at least 2 full months. Jungan couldn't help but think, she has talent, but that's it. Someone must have stimulated her. It was the youngest son, Leyon. His gaze slowly shifted to another screen, which displayed a completely different image from Ho, who was fighting non-stop. Jin seemed to be quietly exploring, step by step, discovering every nook and cranny of the island. The stark difference made the old man, Shou Trang, frown and ask doubtfully, but what on earth is that kid doing? Jungan glanced at the screen and replied slowly, it seems the kid is looking for shelter. Immediately, a few cold, bitter, contemptuous laughs echoed throughout the room. Acting like a timid mouse running away. What a coward. Truly an illegitimate child. On another side of the observation room, Mayan was also monitoring all the developments. Hearing the harsh, sarcastic remarks aimed at his younger brother, he could no longer remain calm. He glanced briefly at the faces around him and then reminded them in a cold voice, say no more. In a dangerous place like this, finding a shelter first is a wise move. There's nothing to criticize. His words made a few of the scoffers cough awkwardly and try to save face with empty phrases. Ahem, that's right. Haha, maybe we've been watching the 8th Mist too much, so our standards have become too high. However, not everyone knew to be discreet. The cunning old man, Shou Rang, showed no respect for the eldest brother of the clan and continued to make sarcastic remarks. Let's see, in the Subduing clan, being ordinary is a sin, isn't it? It's ridiculous for someone with Subduing blood to act like a commoner. Those poisonous words made Mayam clench his fists. He didn't respond, but his heart was in turmoil. To belittle a child just because of his birth. When did our clan become like this? Or rather, have we always been this way? But more importantly, what is Leyon planning to do by heading straight for the center of the island like that? The thought made him unconsciously look towards Tahom, the uncle of both children. At that moment, he was biting his nails continuously, his eyes filled with anxiety. A mumble escaped his lips. Tsk, what on earth is this kid thinking? That sentence made Mayam realize he wasn't the only one who found it hard to understand. He sighed softly, what are you really planning to do, little brother? Scene change at this point, Eon had found a deep cave in the forest, a place discreet enough to serve as a shelter. He didn't act recklessly. Before entering the cave, Jian burned a handful of herbs and threw a flaming torch inside. The light and smoke spread, helping to check if any creatures were hiding. Then he covered the entrance tightly with leaves. Every action was precise, with no wasted steps. A few murmurs of agreement were heard from the observers. His hiding skills aren't bad. Suddenly, old Shou Jian's eyes widened and he shouted, wait a minute, what is that kid doing? All eyes immediately focused on the screen. The image showed Yan removing his watch and badge, the 2 positioning and tracking devices, and setting them aside. Next, he covered both devices with leaves. Instantly, the tracking screen turned black. In the back, Captain Jungan burst out laughing, unable to hide his amusement. Haha, he's truly unpredictable. Meanwhile, both Tahom and Mayum could only hold their heads in their hands. Helpless. In fact, for Jian, this action was necessary. He couldn't let those prying eyes monitor all his secrets. After hiding all the devices, he muttered softly, there's no need to let others see this. Now I can use infinity. Since I've entered Red Green Island, I have to harvest as much as possible. Now, let's go. As he spoke, he transformed the ring on his hand into a sharp short sword, ready for the next hunt. Time passed quickly, and evening fell. Amidst the flickering firelight, Eon sat in front of an earthen pot, frowning and staring at the liquid inside. A thick, dark blue liquid that looked no different from poison, to the point where he felt he could see a screaming face within the water. He muttered, unable to hide his doubt. It's probably done, but it looks horrible. Is this really Manhwa tea? Old memories from his past life came back. Because he didn't have enough money to buy even the cheapest elixir, he once had to follow herbalists and pharmacists to find mana. Herbs. Now, in a place like Red Green Island, where mana was dense in the air, it would be too wasteful not to use it to increase his mana. The youngest ant once said that a sip of mana tea, however disgusting, is better than nothing. Leyon took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, "Phew, all right." He lifted the pot and brought it to his lips. Not long after, the earthen pot was thrown aside, and Leyon collapsed, his face pale as if his life force had been drained. He wheezed, "Truly a taste from hell." And so, the 3-week-long solitary battle had officially begun. On the 18th day of the naming ceremony, in Mi Hongzhang's office, under a clear blue sky, stood a not-so-large house with a classic design. Leyon was sitting intently at work in his office when a voice suddenly called out, "Sir, may I enter?" He looked up, paying attention. "Ah, come in." Just then, a subordinate entered from a distance. "Sorry to disturb you while you're working." Leyon didn't mind, responding, with a caring smile. "It's all right. Judging by your face, it must be bad news, right?" The man who had just entered solemnly announced, "A large group of wanderers seems to have entered the northern part of South Korea." He was Yu Jan-hoen, the vice-captain of the sword squad under Mijin Jong. He stood straight and serious, following protocol, not wasting a second in reporting the detailed situation to Mijin Jong. "At first, we thought they would cause trouble in the reclaimed area of the danger zone, but they are heading south. 2 days' journey away is a magic stone mine belonging to the clan." Leyon grew somewhat somber, rubbing his chin in thought. Wanderers, criminals roaming the lands. Then he continued to analyze, wanting to get Jan-hoen's opinion. Those spirit beasts wouldn't invade the clan's territory without a reason. Jan-hoen also had his doubts, pointing out some suspicious points. On the surface, they seemed to be wanderers, but it could just be a disguise. There must be some force behind them. Leyon continuously tapped his fingers on the table, somewhat concerned about this matter. There's also news that the Kowloon-walled city has moved its forces to the northern border. From the information he had gathered, he could tell that the huge power of the Central Plains, the Kowloon-walled city, was constantly provoking the Sunmu clan, encroaching on Myung's unexplored lands. He lowered his eyes as if he had figured out some of their intentions. It seems the information about father leading the clan has been leaked. This must be a great opportunity for hostile forces. Myung wanted to confirm the situation a bit, so he asked, "Does the clan's intelligence department know about this information yet?" Jan-hoen replied clearly, reporting, "Thanks to your prior order to monitor them, we grasped the situation faster than the clan's intelligence." He already had an urgent solution in mind. Myung immediately stood up and made a decision. Then, first, cooperate with the intelligence department to find out more. He pushed his chair in, turned around, and looked outside. There's definitely something more. Myung put his hands behind his back. On the outside, he tried to remain calm, but inside, he was restless. "I hope this is just a wrong feeling." The scene changed as night fell. In a dark, dense forest, a red magic circle appeared. It suddenly changed, the symbols in the middle flashing brightly. A second later, the layers of space cracked open, revealing a black hole in the center. Something clanged continuously as it gradually emerged. Following it was a person with a smirk on their lips, a part of their hair obscuring their face. This mysterious person appeared unexpectedly in the forest. Under the darkness, only a faint silhouette could be seen, and a cold voice rang out. "Is 2 nights enough to kill an illegitimate child?" Under the clear blue sky, near the gloomy forest, the beach rippled in the distance. Horrifying. Noisy cries echoed ceaselessly, along with the powerful footsteps of a fierce beast. The source of these tremors was a monster that looked like a combination of a dragon and a crocodile, walking around and snoring. They were the 7th-grade monster dragon race, Draco. Eon suddenly appeared before it, gripping his sword tightly, his breath rag. The Draco raised its head high, taking a deep breath that made its belly swell and turn red. Only a few seconds later, it spread its wings and forcefully spewed a long line of fire. Nothing could survive its power. Eon glared, his face serious, his expression revealing tension as sweat dripped. Eon quickly seized the opportunity. When the flames came close, he leaned back to dodge. The massive flame passed right by him. He heroically enchanted his sword, pulling it straight forward. Eon leaped high with the internal power he had accumulated, fearlessly facing the Draco head. With his resounding shout, continuous bolts of lightning appeared, combined with his determination to advance. Eon jumped right onto its head, unhesitatingly thrusting his sword, combined with a sky-shattering electric shock. The Draco couldn't avoid it, nor could it defend itself, and was immediately charred and fell. He let out a sigh of relief, wiping sweat with his fisted hand. Eon's clothes were also burned in several places. He glanced over and remarked, as expected of a dragon, "If I were still on the outskirts of Red Green Island, I would have been defeated with the first blow." Eon sheathed his sword and sighed, thinking to himself, "It took me until the 19th day to reach the center of Green Island, the dragon's territory. But staying here long is just a waste of time." Eon didn't waste time there. He quickly turned and left, thinking, "I came this deep for another reason." Suddenly, Eon's feet stopped moving mid-stride. His sixth sense was sharp. Eon became extremely vigilant, immediately entering a defensive stance. What now? He plopped down on the ground, leaning against a tree trunk based on experience, his eyes staring straight ahead. Eon's face darkened, sharpness emanating from his eyes as he thought. As expected, another wave of monsters appeared before him. This time, they came in a pack, looking like a cross between humans and lizards. According to records, they were 8th grade monsters, lizardmen. Eon didn't run, he stood in a hidden corner, observing their every move. Something has been strange since yesterday. The lizardmen are supposed to live on the outskirts, yet they've appeared in the center. But when I attack, they just run away without fighting back. He thought seriously, rubbing his chin as he considered his approach. Lizardmen are low, evil and not very intelligent. They must have been influenced by something. Coming up with a plan, Eon didn't hesitate to draw his sword and charge forward. If he was right, the lizardmen quickly sensed him. One of them looked over. At its roar, the others quickly turned and fled. His gamble paid off. He wasn't afraid and charged forward even faster. Just as he predicted, Eon unleashed a series of sharp slashes. One by one, they couldn't escape and were killed. The small boy stood amidst a pile of lizardmen corpses, looking at the scene and thinking, once might be a coincidence, but a second time is not. I have to pursue. The sun was gradually setting, the twilight covering the sky. Eerie sounds echoed through the trees. Let the battle begin. From within the forest, along with the voice, came streams of mysterious purple gas. Start the formation. The main cause, none other than the mysterious person. He sat cross-legged, his eyes on the sunset. The Sungmu bloodline is truly monstrous. This person was still engrossed in his work, not noticing that a lizard man had approached from behind. For a child like that to be able to kill so many of them alone. But it should be fine. As it got closer, he was still talking to himself. After all, it's just a child. This person was the monster tamer, Nishiyama Sogo. He just smirked calmly and glanced back. An inexperienced novice easily falls into a trap. Prettling some animal, he lowered his eyes and said softly, perhaps I won't need to use what I've prepared. Eon, who had been perched on a tree for some time, surveyed the situation and judged. It was so obvious I became suspicious, but it turns out this really is a trap. The ability to control monsters, a tamer. Eon frowned, trying to conceal himself as much as possible. How could an outsider get into Red Green Island? He was constantly lost in thought, planning his strategies. It's not impossible. What if there's a that teleportation circle inside Red Green Island? Just a few minutes later, Eon flashed a sinister smile. A perfect plan formed in his mind. In that case, someone from the clan must have been involved. His face darkened, and he slowly unzipped his jacket. Report to the clan and wait for reinforcements. Eon's determination was set. He clenched his fist, his eyes staring forward as he thought. No, by the time reinforcements arrive, it will be too late. The information about the mastermind will be gone. He immediately put his hand in his pocket. Then there's only one way. Proceeding with the plan, Eon activated his skill, the invisibility technique. He didn't miss the opportunity, immediately rushing down from the branch. I will eliminate the traces. He crouched on the ground, coiling his body in preparation for an attack, then launched himself forward with incredible speed. He flew behind Sogo, swinging his sword to strike him, determined to eliminate them. However, at that moment, a bird in Sogo's hand suddenly woke up as if it sensed danger. In an instant, it let out a piercing shriek, as if to warn him that Eon was behind him, about to attack. Hearing the cry, Sogo turned his head in surprise. Since when did he get here? Eon looked at the bird in his hand and thought in frustration. Damn it, he's carrying an artifact that detects danger. But he didn't stop, still swinging his sword down at Sogo. Sogo quickly dodged to the side, escaping the fatal blow. Sogo struggled on his knees on the ground, speaking with difficulty, the bastard of Sun Mulan is stronger than I thought. Eon stood proudly, pointing his sword at him and replying with a contemptuous voice, or maybe you're just too weak. Sogo hastily waved his hand and shouted, shut up, stop him. At that moment 3 green monsters appeared from nowhere and, following his command, charged at Eon. He quickly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and a stream of sword energy quickly enveloped it. 7-star sword, 3rd form. Then, as fast as lightning, he dashed towards the 3 monsters, so fast that only an afterimage was left, not his actual body. He beheaded the monsters with his sincere technique. Eon's confident expression after the attack faded as he suddenly realized something was wrong with his body. He paused for a moment. At that moment, dozens of iron chains bound him, leaving Eon stunned and unable to move. Sogo stood to the side, chanting. When he saw Eon was immobile, he let out a cunning laugh. You've fallen into my trap. A mysterious magic circle appeared at Eon's feet. It continuously produced chains that wrapped around his body. Eon looked around his body, surprised and speechless, while Sogo continued to taunt him. That formation is a high-level magic formation that can seal a warrior's mana. Without mana, you're just a useless brat. With your body immobilized, accept your tragic end. Eon stood silently watching Sogo gradually move out of his sight, leaving only the green monsters. He couldn't help but exclaim, seal my mana. His face hardened, gradually becoming resolute. In that case, Eon's body emitted a powerful aura, as if it wanted to swallow everything. He roared, "I just need to use my mana circuits." Before the monster's eyes, Eon shattered the shackles, a small explosion caused by his powerful force. Eon headed toward Sogo, who was still unaware of what had happened and was casually fleeing. He leaped over Sogo's head in his stunned surprise. It wasn't until Eon landed in front of Sogo that he looked at the boy in shock. Eon, with a confident face, pointed his sword at Sogo and said loudly, trying to run away. Sogo trembled and backed away, looking at Eon and asking, "How could you break the formation?" Eon looked at him calmly and replied, "There's no reason to tell you. Your image has already been sent to the main family via a communication device. Surrender." Sogo lowered his head, his mouth curling slightly. "It doesn't matter." Then, to Eon's astonishment, Sogo said confidently, "I will kill you and regain my freedom." Eon was shocked, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What?" While Eon was still bewildered by his words, "What do you mean?" A large shadow was already heading towards him to attack. A large tail whipped powerfully at Eon's small body, leaving him no time to dodge this surprise attack. Eon flew like a cannonball just fired from the barrel towards a large tree in the forest. At the end of the attack, his body slammed into the tree, causing it to break and fall. As for Eon, his body was covered in wounds, and fresh blood spewed from his mouth. His body trembled, lying motionless on the ground, his mind racing, "Don't tell me." Then Eon weakly raised his head and looked forward in fear. A giant beast with the shape of a huge turtle appeared towering before him. The ruler of this land, the demon turtle mountain. Eon clutched his wound and struggled to stand up, his mind beginning to calculate. A nightmare class level 3 monster. A mediocre tamer like him can control the demon turtle mountain. Sogo, seeing him able to stand, couldn't help but exclaim a few words. "Quite sharp. Even though the taming is not yet complete, the order to kill you will definitely be carried out fully." His face was extremely arrogant as he looked at Eon. Sogo raised the staff in his hand, speaking as he took something out. "Stop struggling." He threw the yellow talismans in his hand into the air, saying to Eon as he did so, "Accept your fate and die obediently." Eon knelt on the ground, quickly thinking of a way to deal with this difficult situation. He gradually became serious, putting his hand in his pocket and thinking, "Calm down. If he can't fully control the demon turtle mountain, then I just need to capture the tamer." Eon took out a very simple-looking pill. He looked at it and thought, to create an opening against this monster, this is the only way. I never thought I'd have to use this. Without hesitation, Eon immediately put the pill in his mouth. A forbidden drug due to its consequences being too great compared to the amount of mana received. As soon as he swallowed the pill, his body was immediately enhanced. By a miraculous power, the bursting pill. Behind Eon, flickering streams of energy emanated as he thought, and one more thing. He glanced down at the sparkling ring on his hand. Eon gripped his sword tightly, infusing it with powerful streams of sword energy. He thought continuously, "The secret technique she told me to use only in life-threatening situations." Eon's eyes brightened. In his mind now, he thought, now is the time. Powerful streams of energy emanated from his body, shaking the ground around him with the skill, heaven-defying art. Eon leaped off the ground, causing a large hole to appear right under his feet. And then Eon flew over the monster, a decisive slash into its massive body. He landed with difficulty, thinking, even though its skin is unscratched, it still had an effect. Once again Eon infused his sword with a magnificent power. "With this, I will bring it down." The monster let out a terrifying roar that shook the entire mountain forest. Eon heard it and was stunned. This is the roar of the demon turtle mountain. Looking at the huge monster before him, he couldn't help but think, "I can't move due to the demon turtle mountain's mana field. Damn it." Suddenly, a mysterious black aura emanated from his body. Eon glanced at the black aura, and exclaimed, "The black aura is pushing it back." Seizing the opportunity, he quickly ran towards the monster. Now is the time. Eon gathered all his strength, pulling his sword far back to build momentum for a finishing blow. He muttered the technique's name, Dustless Solar Eclipse. And then Eon swung his sword, a demon, laying slash on the monster, injuring it severely. It opened its mouth towards the sky, letting out a mournful cry with powerful internal energy, then collapsed to the ground. The sky immediately cleared, and light shone down once again. Eon covered his mouth to prevent a mouthful of blood from spewing out. He clutched his tired, injured body and collapsed. There's no time to hesitate. The after effects of the bursting pill and the heaven-defying art will soon render me immobile. Eon, clutching his injured body, ran forward as fast as he could, worrying as he went. Only 10 seconds left. Now that the demon turtle mountain has attacked by mistake, I must find the tamer immediately. In the forest, Eon ran frantically, searching for Sogo while the clock was ticking down. 8 seconds, 4 seconds. But then he suddenly stopped as if he had discovered something. Looking at the ground, Eon saw a red thread appear, seeming to want to guide him. A path. Looking at the small path in the forest where the thread was pointing, Eon didn't hesitate to enter as the countdown continued. 3 seconds. Immediately, at the end of the thread, Sogo appeared, trying to escape through a mountain pass. He turned his head in panic to look at Leyon and shouted, "What? How is that possible?" Leyon, racing against time 1 second flew, aiming the sharp tip of his sword at Sogo's neck to attack, but he thought to himself, not enough. Just a little more. If only my body were a little bigger. Then Leyon looked at his sword and shouted, "Then extend." The sword actually extended, piercing Sogo's throat, causing blood to spurt everywhere. He only had time to let out a grunt before he stopped breathing. The blood-stained sword finally fell to the ground with a clang. Leyon trembled, sitting before Sogo's cold corpse. First, I must steady my body. If it collapse now, I am really done for. He took out a box of pills and swallowed them all. She told me that if I use the heaven-defying art, I must drink this. Luckily, I brought the nectar. Leon's eyes gradually dimmed, and his whole body lost balance and swayed. Before completely losing consciousness, he still thought, before the monsters get close, I must completely subdue him. Leon's face showed exhaustion, his eyes slowly opening as he looked around vaguely. His whole body felt like it was being sucked into the ground, his breathing gradually deepening. A whispering voice sounded. Everything around was white. Where is this? What happened to the beast tamer, and the demon turtle mountain? Suddenly, his whole body was struck by a sharp pain that made his body convulse, and the pupils in his eyes were gradually stiffening. Leyon clenched his fists to endure the pain, his whole body trembling. He muttered softly about his condition. My whole body feels like it's about to fall apart. A moment later, a blue eye opened, staring at Leon's motionless body on the floor. A deep voice, tinged with disappointment, rang out, "So it's finally come to this." This voice came from the black clouds of gas surrounding his body. Those things are too dangerous for a human to assimilate. How can they both exist in one entity? The black clouds of gas wrapped around Leon's hand, and the voice spoke again, with a hint of pity. I was hoping you wouldn't wake up. If only. Then it threw something purple-black in front of him and coldly called out, "Feed it." Leon woke up when he heard the noise and exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Seeing a large honeycomb in front of him, he quietly said, "A purple honeycomb. Could it be purple mist stone nectar?" The voice spoke again, reminding him, "It's not you, but it that needs to eat this." Then, the eye reflected an image of an old turtle and instructed, "The era has changed. Become strong, child of humanity." The eye gradually faded, and the image of the turtle grew distant, the voice also fading away. "Don't let yourself be swallowed by the times." Ho tilted her head, looking with an innocent expression, and gently called out, "Oh, you're awake." Leon vaguely looked over and said, "Ho." She angrily reminded him and then lowered her voice to ask, "This brat dares to call me by my name. I'll let it slide since you're in pain. How's your body?" Leon closed his eyes, feeling the flow of energy in his body. Although his musculoskeletal system was severely damaged, his mana had skyrocketed. He slowly opened his eyes and was amazed. Did I really absorb the stone nectar? Then Leon calmly answered Ho's question. A few mana circuits are broken, my internal organs are a bit messed up, bones fractured, muscles torn in a few places. Nothing too serious. After hearing this, her face turned pale and she shouted, "What? That's not serious." Leon looked at Ho seriously, and muttered to himself, the purple mist stone nectar was originally what Li Ho intended to get. A terrifying elixir that strengthens the body and enhances mana. Immunity to poison and curses is exactly what I was determined to get on Red Green Island, but I feel a little guilty. However, facing his slightly probing gaze, she was a little suspicious. "Did you hit your head?" Leon sat up and asked, "Wait, why are you here?" From a distance, a loud call came, "Little brother." Mayam ran over with a worried face. He replied with a slightly questioning tone, "Big brother." He worriedly held out a bottle of medicine and said, "Are you okay? First, let me heal you with mana. I also brought medicinal water." Leon waved his hands and smiled awkwardly, "Thank you, brother. I don't need mana healing, but I'll accept the medicinal water." Mayam silently watched him drink the water, but his eyes looked at Leon with pity and a bit of pain. Mayam turned and said, "Ho, could you step outside for a moment?" "Yes, I understand." After she left, he turned back to look at Leon and said in a serious voice, "If you had died, I would have wiped every organization related to the Beast Hammer from the face of this earth, no matter how big they were." Leon smiled and said, "That sounds reassuring." But right after that, Mayam became serious again, criticizing him as a member of the Sunmu Lan. "What you've shown is truly the model of a warrior, but as your older brother, I can't see it positively. It was reckless." Leon sheepishly scratched his head and said, "I didn't anticipate the appearance of the demon turtle mountain. I'm sorry, brother. If I had known it was there, I would have definitely waited." He bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes, and sighed in response. "You know the difference between recklessness and confidence. That's good." Suddenly, he made a suggestion, "Big brother, since I dealt with the beast tamer, the information about him also belongs to me." Mayam raised his hand to rub his temples and said, "I knew you'd say that." Then he looked up at Leon and announced, "That beast tamer was once a prospective 5th rank spellcaster of the Oni Bureau of Japan. It seems he was expelled for trying to master a forbidden technique. The person behind him provided high level talismans and artifacts and activated them when the demon Turtle Mountain was asleep. They wanted to kill you, and make it look like the act of a monster. Leyon fell into deep thought, his eyes absent-mindedly asking, you still haven't investigated the mastermind. Leyon sighed and continued, the important information surprising him so much that his eyes widened. He is in a near-death state, so it's difficult to extract information immediately. Then Leyon came to his own conclusion. So I wasn't the main target. They were aiming at you. He was silent for a moment, and then asked, why do you think so? Leyon then presented his reasoning. They wanted to damage your reputation by making people believe you failed to detect the intruder and reacted too slowly. Leyon sighed again, rubbing his neck slightly and said, that's right. The next second, his face became awkward and he said, looks like I can't just pretend not to know. Leyon asked again with a probing tone, are you okay? He put his hand on his head and reassured him, it's okay. My reputation is slightly damaged, but it's nothing significant. Leyon looked at Leyon with indulgent eyes and said, I can't be absent for long, so I'll be back. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Leyon grabbed it and called out loudly, Big brother. Leon's eyes were full of confidence, and his voice was clear as he made a proposal, would you like to make a deal with me? Seeing that Leyon was still surprised, he explained further, let's say that you predicted the beast tamer's intrusion, and gave me orders beforehand. I will testify to that effect. Then Leyon lowered his voice and muttered, that way, it will look like you were prepared for something that even the clan's intelligence hadn't discovered. Leyon then asked, for you, wouldn't it be best to testify to the truth? Leyon bent down slightly to stand up, his voice full of experience. If people believe I accomplished this on my own, they will surely become more wary and cautious. He then murmured, that's why you called this a deal. Then he made a counter-proposal. A deal is when two parties exchange something they both need. What do you want? Leyon stood up straight, full of excitement, and stated his request. Giving me access to the library for 3 days is enough. Leyon chuckled softly but his voice was loving as he replied to the arrogant boy. All right, thank you. He quickly said, no need to thank me. This is just a deal. He patted Leon's shoulder and asked, even if I didn't agree, you would have found a way to handle this, right? Leyon stuttered, unable to form a sentence. Well The phone in his pocket rang. Leyon took out the vibrating phone and said, it seems the sword squad is calling me. I have to go now. Before leaving, he turned back, called out, and threw something to him. Ah, right. Leyon quickly caught the small sword. His face was very surprised when he received this gift. He left, leaving behind a promise that still lingered in Leon's ears as he admired the small, shiny sword. I'll keep this a secret for you. He smiled helplessly and said, as expected, you're not easy to deal with. As Leyon was putting his shirt back on, Ho walked over and asked, looks like the conversation went well. He just replied coldly. Yeah. She stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes slightly challenging, with a hint of helplessness as she asked Leyon, so which gate will you challenge in the trials? 3 weeks have passed, it must be open by now. He kept his voice steady and asked back, what about you? Where will you take the challenge? The question made Ho angry and she shouted, I asked first. Leyon was speechless. If you want to know, answer first. She placed her hand on her chest, her face full of pride as she answered. Where will I take the challenge? What else but the hardest one? The gate of aspiration. After finishing, Ho asked again, what about you? He gently zipped up his jacket and said, the gate of combat. Her face completely froze as she asked, Ho, does that place even exist? Don't tell me it's one of the trials on the outskirts. Ho frowned slightly, her face full of determination as she replied, yeah, it's in the outskirts. Ho suddenly lowered her voice and said with regret, how disappointing. It seems I misjudged you. You're choosing a gate on the outskirts. Then there's nothing more to say. She stood silently beside him and muttered, I thought you were a rival. To be honest, I thought you were better than me. Leyon glanced at her, turned away, and silently guessed. Because everyone assumes that the location determines the difficulty of the trial, they probably think I chose the outskirts gate, because it's easier. Then the two went in different directions. He also turned his back to Ho, sighed softly, and said, whatever, let them think what they want. In a dense forest, in a place where light shone through, creating a dreamy atmosphere with some rustling sounds. Leyon pushed aside leaves to find his way, thinking, I don't remember exactly, but it should be around here. He lifted a branch, squinting one eye due to the bright light, and said to himself, before regressing, this is the cave I accidentally discovered, and also where I will complete the second challenge of the naming ceremony. In front of Leyon was a dark cave. He tried to look deep inside with his own suspicion. The gate of combat. Leyon went to find a torch, lit it, and prepared to step deep into the cave. He raised the flame and stepped in, naively thinking, it just looks like a normal wall. After observing for a while, the lines on the rock were clear, and Leyon fell into thought again. But of course it's not that simple. He set the torch aside, grabbed the sword at his side, and drew it. Leyon continuously slashed at the rocks, and blue sparks followed the path of his sword. After a while, a tall door appeared. The rocks on the side were still cracking and falling. With confident, bright eyes, he stared at the door and cheered silently. Found it. Eon took out the small knife he carried. He slowly cut his palm to draw blood. Eon clenched his hand, watching the blood flow. His eyes were focused on the blue light radiating from his cut hand. Eon flicked his hand towards the large door. Blood spattered along with sparks, sticking to the door. The door, stained with blood spots, began to move. A flash of light also came from within. The ground began to shake, and the door gradually opened to reveal an altar in the center. He stood and observed the room. At this moment, Eon looked very small, standing in the doorway without entering. He slowly approached the altar, his clenched hand still dripping blood. Eon held out his hand to let the blood flow into the waiting bowl. His voice was serious as he reported, a descendant of Sung Mulan wishes to be tested by the ancestors' trial. Eon watched his blood drops turn into blue smoke that surrounded his body, intertwined with his plea. Please grant me permission. An echo came from the building. The content of the Gate of Combat trial is only one. The blue smoke revealed an illusion of Eon himself, and the challenge was announced, defeat yourself. He stood opposite the illusion, quickly preparing his sword while reciting the rules. The number of attempts is unlimited. Before winning, even if I give up, I cannot leave. Eon drew his sword from its sheath, got into a ready stance, and said to himself, let's begin. He pushed off strongly from his feet to attack, his foot stamping hard on the ground, creating a loud noise. But before he could strike, an illusory blade slashed across his head, causing Eon to freeze and exclaim, "Huh." His head now felt like it was detached from his neck. Eon was crying out in a horrified, stammering voice, what the hell? The illusion of himself had stopped in the posture of just having attacked. That desperate voice was still echoing. Is happening? Eon hurriedly grabbed his own neck, and shook it, his face filled with clear panic. He dubiously felt his neck, and then reassured himself. Just now, my neck was definitely cut. That's right. It's an illusion. I can't die in this trial gate. Eon awkwardly stood up straight and cursed under his breath. The feeling is so real it's infuriating. At this rate, a normal person would go crazy. His eyes had a hint of coldness mixed with doubt as he looked at the illusion and thought. Moreover, Eon looked at the illusion of himself and muttered, can I do that? He took his sword back in his hand, muttering and analyzing. The illusion of the Gate of Combat allows me to use my power perfectly. Eon remembered the moment the blade cut through him, but he didn't die, only leaving a temporary sensation, which made him realize. It means I haven't fully utilized my inherent abilities yet. If I could completely tap into it, I would have blocked that blow just now. Without waiting any longer, Eon got into position again and shouted. Alright, let's try again. Before he could charge, the faster illusion struck first, leading to his own conclusions. But the third time, I was stabbed through the stomach and died. The next time, the illusion changed its method to a neck hold. The fifth time, I blocked the sword, but my neck was broken right after. Died. Eon continuously fell into the sensation of losing his head countless times. 10th death. 11th time, 18th time, 20th time. This time, he quickly countered the illusion's next move. The two swords clashed simultaneously, causing both bodies to be thrown back. Eon fell, sliding across the ground. He fully controlled his landing with his own feet. His panting breath became more rapid. He counted in his head, 75th time. Or was it 89? Suddenly, as if enlightened, Eon's eyes widened, his face darkened, and he muttered to himself, now I understand a little. I can learn everything. Eon gradually realized the true rule that the challenge created. My greatest strength is my freedom, and overwhelming versatility. He transformed his sword into a spear. Eon's hand gripped the spear's shaft, showing full determination. He performed a spear move, glancing confidently with the thought and unpredictable fighting style. Eon charged towards the illusion of himself again and exclaimed, this time for sure. The two spears clashed, and the illusion quickly blocked his spear blow. Next, both sides transformed their weapons back into swords, as Eon narrated. We continued to clash swords gradually, then transformed them back into spears and continued the fight with no sign of stopping. After a while of fighting, the outcome was just as he thought. My posture matches his. The illusion of Eon himself was pushed back, but being an illusion, it didn't seem to lose balance easily. The illusion transformed its spear back into a sword, and looked back at Eon with cold eyes. Next, he deliberately left his defense open, and as before, the illusion charged. The illusion's sword advanced, stabbing through Eon's stomach. It pierced through almost to the hilt, but not a single drop of blood flowed. Eon's voice, a mix of pride and contempt, rang out, making the illusion look bewildered. You fool. One of his hands grabbed the illusion's sword hilt and pulled it towards him, while his other hand swung his sword and shouted, I deliberately left an opening, you idiot. The slash that Eon unleashed created a blue flash in the space, and the ground beneath cracked. And this sword technique was called by the trial, Demon Slayer. The illusion of himself was now dead, its body gradually dissolving into small blue specks, its entire body vanishing into space. And just as it was about to disappear completely, the illusion smiled, a hint of pain in it. Eon stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by floating blue lights. He muttered to himself again, if I pass the trial of the gate, some new bloodline will release its hidden power. In my previous life, my ability was just the most common type, enhancement. His body, filled with blue energy, now had a hint of gold radiating from it. Leyon whispered, and in this light. He looked on in amazement at the golden light. His pupils seemed to have frozen. Leyon vaguely held out his hand to catch the golden energy, his voice hazy as he asked, "This power is?" Outside the room, there were many people, probably those who had come to take the trial. Taham was also standing outside the door, so anxious that he was constantly sighing. Taham crossed his arms, his voice slurring as he complained. "I thought he would be obedient this time. This hateful kid, people hold peaceful naming ceremonies, but he causes so much trouble." Suddenly, an announcement rang out. He jumped and turned to look at the door. The mana density is changing. Everyone turned their eyes to see Leyon stepping out after a loud shout. "It's opening." His face was pale, his body struggling to take unsteady steps out of the room. Taham ran over, shouting his name, Leyon. He worriedly supported Leon's body, shaking him and asking, "Are you okay? Wake up." Leon's mouth was so dry it was cracked. He struggled to call out weakly, "Uncle." Taham asked in confusion, "What?" Leon's face turned purple like a sick person's, his hand trembling as he raised it for help. "Water. So hungry." He supported the boy's pale, strengthless body, his mouth agape in helplessness. His whole body was now trembling, his suppressed anger about to erupt. His voice growled, "You." A powerful voice echoed, causing the birds on the surrounding cliffs to fly away in a frenzy. "This kid, at a noble house," a heartfelt call echoed outside. "Young master." Call was very emotional, shouting, her face full of worry, tears welling up in her eyes. Call hugged Leyon tightly, sobbing, "Do you know how worried I was? First the beast hammer, then the demon Turtle Mountain, and then the trial set by the great ancestor. Nanny, I'm so dirty. I've been outdoors for almost a month." She lovingly pinched Leon's cheek and scolded him. "At first, I was going to give you a big scolding. Welcome home, young master." Leyon blushed and replied, "Yeah, thanks." Paul let him go, gently wiping her teary eyes and said, "I've prepared a bath. After your bath, I'll serve you a meal." Leyon fidgeted with the blanket in his hand and asked casually, Nanny, what about my aunt? I thought she would be the first one to come running." She suddenly froze, her voice stammering as she replied, making Leyon a little suspicious. "About that," Jinho greeted him with a cheerful face. "My dear nephew has arrived." At that moment, Jinho was locked in a prison cell. Leyon laughed out loud. "What did you do?" She smiled brightly, "Sorry, but it's good to see you safe and sound. Even though I'm locked up, I'm still concerned about you. But what did you do to make your mana increase so much? You haven't even fully digested the energy in your body yet." She naively told Leyon to sit down so his legs wouldn't get tired. "Hurry and sit down. I'll be with you." He interrupted Jinho. "Aunt." She realized she was being a bit too excited and felt embarrassed. It's okay. I didn't expect you to go this far for me." Jinho remembered the reason she was thrown in jail. The reason she was locked up here was that she had been so agitated that she had caused a disturbance at the elder's place. It took 2 people to restrain Jinho. She kept cursing, "It was you, wasn't it? You did this." She had caused a commotion in the control room with the elders and her older brother. She screamed and scolded everyone. Again, as always. Jinho regretted her impulsive actions. "I'm sorry, my dear nephew. I thought they had done something strange to you, so I couldn't control myself and lost my temper." Leyon was surprised to hear his aunt's confession. "I just felt so angry, thinking I wouldn't get to see you again." Jinho squeezed her neck, playing the victim with him. "My throat suddenly felt tight." Leyon recalled the memories of the two of them, thinking deeply. "To be honest, I never fully trusted her before, but I don't know when I started to see her as part of the family." He smiled and sighed, following this new emotion of his. "All right, now I accept it." Leyon turned to leave, but didn't forget to remind Jinho. "I'll get you out soon. Please wait a little longer." She reached her hand out of the bars, waving him back. "How can you do that?" "It's okay, don't try too hard." Leyon gave her a healing smile. "I won't do anything. You'll be released soon anyway." He closed the door, bidding Jinho farewell. "See you next time." At that moment, a plane landed at the airport in the middle of the night. When it had safely docked, the stairs were prepared, and a whole line of people came to welcome them. Tayson stepped out of the plane, and his subordinates respectfully welcomed him. "You've arrived." He walked past Weizun, who was bowing her head. "They've kept you waiting." She politely refused. "It's all right. The hot spring is ready. Please take a comfortable bath, and have a meal." Leyon and Seohyun stood silently, listening to the adults talk. Tayson replied to her words. "All right." He glanced at everything. "After the events at this naming ceremony, I thought I had grown up a lot." The father and son's eyes accidentally met. Leyon also had many thoughts. But what is the distance between me and my father? He still can't measure it. His father's hasty turn of the head made Leyon think even more. Did our eyes meet? Tayson walked ahead nonchalantly. He said vaguely, "I've always said that those who don't know how to fight are not necessary for the clan. but his eyes wanted to find a destination for his words. Among them, there is only one child who carries the desire to win against me. Tin's words made Leyon waver. Who is he talking to? Is it Big Brother? He sighed helplessly. I've tried to control my emotions this much, and he can still read me. Scene changed to the grand banquet hall of Subduing. A red carpet was laid out. People were bustling around, talking. Leyon chose a small corner in the room to silently observe. Because this was a rare event at Subduing, the scale of this party was much grander than other naming ceremonies. He observed everyone one by one. Recalling his memories from his previous life, Leyon could recognize them. That person is the youngest tower master of magic ever known. Looking at another person, he still recognized them. The director of the Omni Bureau. And no, he's the vice director now. At that moment, someone came over, breaking Leon's private space. Excuse me, young master. Butler Choi respectfully invited him. The clan head summons you. Leyon didn't expect this and asked him again just to be sure. Father. Butler Choi replied. Yes, please follow me this way. Leyon walked behind the butler, full of questions. Why is father calling me alone? I hope it's not something serious. At that moment, under the starry night sky, he respectfully greeted Tin. Father, you called for me. Leyon raised his head, and was surprised to see another person besides his father. Standing next to him was his older brother. Big Brother. Leyon broke out in a cold sweat, worried. No way. Before he could finish his thought, Tizin spoke. I think you already know why I summoned you. He ordered him to tell the story. I want to hear about the events that happened during the naming ceremony this time. According to Manhwa, you discovered the outsider and ordered his capture. Leyon instinctively bowed lower when he heard Tizin ask, this incident was your plan, wasn't it? He flinched and closed his eyes tightly. Just as I thought, father already knew. Leyon gathered all his courage to admit it to his father. Yes, that's right. I was the one who proposed the deal with Big Brother. The condition was that I would have access to the library for 3 days, and help Big Brother avoid the storm of public opinion this time. Tizin was also at a loss with this youngest son, and could only be lenient with him. Considering your contribution in this matter, I will overlook your false report. He warned him one last time, but there won't be a next time. Leyon bowed deeply, admitting his fault to his father. Yes, I understand. Now it was Mayom's turn to be punished. On the other hand, Mayom, you will receive a fitting punishment later. Organizing this party is your duty. Return to your work. He placed his hand on his chest, obeying him. Yes, I will do so. Before leaving, Mayom still gave Leyon a gentle, reassuring smile. He looked back at his brother worriedly. I wonder if Big Brother will be okay. When the eldest brother left, Tizin continued to talk to his youngest son. Besides the false report, the credit for this incident belongs to you. You will receive the reward that Mayom promised. He was surprised by his father's words. Finally, because you have discovered the trial of combat, I will grant you a reward. Leyon expressed his wish. If so, then. Scene change. Tizin stood on the podium, opening the party. Thank you to all the guests who have taken the trouble to come here. I hope that our 2 children, the main characters of today's party, will be blessed on their path ahead. He and Hon knelt on the red carpet, listening to him declare, now we will continue with the naming ceremony. His deep voice rang out. Oh, step forward. She smiled, accepting Tizin's words. You were chosen by the holy sword, and always shine like the sun around you. Always maintain this brilliant path. He bestowed upon her. I give you the name Seo Hyun, meaning to shine forever. At that moment, Seo Hyun's nameplate was also lowered. The little girl happily replied to Tin, thank you. It was Yen's turn. His eyes became sharp. Next. The whole hall fell silent as he invited the next person. Leyon stepped forward. He stood up and walked forward, paying attention to the expressions of those around him. Their reactions were no different from the last time at the selection ceremony. But that's okay. Leyon stood proudly, not bothered by the things around him. Hearing Tin's assessment of him, you are hard and sharp, but at the same time flexible without breaking. Like a blacksmith who collects iron from all 4 directions to forge into a single block, you have also forged yourself. He spoke seriously about him. I cannot find a more suitable word to describe you. Instantly, he snapped his fingers, the sound echoing throughout the room. Leon's nameplate was lowered. So I will give you the name Cheon. He stood in contemplation before his nameplate. I was once given a name with the meaning, live as strong as steel. Leon smiled faintly, smugly. But now that meaning has changed. He placed his hand on his left chest. Until I reach the peak of Subduing, I will not stop. Leon was proud of his new name. My name is Leyon. He smiled brightly and said to his father, thank you. Scene changed to the isolation room of Subduing's judiciary. It was a room, but fully equipped for one person. That someone was about to go crazy, moaning in the room. Junho had been locked in the room for several days and couldn't take it anymore. She held her head and screamed, grabbed the bars, and shook them wildly, roaring at the world. I want to get out, it's so stuffy, so annoying. I couldn't even witness the kids' naming ceremony. The noise from Junwan came out of the room. He said he'd let me out. Why is it taking so long? The guards also wanted to signal for help urgently. Help me. Suddenly, a phone rang, attracting their attention. After finishing the call, he entered and saw Junho about to go feral, biting a blanket and screaming to get out. The guard unlocked the iron bars and told the terrifying person, "You can go out." She froze on the spot. Duh. Junho was excited when she heard him say, "As for the discipline, it will be announced later. For now, you are allowed to leave the isolation area." She excitedly rushed out of this prison-like place, shouting loudly. The guards nervously shouted a reminder, "Don't kick things around." Suddenly, a voice called her back. Wait a minute. Junho was even more delighted to see Yeon waiting for her at the door. "Oh kiddo." She asked her beloved little nephew with her mouth agape. "Was it really you who let me out?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." Junho was bewildered, wondering, how? Before she could finish her sentence, he held up a piece of paper in front of her. Junho opened it and read the information. What is this?" Yeon reminded her. "You owe me a favor." Junho was still focused on reading the paper. "Appoint Junho to the position of elder, and appoint her as the master of the ninth young master Leyon." The more she read, the more shocked she became. He smiled brightly, holding out his hand to her. "From now on, I look forward to your guidance, master." Scene change. Yeon adjusted his clothes. Fa asked him curiously, "Starting today, right?" Seeing him able to put on the traditional clothes himself, she was moved, her eyes and nose running. Yeon smiled and replied, "Yeah, this is just the beginning." Fa sniffled. "The young master is already 13 years old." He walked to the door. "Goodbye, Nanny. I'm leaving now." He was now the 13-year-old Leyon. In the clear blue space, the sky was clear and cloudless. Yeon's voice rang out. "Good." He stood admiring the school gate. The life of a new student begins now. As he stood in line in the schoolyard, there were a few whispers about him. "Hey, isn't that the illegitimate son?" "That's right, the ninth son, Leyon. I heard he caused a lot of trouble at the selection ceremony, and the naming ceremony too." Their words were full of contempt. He probably just got lucky. After all, he's an illegitimate son. It's a bit hard to achieve such results in the naming ceremony based on luck. Right? It makes me curious too. Yeon stood properly in the ranks, unable to ignore their foul words. How many times have I heard it? Illegitimate son, illegitimate son. It's giving me a headache. Suddenly, a whisper came from beside his ear. "Oh, it's the 8th young lady." It turned out they were talking about Seo-hyun. Her elegant demeanor makes others jealous. As expected of a direct descendant of the clan, her aura is completely different. She was now the 13-year-old Lie Hai, but in Yeon's eyes, she was doing something rather strange. He noticed that people's attitude towards her was completely different from their attitude towards him. "The reaction is completely different from mine." Seo-hyun approached to greet him. "Ah, he kid." Yeon replied politely. "Yeah, long time no see." She awkwardly scratched her neck. "About that. You're not holding a grudge about the naming ceremony, are you?" he asked in confusion. "The naming ceremony." Seo-hyun quickly corrected herself. "No, I mean when I said I was disappointed." Only then did he remember. "Oh, that." Yeon predicted the future. When she grows up, she'll be no different from a cold-blooded person, but I still have to say nice things to her. "Alright, I don't mind." Seo-hyun was delighted, and wanted him to confirm. Really? She laughed carefreely. "That's a relief. You're a bit petty, aren't you?" Yeon's face darkened with anger at her words. "Do you want to explain that petty part?" Seo-hyun was still curious about many things. She asked him, "I heard you're studying with the little ant. And you even went into the library." He was about to explain, "Well that." When a loud shout announced, "All attention, new students, line up neatly. The person in the middle will now proceed with class assignments. New students whose names are called, please gather in front of your instructor in an orderly fashion." Yeon started to feel anxious. What should I do? Getting nervous. If I get assigned to a bad class, I'm screwed. He sighed helplessly. That reaction was understandable. The training period for students was 3 years, so class assignment was very important. Each grade had 5 classes, and more outstanding students were placed in higher classes. The instructor's voice rang out as he approached Seo-hyun. "Miss Lee Seo-hyun, Class 1. Congratulations." She happily accepted the admission paper. "Thanks you." Yeon was immersed in his own thoughts. Lee Seo-hyun got into Class 1 as expected. The instructor's words cut off his thoughts. Next, young Master Leyon. He stepped forward to receive the admission paper. "I'm here." "Oh, thanks." Yeon held the paper and read the information, not forgetting to glance at the expressions of others. Their unpleasant expressions are so obvious. He had already predicted where he would be sent. "I knew it would be like this, but I didn't expect them to be so blatant." Yeon seemed quite satisfied with the class he was assigned to. Class 5, also known as the junkyard, a place for repeaters and dropouts. This is all her arrangement. Her dangerousness is increasing. The class assignment for direct descendants was based on the evaluation of the naming ceremony, and the evaluation committee was in the hands of the Council of Elders and Madame Bay. Everything is probably going according to Yeon's plan. They think they've put me at a disadvantage, but on the contrary, this is better for me. It saves me effort. Just then, an instructor came to lead the way for him. Young Master Leyon, Class 5, this way. Yeon quickly turned to follow him. Understood, I'm coming. He glanced at Seo Hyun standing nearby. Her face looked a bit angry. She was so furious she was breathing fire. Why are you like this? Aren't you going to complain right away? Yeon was impressed by her reaction. Whoa, look at that face. If I don't do anything, that kid will take matters into her own hands. He paid no mind to this problem and even turned back to wave at Seo Hyun. I'm completely fine with it. Yeon returned to his plan. Now, more importantly, there's a more essential problem to be solved. Damn it. Class 5. Can I even graduate? The other kids were also wailing. What am I going to tell my father? I can't be in Class 5. Everyone at home will laugh their heads off. He was helpless with the teaching staff here. So disappointing. How can students of Subduing land have such an attitude? Suddenly, a student approached to start a conversation. You're the youngest young master of the main family, right? Yeon replied. That's right. That boy was happy. As expected. I really wanted to greet you. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Kim Han, son of a small forge that contracts with Subduing land. It's an honor to study with you, young master. Yeon was surprised, digging through his memories of relationships in his past life. Kim Han. I have no memory of him from my previous life. Yeon wondered, why me? Kim Han innocently tried to get acquainted. You're a prominent figure, young master, so I've always looked up to you as an idol. Looking at that foolish face, Yeon let down his guard. He's not lying, is he? Kim Han, right? He asked Kim Han. What do you think about being placed in Class 5? He replied naively, well, I guess my current strength is only at that level. But the kid's eyes were resolute. But who knows what the future holds? Yeon was surprised by Kim Han's reaction. The boy's optimism impressed Yeon. He smiled slightly along with Kim Han, feeling the boy's innocent joy. I like this one. You pass. His words confused Kim Han. Dub. As they entered the classroom, the old friends warmly welcomed Yeon. Nice to meet you. We're counting on you, newbie. The boy in the middle was a 15-year-old student named Choi In-ha. The other classmates were still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Let's all work hard together. That's right. If there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask. A clap cut through the excitement. Greetings are over, everyone pay attention. Dun-ho lightly tapped his chest and introduced himself. I am Lee Dun-ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5. Today, because we have new students joining, there will be no class, only a brief introduction. This person was the instructor in charge of Class 5, a 5th grade martial artist, Lee Dun-ho. Yeon watched quietly from a distance. He still looks as full of enthusiasm and determination as before. In my previous life, he also tutored me privately because I couldn't keep up. He always maintained a gentle attitude towards his students. Alright, the introduction ends here. In-ha, you guide the new students for the rest. Choi In-ha cheerfully accepted. Yes, instructor. He waved friendly. Hello everyone. New students, although it's a bit embarrassing, I've been held back for 2 years in a row, so I'm still the class president for the second year. Friends around were chattering, only Yeon and Kim Han were listening attentively. You've been standing for a long time, you must be tired. Anyone who wants to sit can sit down. Now we will choose a class president. Although we're students, there are times when we are put into real combat. Choi In-ha patiently pointed out each problem. So the class president is almost like the captain of a martial arts team. Unlike the instructor who is only responsible for training and teaching according to the plan, the class president can be seen as the person in charge of everything else in the class. A friend raised his hand and asked, so how is the class president chosen? At that moment, Yeon suddenly remembered. I forgot to explain. I don't know about other classes, but here we will have a light match and then vote for the class president. Choi In-ha clasped his hands and smiled brightly at everyone. Great. Now let's start the match. Since this is a sparring match, you can't use mana. After each match, there will be a break. Suddenly, a deep voice spoke up. Are you really serious? The boy was drenched in sweat from nervousness. Young Master Leyon, do you have any dissatisfaction? Yeon growled out each word. Everything you are doing and everything you have said. He slowly lifted a sword from the rack. Wake up. This is Subduing land. If you want to play student games, don't enter this academy. Go to a normal school in the safe zone. Choi In-ha hastily denied it. Your words are a bit too harsh. We just want to resolve this peacefully. The tip of the sword was thrust down, cracking the floor tile. You don't understand when I talk like this, do you? Yeon leaned on the hilt with both hands and challenged them in a serious voice. Come up here one by one. From now on, I will fight all of you. He gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand, trying to open his mouth wide to get more air into his lungs. The classmates were lying on the ground. Groaning, please, spare us. Choi In-ha was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. I can't believe he defeated so many people by himself. Suddenly, his name was called, making him jump. Choi and Ha, Leyon glared at him. Call the next person. Choi and Ha reluctantly nodded in fear. The pressure is terrifying. This is the last match. Leyon slung the sword over his shoulder and smiled slightly. Is that so? He raised his eyebrows in amusement. Come on, Choi and Ha. Both of them charged at each other with swords, the two blades clashing fiercely, making loud noises. While Choi and Ha was still lost in thought, Leyon had used his strength to knock his sword away. Why is he going so far? A match with no reward, no value. This is just a practice match in the academy. Leon's desperate and breathless appearance made Choi and Ha even more confused. I don't even have the ability to strike seriously. He reluctantly gritted his teeth. No, actually I know. I used to be like that too, wanting to win no matter what. Choi and Ha seized the opportunity to slash at Leon's side. He nimbly dodged it. I used to think that compromise was another way of life, that accepting reality and measuring was the right thing to do. Choi and Ha looked back in confusion. But I want to win. I crave victory so much it's driving me crazy. Leon saw an opening and swung his sword. He win. He delivered a blow to Choi and Ha's sword hand, successfully knocking the sword out of his grasp. The moment the sword was hovering over his head, Choi and Ha knew he was in danger. Choi and Ha knelt on the ground, painfully clutching his injured arm. Leon panted continuously, taken to the infirmary. His next words made Leon's eyes widen in surprise. It's not over. Choi and Ha grabbed the sword and recklessly slashed. It's not over yet. As he blocked the blow, he analyzed. Left-handed sword. He's using his left hand because his right is injured. Choi and Ha's pupils were fully dilated with a rare competitive spirit, his eyes completely different from before. With just one blow, Leon was able to knock his arm away. No, it's over. Leon switched to gripping the hilt with both hands, his eyes focused on one point. He slashed at Choi and Ha's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Choi and Ha's eyes rolled back, and saliva foamed at his mouth. In an instant, Choi and Ha was lying on the ground, while Leon stood unscathed. The other students crowded around to help him. Take him away. Leon took slow steps forward. I have lived every second as if it were an hour, every hour as if it were a year. He stepped onto the stone platform, and shouted to those below. Who doesn't know that living a peaceful life is easier? But if you don't fight for your life every second, every minute, you will eventually lose everything. That's why even when I breathe, I fight. I fight with myself and with everything around me. The injured students below stood up, gathering together. Have you ever lived like that? Leon's hand clenched into a fist, and he shouted powerfully. That is what it means to fight. Dun-ho approached from a distance and reprimanded him. You went a bit too far. 4 people have broken bones, and 3 have internal injuries. He bowed his head and closed his eyes tightly. To survive in Sunmi Land, you must at least be able to smile at such wounds. He explained, those kids all have their reasons. Eon's voice carried a cold resolve that startled Dun-ho. Instructor Lai Dun-ho, even the students have understood. Do I really need to explain it to the instructor as well? He walked past him. People like you are rare in Sunmi Land. You are a good person. Dun-ho stood there stunned as Yeon's back gradually disappeared. But they are students of Sunmi Land. If they go down the wrong path, I should pull them back, even if I have to play the villain. He was a little unhappy, quietly clenching his hand. Do your duty. From the perspective below the archway, the sky today was strangely clear and blue. Scene change. Yeon arrived at class before dawn. My whole body aches. He was busy complaining when he suddenly froze. I overdid it a bit yesterday. The students in the class were lined up neatly in the courtyard. Although some were hostile or felt uncomfortable, none of them avoided or turned away. They looked at him with determined eyes. If they were still scared like yesterday, there would be no hope, but it doesn't seem too bad. Eon walked past each person with a heavy heart. Here comes that trash. Someone from behind cheerfully called him. Young master, you're here. Seeing that it was Kim Han, Eon also greeted him cheerfully. You're early. He scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Yes, I was afraid I performed too poorly in front of you yesterday. We're still just students. It's natural to be unskilled. The bruise on Kim Han's face was still dark, but he smiled cheerfully as if it were nothing. He suddenly switched to a polite attitude. Young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you a question? Eon accepted very comfortably. Of course. Feel free to ask. Kim Han held his fist tightly, very determined. How can I become as strong as you? Eon excitedly pointed to his temple and said, first of all, I'm not skilled enough to teach anyone yet, but you have very good eyes, or maybe your intuition is quite sharp. The more he explained, the more amazed Kim Han became, his mouth forming an O. Yesterday you dodged my attack 3 times in a row, right? Make use of that. I think you're more suited to skill than strength. If you bet your life on honing what you have, one day you'll be different. Kim Han stammered for a long time before managing to say a complete sentence. Thanks you. A strange voice came from behind, making Eon turn around. Hello, young master. Choi In-ha appeared with his arm in a cast. You look pathetic. You can't train like this, can you? He sighed helplessly. If I decide to rest, will you leave me alone? Are you going to say some things like fight this and that and call me a coward? Choi In-ha quickly walked past Yeon. I just don't want to hear those words anymore, so I came out here. He smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself. He's changed. The sky was still covered in darkness, but the training ground was very lively. Assemble. Dun-ho shouted loudly. 4 on sick leave, 5 absent without reason. A total of 11 remaining. Seeing the condition of the kids made him worry. Everyone looked exhausted. The students all bowed their heads without saying anything, unlike their usual energetic selves. Moreover, the atmosphere is different. Just because of one predator, the students who were here before are this tense. Dun-ho pretended not to notice the strange atmosphere, and continued to announce. Normally today we would have a basic physical fitness test, but considering the current situation, he seemed to have made up his mind and tightened his arm. He will change the plan. Dun-ho stood in the middle of the students and shouted clearly, starting now, we will begin the physical fitness test. When the sky had brightened completely, the students were sitting scattered on the ground, panting. The physical fitness test was over. From now on, free training will be led by the class president. Although Yeon could still stand, he was also sighing warily. It took 10 hours for a physical fitness test. I'm a bit tired too. He quickly adjusted his mood. But I can't stop. Yeon took step after step up the stairs, ignoring the whispers of the students behind him. Hey, the instructor seems a bit unusual today, right? A friend quickly guessed, it's because of yesterday's match. Many people were injured. If it were before, he would have definitely let us rest. A voice cut through their conversation. Attention. Yeon stood on high and said clearly, no need for introductions. I am Lee Yeon, your class president. Choi In-ha also widened his eyes, staring at the person standing above, just as Choi In-ha had said yesterday. Him-ha looked at Yeon with admiration and listened. The class president has full authority over everything except the instructor's orders. Someone gritted their teeth in anger as he spoke. My training will be extremely harsh. Those who can keep up, keep up. Those who can't, I have no intention of dragging along. A student frowned unhappily. This hateful guy. He was a 5th class student, Kim Bo-seoam. Yeon finished with a gesture of forcefully planting the tip of his sword on the ground. If you're not satisfied with me, feel free to challenge me. Just defeat me once, and I will hand over the position of class president. He pointed with great determination. Alright, no more words. Let's start right now. Fight the person next to you. Scene change. The sun rose higher and higher. Only a few students were left on the field, panting. In the end, 6 remained. The rest had all given up halfway. All the students couldn't move even a finger. Stop. That's all for today. Dismissed. Good job. The students started to gather again, bad-mouthing Yeon. This damn bastard. I'm suffering like this because of him. I really can't stand that bastard. What's the point of this? Another friend angrily criticized. I have no intention of following that kind of thing. Kim Han, though out of breath, managed to shout. Stop it. He raised his fist and gritted his teeth. Honestly, I feel really bitter. Even though he's also very tired, we couldn't hit him even once. A student saw Choi In-ha looking dejected and asked, In-ha, what do you think? Another student added, last year we had so much fun. Or do you think? Choi In-ha tiredly cut him off, so much fun that we got held back. The other student was surprised. What? Choi In-ha struggled to stand up and explained vaguely, if things don't change this time, I will truly live as a failure. Even if my arms and legs are broken, I want to try. Once. Really, really want to. The students could only listen silently as he chided them. You guys know too. That youngest bastard. No. I mean, you understand what he's trying to do, right? The students silently watched Choi In-ha walk away. Even though his whole body was unsteady, he was extremely determined. I will try to fight. This time might really be the last. So wake up. Don't resist uselessly or pretend not to know anymore. One fine day, at the lab, amidst the cold sound of machinery. Come on kid, transform your form. Yeon was sitting motionless on a chair with his eyes closed, holding a green flame in his hand. The green flame, which was burning brightly a second ago, flickered out the next. Stop. That's enough for today. Jinho pulled at her hair in frustration. Failed again. Every time I try to create an aura, its form collapses. She repeatedly pointed at the paper, exasperated. I didn't expect this problem to appear after reaching 3-star. Yeon raised his hand and waved it a few times. If only there were documents on how the ancients used mana, it would be great. He sat motionless on the chair, lost in thought. If it's the memory of infinity. But I still haven't read the next memory. Anyway, the trip to the library was more fruitful than expected. Since ancient times, humans have had to fight against those dark things. That thing was covered in black gas that terrified even the 7 monsters. Even the valiant generals of the kingdom were defeated. That black gas hid in the deep mountains. Countless heroes sealed it at the northern 10,000 Demon Mountain. The king granted land to honor their meritorious deeds. The heroes, grateful for the king's grace, created a sword. A sword they created together to enlighten humanity. At that time, they named it Infinity. Leyon clenched his fist. Finding information about infinity is a great harvest. Junho's mood suddenly bloomed unusually. Anyway, you've touched aura. Reaching 3-star on your own is really respectable. She looked at him affectionately. The current deadlock will be resolved soon. In fact, the amplification and transformation techniques are almost perfected by you. Leyon buttoned his shirt and replied. Yes, thank you for always teaching me. He looked at Junho with sparkling eyes and reminded her, and, after reaching 3-star, what will I learn next? She picked up a pen and explained patiently. You will learn how to use Genki-gong and aura skills, but it will take a lot of time to master them. Junho eagerly waited for Leyon to share with her. By the way, how is the student training going? You always look so tired. He let out a long sigh. It's just the usual. Junho's eyes crinkled in a smile, full of anticipation. Oh, really? If you're having trouble, let me lend a hand. Leyon was startled. How are you going to help? Junho placed a hand on her chest and confidently declared, you'll find out soon enough. Just trust me. Very quickly, he found himself staring blankly, a little regretful. Just hearing the word trust makes me nervous. A gentle breeze lifted Junho's hair, making it flutter. Today, there will be a special lecture on magic. Everyone, please straighten your attire and hold your positions. The woman, wearing a pristine white lab coat, stood seriously before the class. This is Elder Lai Junho, a researcher from the fog. Junho pointed towards her and reminded them, everyone, applaud. Junho rubbed her face and chuckled a few times. Oh, this is so embarrassing. She picked up a piece of chalk and winked at the students. I don't like to dawdle, so let's start the lecture right away. Seeing Junho chattering enthusiastically on the podium, a thought crossed Yeon's mind. It seems she's growing to like teaching more and more. She clapped her hands together, making a loud sound. All right, the boring part of the lecture is now over. Junho was so excited she seemed to glow. I will pass down the improved version of the iron wire technique developed by the Research Institute. Junho was utterly confused. Didn't the lesson just end? Junho rolled up her sleeves and said loudly, what are you talking about? The main part starts now. Everyone, sit up straight. I'm only going to demonstrate this once, so you'd better focus. Yeon, pushed along by her, was also bewildered. What is happening? Junho chattered on from behind him. When a direct descendant enters the academy, they are usually supported in this way. But you didn't have anything, so I decided to put in a little effort. A warmth spread through his body, and he smiled. Thanks you. Alright, that's good. Junho patted his back a few times reassuringly. If the theory is correct, your power should double. Isn't that great? Yeon took a deep breath, collecting himself. Yes, you're amazing. Junho clapped his hands continuously, urging the students on. Everyone, pay attention. From now on, we will continue with sparring matches, directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Everyone, find an opponent. Yeon instinctively turned around when he heard his name called. Young master, be my opponent. Choi Eun-ha already had her sword in hand, stating beforehand, I won't go easy on you. Yeon excitedly pointed the tip of his sword towards her. It's an honor to fight you. I'll give you the first move. Seeing the two children rush at each other with all their might, Junho remarked, my little kid is so ruthless. She watched intently, unable to look away. Thinking, he looks just like I did when I was young. Suddenly, whispers from behind caught Junho's attention. Honestly, I can't stand that kid. The students were huddled together, murmuring. Even if he's a second son and gets discriminated against, he's completely different from us. A different physique, and he even unlocked a special ability. Our starting lines were different from the very beginning. Another student pointed resentfully. That's right. We've also tried our best, but what does he know about that? Junho suddenly appeared behind them, startling them. Hey, kids. The students, caught off guard, stammered. You haven't left yet. Junho brought her face close to one of the students. Were you just talking about my kid? No, about my disciple. Fear filled the students' hearts. That look on her face. They bowed in apology. We're sorry, we spoke too harshly. Flames of anger seemed to erupt from Junho. What do you think you know? Daring to say such things to that child. The students trembled. Please forgive us. Another student approached her and questioned, but doesn't the young master also know nothing? Bozong greeted Junho with a dissatisfied attitude. We've also put in a lot of effort, but every time we're treated as if we're nothing. It's only natural that there are differences when you grow up in different circumstances, right? Is that right? Junho turned away coldly. Do you really know nothing? He looked bewildered. She gave Bozong a meaningful glance. Yes, perhaps it's better not to know. If you knew how different that child's day is from yours, you would realize that your lives are nothing but a child's game. Bozong angrily clenched his fists, veins popping. What's so different about that second son anyway? He gritted his teeth in determination. Alright, fine. I'll show you. The sun was now at its peak. Today's training ends here. Bozong frowned slightly. Glancing to the side. He looked at Yom, who was sitting and resting, with envious eyes. See, what's so different? All this talk about struggle. In the end, his struggle is just because he was blessed differently than us. A group of students approached Bozom and whispered, "Weren't you guys saying you wanted to follow the youngest son today?" One of the students looked at him worriedly. "But is it okay to just walk around the family grounds like this?" Bozom said with certainty, "We're cadets, so it's fine. Besides, we're not going anywhere dangerous. That second son doesn't live in the main family's area." There was an indescribable determination in his eyes. "I can't just let him keep getting ahead like this. Today, I'll see for myself." The sky gradually darkened, and the courtyards outside had long since fallen silent. Bozom and the other students hid behind a wall, waiting. How long has he been in the research area? It's already 900 them. The mushroom-headed cadet wiped his nose, looking bored. Bozom, let's go home. The training during the day has made me so sleepy. Another student chimed in. I'm exhausted too. The friend sitting in the middle agreed. Alright, we don't even know what that second son is doing in there anyway. Seeing the other students wave goodbye one by one, Bozom scoffed, weaklings. Just as he saw Yeon walk out, his spirits lifted. He's out. Yeon rubbed his body, trying to console himself. Keep it up. Bozom silently followed Yeon's every step. Finally going home. He pushed open the door to another courtyard, surprising Bozom. The training ground. That area is for the direct lineage, he can't get in there. A strange sound came from within the courtyard, startling the group outside. The mushroom-headed cadet asked in confusion, "What's that sound?" The student next to him was also skeptical. The sound of training. The student behind them frowned and advised, Bozom, it seems that young master is really formidable. Let's stop. He wasn't wrong about anything. The cadet was still chattering, we'll just try hard like in Ha. Bozom angrily cut him off. I never skip my personal training either. There's no difference. The two students following him looked at each other for a moment, no one dared to say another word. Bozom just stood silently, and watched the other two cadets leave. What's the difference between me and that second son? The two friends also left awkwardly. Well, sorry, we're heading back first. Bozom hid to the side, observing Yeon taking a break. I will definitely prove that I'm not wrong. He continued down the dark corridor. Bozom followed closely, trying not to be discovered. Seeing Yeon enter a building gave him a little excitement. Finally, he's home. From behind, a light shone on Bozom. Hey, who's there? Stop. The night patrol guard pushed up his cap to get a better look at the person in front of him. What's this? A cadet. The guard shone a flashlight on him, examining him. Master Leyon walks around at this hour every night, but I didn't expect him to bring a cadet with him. Bozom was shocked. Every night. He raised his hands, trying to find an excuse. Well, I had some business. The guard urged him impatiently. This is not allowed according to the rules. Go back quickly. Bozom slowly lowered his hands, his eyes still sneaking a glance behind him. Yes. Seeing the light on the second floor of Yam's building still on, he wondered, the light is still on. It's 2 AM already. Bozom turned to leave, muttering, well then, I wish you luck. This time, he didn't hesitate and just turned and walked away. Let's go. As dawn broke, the sun had not yet risen, only the faint light of early morning was visible. The next morning, 500 AM, the training ground for Class 5. Bozom closed his eyes and rubbed his head tiredly. As expected, I came back too late yesterday. He slowly lowered his hand, his face filled with utter astonishment at the sight before him. Eon had already arrived and was warily rubbing his shoulder. He looks really tired. Even with the blessed physique and abundant magical power of the direct lineage, can a 13-year-old child endure a life of sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a day? Remembering yesterday, Bozom felt ashamed for the time he had spent lounging on a chair. And what about me? When I get home, I usually watch or play games to relax. For the first time, he walked towards Yon without any envy. I also do personal training, but I still get enough sleep, rest, and entertain myself properly. Yon looked up at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Yon frowned slightly at Bozom's question. Aren't you tired? A moment later, his reply made Bozom freeze. So you were one of the people following me yesterday. Suddenly Bozom confessed his feelings, leaving Yon speechless. That's right. As a member of the direct lineage, you get support. And your starting point is different. And what's more, you're so sincere. Yon recounted, I've lived like this since I was a child. Before joining the cadet corps, I slept a little longer. Of course, I get tired from not sleeping enough. Bozom lowered his head in shame. Then why? Why do you go to such lengths? Yon stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying softly, you already know the answer. He reluctantly bowed his head, his lips trembling from trying to keep them shut. After Yam's figure had disappeared into the distance, Bozom cursed under his breath. Damn it. Tison held his sword, his mind focused as he stood still in the vast hall. Someone entered from outside, drawing his attention. At the clan's grand hall, Butler Choi brought a stack of papers. Patriarch, the official documents for the mission you assigned have been processed. Tison held out his hand. Let me see. He picked up each sheet and looked at it carefully. This is not enough. These are better bank missions. It will be very dangerous for the current level of the cadet corps. Jason turned to the butler, expressing his concern. Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people can't. Right now, I need to create people who can survive. The butler bowed his head slightly as if he understood. I understand. I will handle it according to your instructions. Then he hesitated for a moment before continuing. There is one more matter to report. A quiet silence enveloped the grand hall. A moment later, Tizen spoke. The youngest did that. Thinking of the child who was not like a child, he remarked, that kid has had a different look in his eyes since he was young. The eyes of someone who has been deprived, who has been knocked down to the very bottom. Tizen looked at his own fist in confusion. But leading people and changing them is a completely different matter. He handed the stack of documents back to Butler Choi, not forgetting to adjust the content of the test a little. Coincidentally, the 8th child is in the same class. Raise the level of the entire cadet corps. He quickly took the documents. Yes, I understand. Tizen gave a meaningful smile. Does that boy really have what it takes to lead people? This time, I will watch him closely. Early one morning at the training ground for Class 5, Dunho walked into the training ground with curiosity. The scene before him made him stare wide-eyed. I lost, I surrender. Damn it, it's not over yet. The students were lined up neatly, jogging around the field. These kids are out here this early on a weekend. Other students were paired up for sparring, which reassured Dunho a little. Well then, no need to assemble them. A student happened to turn around and saw Dunho. Instructor, you're here. He praised them. Yes, working hard even on the weekend. Dunho approached the student and said softly, if anyone is not here, go and call them back. I have an announcement to make. The boy quickly complied. Yes, sire. After everyone had gathered, he announced in a serious tone, although it's a bit sudden, the schedule for the first quarter evaluation has been moved up. Dunho is very excited to share the good news with the students. Therefore, it has been decided to grant a 1-week leave beforehand. Consider this your last break and rest well. He had more to say but suddenly stopped. In the end, seeing the students, though covered in injuries, were still in high spirits made Dunho very satisfied. No need to remind them to maintain a minimum level of training even during the break. He shouted loudly to the class, I trust you all know how to take care of yourselves. You've worked hard. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, Yeong bowed his head in deep thought. A sudden leave like this and the quarterly evaluation moved up. Is this okay? Feeling someone behind him, he looked up. Why hasn't everyone left yet? Kim Han smiled brightly, we were looking at you, young master. Choyan had glanced at Yeong, probing, what are you planning to do during this break, young master? He gave a vague answer that left the other students bewildered. A leave is each person's private time, why are you asking me? The next sentence confused them even more, their jaws dropping. Rest when you need to rest. I have no intention of forcing you during the break. They started whispering among themselves. I never thought I'd hear those words from the young master. Honestly, we thought the young master would throw us into hellish training, like, is there anyone who actually plans to rest, and then force us all into a focused training session? Seeing them openly badmouthing him to his face, Yeong raised an eyebrow, annoyed. Why don't you just say it louder? What do you take me for? Then he made a suggestion that made them all jump in fear. So, should we try a redo of the first day during this break? Yeong let out a sigh of resignation. Rest when you need to. Resting is important too. I know that even if I tell you to rest, you won't just sit around doing nothing. Just take care of yourselves, get some good rest. And I'll see you after the break. He had barely taken a few steps after turning away when the whole class behind him cheered enthusiastically. One fine day at Lee Gaeonho's research lab, Gaeonho questioned with a dissatisfied, stern voice, I heard you gotta leave. I have a ton of research to do, you know. She was forced by Yeong to sit and read a book and was even criticized for it. You were just playing with your phone and looking at random things. Gaeonho shouted in anger, what do you mean random things? I was reading that Choi In-hel was recognized by the family head, and that her leukemia was cured. Yeong became curious, wait, what exactly are you reading? He changed the subject with a serious tone. About that, was the quarterly assessment really moved up on my father's orders? Onho nodded in confirmation. The order came directly from him. Yeong bowed his head, falling into a dark bit of panic. Then this test will be even harsher than I imagine. I'm currently stuck at a magic power wall. To break through, I might have to seek out the next memory of the infinite. Remembering his previous failure, Yeong became frustrated. If it can't read the memory, it means I'm still missing something. I tried to improve it to see if I could unlock the next memory, but that didn't work either. While Yeong was distracted, the stack of documents next to him wobbled. I guess I can only keep looking for a way. Suddenly, the entire stack of papers fell to the floor. What was that? You should be more careful. All the documents were scattered on the ground. I told you to clean this place up. As he was picking them up, he suddenly saw something. What is this? The research document was about harmony. The decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their intended purpose. It can be inferred that in those times, human techniques were focused on fighting monsters. Yang read the research intently while analyzing intended purpose. The bamboo demon must be the same. The original bamboo demon is an excessive technique. Suddenly, he shot up, causing Seo-hun to pause her eating. Huh? What's wrong, kid? Yang rushed off somewhere, not forgetting to say goodbye. Auntie, I get it now. I'll explain later. I have to go to the training ground right now. Seo-hun was still bewildered. Before she could understand anything, the documents on the table flew everywhere. She watched as Yang disappeared like the wind and shouted, "You damn kid." A blue light enveloped the sword. A hand gently reached out and grasped the hilt. Yang held the sword tightly in a ready stance. Now, let's imagine an opponent. He closed his eyes, trying to focus his mind. In Yang's mind appeared a large, dark entity. Something bigger than me. A monster of a different species than humans. A giant beast. A technique that disregards efficiency, combos, power conservation, dodging, or defense. The more he focused, the more the blue stream of power was absorbed by the sword. Flashy things without destructive power or just to deceive the opponent are useless. Yang's center of gravity suddenly shifted, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. The clear purpose of the bamboo demon. A massive explosion erupted, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Yang leaped up, raising the glowing sword in his hand. Slaying monsters. In the direction of the blade was a large, dark monster with many tentacles below. He made a long, precise slash, cutting the monster in half. The sword emitted a powerful light, and Yang's entire body was enveloped in the same light. Smoke continued to rise, and a gentle breeze blew through Yang's hair. He stood silently in the smoke, the entire space submerged in silence. At that moment, a wisp of black smoke boiled around the sword. All right. Darkness gradually swallowed Yang, but he looked on with anticipation. Now, what will appear? As the darkness faded, Yang looked around in confusion. Where is this? A hazy courtyard appeared before his eyes. A training ground. It's exactly the same as when I first received the infinite. Why does the perspective change only when I read the infinite's memories? Yang hid behind a pillar, startled by something he saw. A martial artist was fighting inside. That person is the one from the infinite's memory last time. His speed is incredible. Yang's pupils widened in amazement. What is that? At first, he held a sword in his hand, but a second later it turned into a spear. Seeing that the aura around the man was a bit unusual, he concluded, when the weapon changes, the aura changes with it. Very quickly, the weapon in his hand became an axe. It's not that his aura is changing, but the infinite itself is transforming the aura. Yang's eyes couldn't keep up with the man's movements. Did he change his method again? The martial artist paused for a moment to talk to someone. Don't peek at others' training. The other person was curious. Since you got it, have you named those techniques yet? The martial artist shook his head. Not yet. Actually, they're not at the level of being called techniques yet. The other person suggested, then let me name them for you. What do you think of 10,000 transformations? Yang quickly hid when he saw them move. Not bad. The martial artist suddenly asked in a cold voice, hey, did you bring someone here? The more the other person denied it, the more anxious he became. No way. The space seemed to be torn apart. Something just flashed by, causing everything to be disturbed. The two of them started to clash swords again. Trying to have a match. What reason would I have to bring someone here? Yang peeked out to observe further. He caught a glimpse of someone's fluttering hair. Yang looked very carefully at the cold face of the newcomer, those eyes and that hair color. When he saw the person's identity clearly, he recognized the characteristics of the direct line of the Sun family. The dark night sky covered the vast forest. At the same time, a car was speeding along. Yang rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window into the distance as a stream of thoughts ran through his mind. This scene is no different from the future or the past. A somewhat old, gray wall loomed in the middle of the forest, looking rather strange and mysterious. The wall separated the safe zone from the danger zone. A long time ago, a giant rift appeared near the Pacific Ocean, a mysterious space that humans had never officially explored. And from it, never before seen monsters poured out. Humanity fought against the monsters for a long time to reclaim their territory, but there were still unexplored lands. These places were called unexplored areas or danger zones. He continued his old habit of resting his hand and thinking about everything, posing dozens of challenging questions in his head. Meanwhile, a curious voice sounded in his ear. They say that recently the walls have divided the safe zones and the danger zones, right? Kim Hun broke the silence. He smiled brightly, his eyes closed. The closer we get to the danger zone, the more desolate the scenery becomes. Yang quickly replied, but we are still inside the walls, so the level of destruction is only so much. The pioneering villages near the danger zones have a very backward level of civilization. He remembered his difficult past life with a helpless and somewhat stifled expression. In my past life, I also lived there for a while to hide. The car spat through the city walls at an incredible speed. Everyone should be on guard. The wheels suddenly screeched to a halt. A mysterious voice rang out. Because from now on, the place we are entering. When the wheels stopped, everyone got out of the car one by one. Leyon looked carefully ahead at a completely unexplored dungeon. Immediately after, the instructor in charge called the members. Instructor Dunho's face was devoid of any superfluous expression, both serious and somewhat authoritative. Assemble, we will set up a base here. Check the necessary supplies, and then begin the test. Leyon and the other students quickly assembled, each with a serious expression on their face. Everyone listened intently to the instructions and guidance from the instructor in charge. The escort guards are only responsible for protecting this base. From now on, you must take care of everything yourselves. Dunho patted his chest to reassure the young students, finally showing a bit of emotion. He lightly punched his chest, his eyes determined as he spoke clearly. But I'm not worried. He looked up at his students, his eyes full of determination. I will provide as much support as I can as the instructor at this base. Everyone, show everything you have prepared until now. The students' simultaneous response was powerful and heroic, as if it could shake the heavens and the earth. Yes, sir. After the instructor's instructions, Leyon stepped forward to stand in front of his classmates with an equally serious face to talk about taking on the position. From now on, I will take command. At this point, his face began to change. His vague eyes and contemplative expression made people shiver and not dare to look him directly in the eye. But before that, he continued to speak with a cold, expressionless face. It's certain that this test has become more difficult because of me. This is the last chance. Anyone who wants to leave should leave now. In the forest of human-faced spiders, countless white silk threads were strung across the canopy, creating a dark and creepy space. That's right, anyone who looked at it would know that this quarterly test was not for ordinary students. A dungeon full of spiderwebs meant that any intruder would be immediately detected by the monsters. Remembering his father's resolute attitude, he thought to himself, so our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest. This is clearly a test set by my father. His train of thought was suddenly cut off as a firm voice rang out. Now, no matter how you test me, it will be useless. Inha spoke with a very determined attitude, as if nothing could shake her will. All members of Class 5 will not run away or give up. Kim Han also smiled in response with no less confidence. That's right, young master. Leyon, with his powerful aura that was overwhelming, continued solemnly. We trust in you. Leon's face showed surprise for a moment, as if he couldn't contain his astonishment, but then he quickly let out a sigh and a light laugh, beginning his teasing. He swept his eyes over them, and after seeing everyone's expressions, he began to tease. You guys say these cheesy lines so naturally. Boson couldn't help but feel embarrassed, blushing as he said, that's because the young master created such an atmosphere. After the somewhat awkward and playful exchange, everyone's spirits seemed to be much higher. Leyon propped his hands on his hips, his face confident, as he directed everyone to begin. Alright, you understand. No one is giving up. Final communication check. Recheck supplies, then enter the forest. With enthusiastic spirits, they shouted in unison, yes, sir, the forest of human-based spiders. They act with the same instincts as ants or bees, making them very difficult to deal with. Stepping into the forest, he lowered his voice and asked, I'm sure everyone is clear on this. The group began to advance into the forest. Leyon briefly reviewed the mission and the forest for everyone. Our mission is to record the behavior of the spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years using recording equipment. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked towards Choi. In-ha. From now on, the commander is Choi In-ha. She couldn't help but be surprised, her eyes widening as she asked, "Oh, what do you mean?" He turned back and pointed to himself to clarify, I will act alone. I will be the bait for the spiders. The others had confused faces, as if they had many questions, and then screamed in horror as they understood the situation, their expressions twisting uncontrollably. What? The purple and large spiders and the white webs wrapped around the tree canopies. At this time, Leyon had already separated from the others and continued on his own. He held a sword and decisively plunged it into a giant spider. Green fluids gushed out everywhere, splattering on his clothes. Leon's face was drenched in sweat, panting for breath. Finally got them all together. He was now standing in the middle of a swarm of huge spiders with sharp teeth and blood-red eyes. It seems killing a few to lure them with danger pheromones was worth it. The human-based spiders would bring high-value prey back to the nest to feed their larvae. Leon's eyes stared intently at a spider approaching. He thought to himself, the easiest way to make them see me as. Leyon began to display his power. One hand lightly touched the sword, and emerald green rays of light appeared, dazzling the entire area. Nutritious prey is to prove that the prey possesses terrifying power. Leyon began to move his sword. The spiders swarmed from all sides, wanting to attack him with hatred. His gaze froze. Green liquid splattered everywhere. The spiders with their blazing red eyes pounced on Leyon, each gaze filled with a thick killing intent, but it couldn't faze him in the slightest. Leyon tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes locked on their every move. At that moment, he seemed extremely calm, his expression unwavering. Facing the sharp fangs rushing towards him, Leyon just curled his lip in contempt. He lay in a strange place, his eyes darting around in search. Before asking himself, is this? Suddenly, Leon's eyes lit up as he realized, inside a human-faced spider's cocoon. Then it's just his plan. He began to use magic, and blue rays of light enveloped his body. My stomach is a little upset from the poison, but my condition isn't too bad. First, I need to use invisibility to suppress my presence. Yang swung his sword, cutting the thick threads in front of him to avoid that meaningless obstacle. The threads began to break, falling gently. Immediately after, he sat up and began to search for their larvae. If this is their nest, the larvae must be concentrated here. Yang used his sword to pierce the nest, creating a gap to see more clearly. He suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with disbelief. When he looked through the gap, Yang's eyes widened in amazement. In front of him were cocoons scattered everywhere. Why are there so many food cocoons? It can't be just the number they caught today. They should have eaten them all long ago. Why? Thinking this, a chill suddenly ran down Yang's spine, his eyes filled with shock. An unusually jet black spider cocoon looked extremely eerie, unlike any other cocoon. What is that? The cocoon began to stir, and streams of black and purple energy radiated everywhere. He began to sense something unusual from the cocoon, his face showing clear confusion. Yang lightly touched his chest. A stream of black energy was nestled on him. The dark energy is resonating with it. The cocoon gradually broke, and a stream of purple energy emanated around. Immediately after, a roof spider leg stepped out amidst the sticky liquid. Sharp, thorn-like fingernails that looked like human hands began to claw their way out of the mess. A half-human, half-spider queen stood right in front of him with 3 pairs of deep black eyes, a gruesome smile, and a grotesque form. It was the human-faced spider queen, a level 5 monster. A horrifying tone came from its mouth. My children, are you hungry? Ong used his hands to clutch the cocoon that imprisoned him, trying to look through the newly broken gap to get a better view of the spider queen. A level 6 spider queen in a dungeon that can use human language. No, it hasn't opened its mouth. The black claws began to rush forward. It aimed straight for the nearest cocoons. At the same time, Yang's thoughts raced. Then could it be that the dark energy is reading this spider queen's consciousness? The spider queen ruthlessly pierced through those cocoons. A stream of purple energy escaped. Then, with a powerful force, it plunged into the cocoon that enveloped him, shattering it in an instant. Yang quickly crawled out of the cocoon. He did his best to avoid the fangs and debris. He told himself, there's no more time to maintain the invisibility spell. The spider queen stood before Yang, a strange light emanating from its lower eyes. He, with his small frame, was sitting in front of the massive spider queen, amidst the dust and smoke that had not yet settled after the collapse. When it saw the green liquid clinging to Yang's body, it questioned, what are you? The thing that woke me is inside you. Why does a human have that? That thing is. The spider queen roared in anger, its face contorting, its 3 pairs of eyes glowing brightly, its sharp mouth opening abnormally wide. Give it to me. Yang did not flinch. He raised his sword towards it, his eyes incredibly brave as if ready to welcome the challenge. A terrifying pressure that only a high-level predator can create. Yang stared at the spider queen while thinking, but unfortunately, pressure doesn't work on me. The spider queen, seeming not to have expected this, was stunned, its sharp face growing angrier but losing much of its power. You dare to resist my magic power? It scowled at him, opening its sharp mouth to shout. You insolent thing. Finally, it had to use its 6 eyes with sparks of fire to look at the forest that had been blown up. A large fire burned everywhere. Stones were sent flying, making the scene extremely chaotic. Looking at the raging fire, a sense of helplessness flashed through its mind. My forest. Behind it, Yang smirked at the questions. What on earth did you do? He flashed a bright smile, illuminating the dark forest, his eyes shining, a mix of contempt and victory. That's a weapon called an explosive magic bullet. Fortunately, this monstrous forest has a lot of flammable things. They simply detonated them on my signal. At this time, Group 1 arrived one by one, their spirits soaring. Group 1, depart. We'll reach the nest in 30 minutes at most. On the instructor's side, he was also busy, his eyes glued to the screen, watching and wearing headphones to explain the positions and tasks in detail. He was highly focused, not allowing a single moment to be wasted. This is the base camp. The young master has detected a level 5 magic source in the nest. It seemed the other side caught the signal of Dunho's hesitation and hurriedly replied, I'm fine. Make sure to support the students first. At this time, the spider queen gritted its teeth in anger, and began to resist Yang. A mere human dares. With its half-human, half-spider body it stood leisurely among the red-eyed spiders, raising its hands and head to howl in fury. The other spiders began to go wild, as if they wanted to tear apart anything that invaded and hindered them. Children, hurry, protect my forest. He looked tiny standing before the spider queen's spiky leg, like a small ant lost in a new world. I will personally crush you. The spider queen continued to display its authority, ready to advance. Arrogant child, do you think you can defeat me alone? Do you believe in your teammates who are rushing to the nest? Are you sure they can get here? You can't do anything to me. It looked down at Yang with its glowing eyes, but what surprised it was that he showed no sign of wavering. Only, you are underestimating me. The spider queen froze, exclaiming in shock. What? Leyon closed his eyes, a calm expression on his face that was hard to hide. Then he smiled, looking at the Spider Queen, one hand gripping his sword, the other performing a spell, as if the game had just begun. At this moment, Group 1 was advancing. The young team leader tried to direct everyone's actions. All groups, continue to fire explosive rounds to attract the human-faced spiders. Group 1 will go straight to the nest to support the young master and open a retreat path. Bozong blurted out a question while everyone was still trying to run as fast as possible. Wait, there's a variable in the nest, and we're just going to act like this. Choi In-ha maintained his composure, rushing forward to explain to him. This is the young master's order. We'll just follow the plan. However, Choi In-ha's eyes still changed vaguely, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Young master, please try to hold on a little longer. The forest was engulfed in a sea of fire, burning a vast area. The ground shook continuously, and debris fell randomly in the air. In the chaos, the Spider Queen's voice rang out, filled with indignation. Why? The Spider Queen couldn't contain its madness, roaring and venting. Why aren't you dead yet? Why are you still standing there? Leon's face was half hidden in the darkness amidst the debris of the chaos. He let out a sharp breath, his eyes looking up at the Spider Queen. Those eyes. What on earth are you seeing? The golden Neon's eyes appeared and widened in surprise. Hidden things, invisible flows of power. Eyes that can see through things are called magic eyes. He covered his mouth with his hand after vomiting blood, trying to minimize the mess. Thanks to the magic eyes, I can read the flow of magic power and avoid fatal blows, but the power difference is too great, so I can't completely avoid them. Eon took a blue potion from his clothes and poured it on his injured arm. Fortunately, this Spider Queen has just hatched and can't control its body perfectly. Even though I have many wounds, I won't back down. There is only one chance. Eon grabbed his sword with both hands, his face forward. The blue light from the sword flooded the area. Eon used the basic form of the 10,000 transformations. His eyes shone brightly in the night as he tried to swing forward. In an instant, a swath of blue light covered the massive Spider Queen. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and streaks of green slime splattered. Eon tried to look at it, gasping for breath with difficulty. Too shallow. The Spider Queen began to writhe after losing some parts of its body. It cried out in despair and pain. Then his thoughts followed. As expected, cutting through that thick skin with just one blow is too difficult. The Spider Queen struggled to its feet. From behind, one could clearly see the Spider Queen with its 6 sharp horns. It was suffering many injuries from the sword strike. In its extreme pain it uttered a curse. I will turn you into my subordinate. Pull out what's inside you, then heal myself, and then you will. It still refused to bow its head. Its hands emanated a purple light as if to challenge its opponent, enduring the pain in the endlessness. Eon gritted his teeth, dodging the beams of light from it. A beam of light landed on his head, as if transmitting a hallucination directly into his brain. A vacant look flashed in Leon's eyes. A voice echoed in his head, submit. As soon as the word was spoken, his head felt like it would explode. Eon clutched his head and screamed in pain. Seeing this, the Spider Queen laughed with delight, looking more satisfied than ever. The arrogant face. The laughter was cut short. Suddenly, it vomited the same green liquid, catching it off guard. It covered its hideous face with its sharp iron hands in utter shock. What the hell is this? You. The Spider Queen raised its black, veiny hands towards him as if to crush him. Eon stood still, not advancing or retreating, staring at it. Then he opened his mouth to give it a piece of advice it would no longer have a chance to use. You should be careful. Spiders and insects are naturally weak to fire. The spider writhed in the flames, desperately trying to escape. Meanwhile, Leyon said coldly, it's too late. At this moment, the others had arrived, rushing to check the situation. Sorry, we were delayed because we had to clear a path. He laughed and put his arm around Kim Hun's neck, while Kim Hun's face had already wilted. When we get back, I'll give you guys special training. Kim Hun sighed and said, you're still saying that even in this situation. With that, everyone quickly left. Kim Hun supported the injured Lai Yong. Alright, let's get out of the nest quickly. They shouted in unison, yes, sir. Meanwhile, the instructors in charge were meeting. Each one, in turn, suspected that Team 5 had given up. Team 5 of the first years is behind schedule. We received a report that they returned 30 minutes ago. Didn't they abandon the mission like Team 4? It's understandable. It's a special level 6 dungeon, after all. And there was an anomaly. Just then, Instructor Dun Ho pushed open the door, breaking the atmosphere of suspicion. The instructor's face showed clear urgency. Sorry for being late. Many were injured, so we had to take them to the hospital first. Dun Ho walked to the podium, holding a remote. I'll start my presentation now. I will report immediately. His face was grim as if he was reliving that time, very seriously recounting from beginning to end. Team 5's mission was to record the movements of the adult human-faced spiders in the forest. However, during the mission, we discovered an anomaly and proceeded to gather information. First, Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and placed 132 explosive magic bullets. Suddenly, an instructor interrupted, his face a mixture of disbelief and worry as he asked, "Wait, did I hear that right? You used firepower?" Dong Ho affirmed without hesitation. "Yes, that's correct. In addition, we used 52 rounds when engaging the monsters, for a total of 184 rounds." The instructor who had spoken before shouted in anger. He stood up, slamming his hand on the table, his attitude extremely furious. "Were you trying to level the entire dungeon?" In the previously quiet room, a torrent of questions erupted. The instructor yelled. Initially, the mission was just to film the anomaly. "Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and called it a success." Instructor Lai's face darkened, his eyes slightly averted as if not wanting to look directly, and he slowly replied. The mission was completed accurately. He had no intention of stopping, continuing to shout, "Where's the footage? Show it now." Just then, Leyon opened the door and walked in, holding a recording device. He quickly spoke up to diffuse the atmosphere. "Sorry for being late. The recording device was damaged. It took some time to recover it. Here is the video." Leon handed the recording device to the young instructor Lai. He looked at his hand in surprise. Seo Hun's face turned purple with anger. She covered her mouth and tried to whisper to Leon, "You crazy bastard, is setting off bombs in a dungeon a normal thing to do? Also, you didn't have to get caught alive." Leon didn't look at Seo Hun, still responding with a calm demeanor, "If you want to film, this is the surest way." The room fell silent again, with only a faint, disbelieving voice. The instructor rubbed his forehead with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist, his face ashen, his eyes vacant, feeling completely caught off guard. The report's content perfectly matches the footage. Using bombs in a dungeon is like bringing a can of gasoline into a burning house. Do you think this is a reasonable plan? Leon, still full of heroic spirit, his face unchanging, calmly retorted, "I just chose the option with the highest success rate for the mission. With a standard plan, would the students have been able to succeed?" He immediately hesitated. That. The boy's eyebrows began to furrow, but his eyes remained steadfast, and he continued to speak frankly, "I would rather use any means necessary to complete the mission than fail or give up." Leon was not at all worried, he frankly expressed, "The military academy is a place that only looks at results, that's all." The instructor clasped his hands in front of his face, looking to one side, trying to think of a way out. "Isn't it a variable?" "It looks like a variable, but in reality, it was the plan." That second son had absolute faith in his plan. The other instructors began to exchange lively opinions, their faces all grim. It was clear the victory leaned towards Leyon. The young master's plan is too groundbreaking. It can't be used as an example, and it's difficult to grade. Leon finally allowed his facial muscles to relax, a slight smile on his face, his eyes extremely confident amidst the praise surrounding him. But since he completed the mission without any casualties, it can be said that it's a perfect score. In this assessment, Team 5 was the only team to achieve a perfect score. In the Grand Hall of the Sun family, a voice reported, 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, many with minor injuries. Since the contract includes a clause waiving personal rights, there is no cause for concern. Tin held the report in his hand, his face grim as he asked, "What about the aftermath measures for the casualties in this assessment?" Butler Choi replied softly, "The medical expenses for the seriously injured will be fully covered, and as for those who suffer from severe after effects to the point of being unable to recover." Knowing he was struggling with that part, Tin turned to another page and said, "Continue reporting on the progress. You've worked hard." Butler Choi replied politely, "Yes, I understand." Then he turned around, picked up the remote and turned it on, saying, "And here are the documents about the dungeons we received reports on this time." Thiessen observed everything, putting his hand to his mouth in admiration. It really did have an effect. Looking at the screen, he commented, "The forest of Inyanju was already in a dangerous area." Butler Choi agreed. "Yes, it's located in the northernmost part of Gangwon province." In the video, the image of the Spider Queen appeared. It angrily ordered the spiders to attack, then the footage became distorted. Tin commented, "It's short." Butler Choi agreed, and explained what he knew. According to the report, the recovered video only goes this far, but it seems to have been edited. Thiessen raised his teacup and took a sip, commenting gently, "This child is interesting." Then he opened his eyes, smiled, and asked, "What do you think?" Butler Choi placed his hand on his chest, and answered with his true feelings, "He overcame a difficult mission with his intelligence, which is truly amazing. However, I am concerned that the young master takes orthodox tactics and strategies too lightly." Hearing this answer, Thiessen became thoughtful. "Even you think so?" This made him curious. Is an image of Yong's fighting style from the last time appeared in his mind. Thiessen commented honestly, "Unconventional, unorthodox. Those are just expressions of his boldness. Only when one has mastered the orthodox fighting style can one create such miraculous moves." Not only the students but even the instructors did not object to this plan. That is enough to prove the youngest's leadership ability. He spread the reports out with his hand and said calmly, "The fact is that no information was leaked, and the plan was a complete success." Then Thiessen clasped his hands together and said, "Not only in this assessment, but the number and level of overall assessments should also be raised." Butler Choi quickly bowed to receive the order. Yes, I will handle it as such. When Butler Choi left, he smiled with excitement. It seems the other children are also starting to notice the youngest. A few months later, the exclusive training area for the 5th year class of the military academy. A hand shot up, followed by a stammering voice. Mister, it was his face of house. You know we just finished the final assessment yesterday, right? Leyon crossed his arms and casually replied, that's why I gave you all a rest yesterday. Never mind. Kim had heard this and said dejectedly, never mind. In response to his dejection, Leyon continued to address all the students in the class. Even though this year's final assessment is over, don't forget that the promotion exam is still waiting. I don't want anyone in my class to be held back, understand? Hearing Leon's instructions, they all responded in unison. Understood. Then he turned and sighed helplessly, saying, Kim Han, I heard you were exhausted from depleting your magic power during this assessment. You will spend the entire day today memorizing the 10 basic rules. Kim Han jumped in surprise. Next down had all the students overrun. He stood with his hands on his hips and said, Alright, let's start with physical training. All the students obeyed. Seeing their enthusiasm, Leon smiled to himself. They have become stronger, not just physically but also mentally. They no longer break down in the face of their shortcomings but know how to compensate for them. He suddenly became nostalgic, recalling past memories. It's already been almost a year since I entered the military academy. Except for those who were eliminated at the very beginning, no one in my class has dropped out or died. Suddenly, someone ran over from a distance. Dunho asked politely, Young master, are you here? Leon looked at him and wondered. What's wrong? He held out his hand to explain the reason. I have some information to convey about the promotion exam. Without further delay, Young started to follow him, replying, Alright, I'll be right there. As soon as he entered the room, he was called by someone else. Hey, over here. The silhouette of a girl appeared in the distance. She kept waving her hand, calling, over here. It was Si Hyun. She patted the seat next to her and said, Sit down, I have something to tell you. As soon as Yeong sat down, Si Hyun praised him. You did well in this assessment. Yeong replied politely. Yeah, I heard class 1 was also outstanding. The girl, upon being praised, lifted her chin and said arrogantly, Well, that's right. Then Si Hyun shook her head vigorously, reasserting the purpose of her conversation. But wait, that's not the important thing. The girl regained her seriousness and carefully whispered to him. Hey, from this promotion exam onwards, you're going to be in trouble. The 6th sister and 7th brother were called into their mother's room not long ago. After that, there were rumors that they were both meeting with the students. Yeon heard this and didn't seem worried at all, just sighed and asked, Are they trying to get me eliminated from the promotion exam? Seeing a reaction that was not what she expected, even though she was whispering, Si Hyun got angry. I know it's impossible, but no one can predict what they will do, that's what's scary. You're an eccentric, so you don't feel anything. The 6th sister and 7th brother, they're both very scary. Yeon, however, focused on a different word, eccentric. He calmly crossed his arms, his eyes closed, and announced. If you were trying to warn me, you're too late. Ever since the quarterly assessments, those annoying tricks have been happening continuously. This surprised Si Hyun. Yeon didn't answer her, just put his hand on his chin and thought. Every time there's an assessment, we're given poor quality equipment, or training content is intentionally omitted to create discrimination. Recently, I also heard that someone has approached Bellon. Si Hyun wasn't upset about being ignored, and said with great determination, I've also warned the people in my class a little. This time, I will compete fairly with you and win. I will definitely get first place and make you call me older sister. Seeing her bursting with enthusiasm, Yeon, for some reason, asked dejectedly, Why are you so obsessed with that form of address? Suddenly, a voice from above successfully caught the attention of both of them. Is everyone here? The instructor entered with an air of authority, placed his hands on the table, and said, Today marks the final quarterly assessment of the year. I will convey the content and schedule related to this year's promotion exam. He didn't wait long to begin his explanation. As you all know, the final grade for the year, along with your performance in the promotion exam, will determine your promotion. This year's exam will take place at Gate Isevan, about 3 km north of Gon. This startled Yeon into thinking, a gate. He put his hand on his chin again and began to think, I had anticipated that the exam would change, but I didn't expect it to be a gate. At this time on the podium, the instructor held up a card and explained. Inside the gate, there will be cards with the sun crest engraved on them. Each student will also have a name card. If it is stolen, you will be considered eliminated from the competition. Other than that, there are no other rules. Collect as many name cards as you can. There was dead silence below. He continued to explain steadily. This promotion exam is not just a test of combat ability. It would be more accurate to call it a war of plunder. A smile appeared on Yeom's lips. So that's how it is. A scenario of this game appeared in his head, and he silently analyzed it. Take the name cards. Plunder the name cards, and survive. Losing your name card means elimination, and the number of name cards you hold will determine your score in the exam. A simple set of rules. The scene of someone else stealing the number 1 name card appeared. Eon understood in his heart. But the so-called handling of deaths is a trap. Even if your name card is stolen, people outside won't know. So you can just plunder or search for hidden name cards. As long as you have a name card, it doesn't matter who you took it from or where you found it. He tapped his arm continuously, the calculations in his head becoming clearer. Moreover, this is also an individual match with the participation of the second years. Someone must have had a hand in this. Then Yang gave a contemptuous smile, a thought suddenly occurring to him. A promotion exam taking place inside a gate, a place isolated from the outside world. No evidence will be left behind. No matter what happens to an illegitimate child, this is definitely an opportunity they can't afford to miss. Sai looked at Yang with a judgmental gaze, muttering to herself, why? He was still lost in his own thoughts. But that also means I can use it to my advantage. Scene changed to another room. A pair of feet propped up on a table swayed restlessly to a song. Another voice interrupted, stopping the song. What are you doing? The person replied cheerfully, as if humming another tune. I'm watching my adorable little brother work up a sweat. The 7th son of Sung Muley, lay Jack. Jack didn't show much expression, bluntly scolding, you psycho. She crossed her arms and laughed, this little brat dares to speak to his older sister as an equal. The 6th daughter of Sung Muley, Lana. Seana spread her arms out to the sides, feigning laziness. Compared to this one, the youngest is so much cuter. He acts just like a little bunny. She raised a knife to her face and licked the corner of her lips. It makes me want to snap his neck. Next, Seana smiled and probed Jay. Hey, more importantly, what do you think? He focused on tapping on his computer and replied. What do you mean? Her voice rose. What else? Mother's orders, of course. Jai suddenly furrowed his brow and sighed. She said it's time for a trial run. Seana tossed the knife into the air and said in a whiny tone, I don't like it at all. A bastard child wearing the nameplate of the main family. The knife fell, and her hand caught it. Someone who doesn't know their place and dares to be so arrogant. And just like that, she plunged it straight through the table, accompanied by a sound of dissatisfaction. So I'm going to teach him a lesson myself. Seana propped her hands on the table, her face smiling but her hands constantly fiddling with the knife. Relying on his weak older brother and still daring to be arrogant. He really needs to be shown his place. The promotion match. This is the exam for students to be promoted to the next year, and this time it is a contest for badges in a stabilized secret realm. Kim Hun glanced at the guards and curiously asked Yom, it's a stabilized secret realm, but they're still guarding it so carefully. He replied vaguely, it's probably to reassure the common people. It could also be a precautionary measure since this is where they conduct research experiments. After saying that, he couldn't help but glance around, but the number was smaller than he thought. Yang silently identified 3 people in the distance, thinking to himself, they think I haven't noticed, so they're acting so blatantly. Or is this the limit of the student's abilities? These thoughts besieged Yang, but he quickly dismissed them. Either way, it doesn't matter. He turned to look at the students and asked, so, is everyone ready? Choanek clasped his hands behind his back and replied enthusiastically, of course. Yang said softly. Then he turned his back and led everyone. Let's go. All the students shouted in unison. Yes. Scene changed to the office. Seana took another piece of cake to eat and praised, hey, this office has a lot of delicious sweets. While handling official business, advised his sister. That's for guests, don't eat too much. She picked up the whole box and ate, replying, no way. Hey, still no contact. I'm so busy, yet I came here in person to talk. The sound of keyboard tapping continued steadily. He replied, the instructor just reported that all the second-year students have also entered. Seana held a piece of cake in front of her face, a look of excitement on her face, thinking, the thought of those bastards and trash crawling on the ground is so exciting. Mother said if I do a good job with this, I'll be rewarded, right? She hummed happily, but it made Jai's tapping hands freeze. I have to think about what I want first. He stopped tapping, staring at the screen and thinking, but will everything go so smoothly? Even though I believe it will go according to plan. In Jai's mind, an image of my young appeared. He gently advised, little brother, the youngest is not your opponent. Be careful. That one bothers me. That was what his eldest brother had come and said not long ago. At the time, he had just scoffed inwardly, and ignored it. So why does it keep lingering in my mind? Suddenly the phone on the table vibrated, pulling him out of his thoughts. Seana immediately jumped up and asked curiously, what is it? Is it over? Jack didn't answer. His eyebrows furrowed. She was impatient and directly snatched the phone. What do you mean, what? As soon as she read the information, Seana trembled and said, 2 eliminated, 15 withdrawn. Her face darkened. She was so angry she crushed the phone. The entire first-year class of Class 5 is still alive. We still can't do anything to that bastard. Jai could only cover his face and sigh in complete helplessness. He ran his hand through his hair and thought with admiration. We lost, and it was a complete loss. To our youngest brother, Leyon. In the secret realm, Sihan and Xian were running away together. Damn it, motherfucker. Xian, while running and panting, couldn't help but exclaim. He's just a bastard, and this is class 5. Sihan heard this and snapped back, shut up and run. If we hide in the cave, he won't be able to find us. When they were both hidden in the cave, Sia whispered, did we lose him? Immediately, a sword came flying through the air like a tearing wind. It plunged straight into the ground, creating a deep dent. The boy saw the sword flying towards him and screamed in horror. He's here. But Siha couldn't avoid it, and was directly pierced by the sword's path. Yang caught the boy's hand and said cheerfully to Qian, found you. Leyon is here. He was full of excitement as he approached and exclaimed, you hid really well. Qian trembled and backed away, begging, I finally found you. Don't come closer, I said don't. Am I done for? Why are you oppressing me? Yan was unforgiving, grabbing his collar and asking, listening to you, it sounds like I was the one who attacked first. He raised his sword, his voice cold. If you dare to raise your sword against us, you have to pay the price. After that, a huge explosion erupted from inside the cave, accompanied by Chan's tragic screams. After a while, Shoyana called out cheerfully, young master, it's all taken care of over here. Standing in front of the two unconscious men, Yan praised, good. Now that it's done, act immediately. There are still a few who could have targeted me that we haven't dealt with yet. He immediately obeyed. I will rend his with Kim Han's side immediately. Before Choyana left, Yang seriously instructed, as planned, I will act alone. Each person, handle the assigned list and continue to collect badges. Choyana quickly replied and flew off. Understood. After he left, Yang stretched and thought, the most important thing in this promotion exam is still the number of badges obtained. He closed his eyes, concentrating his thoughts. Stealing badges from other students is inefficient. Then he opened his eyes to use his magic eyes, his mind curious. And that's why I came up with a hypothesis. Yang gripped the sword at his side tightly, using his magic eyes to search, wondering if he could find the badges with his magic eyes. The light from his magic eyes was drawn to a mountain peak. He cheered in his mind. Found it. Yang quickly gained momentum and jumped up with his legs. As soon as he reached the top, he found the nameplate. This is how you do it. This is worth doing. Gripping the nameplate tightly in his hand, Yang smiled. Great. He jumped down, cheerfully affirming, on this occasion, I can also train my control ability. After a while of searching, he looked into his bag and stammered. This. Inside the bag were all shiny nameplates. Yang exclaimed, I didn't expect to collect this many. No wonder the bag felt so heavy. He ignored the bag, and looked down. But at this moment, there was continuous fighting below. Yang said sadly, I can't train my magic eyes anymore now. He could only sigh, thinking to himself, the exam is almost over. I've been fighting continuously since morning. A figure suddenly flew towards him. Yang knew who it was and thought, and if I keep avoiding her, I'll probably just be bothered. The person landed safely, letting out a breath of dissatisfaction. Finally found you. Hind got into a stance, excitedly calling out, Leyon. But when she saw his attitude, her enthusiasm immediately vanished. What's with that? Aren't you surprised? Yang simply replied. I knew you were following me, so I didn't avoid you. Hind then questioned, then you should have stopped for a bit, shouldn't you? Yang put on a provocative face, shrugging his shoulders and replying, here, I've stopped for you. The girl quickly retied. Her hair tie, her spirit blazing as she said, very clever, no need for more words. Then she raised the sword in her hand, issuing a challenge, let's have a match. Hind gave a thumbs down, provoking him to a clear showdown. Alright. If I win, you have to call me older sister. Yang didn't back down either, asking in return. So what if I win? Then, Sai replied in a tone that gave Yang goosebumps. If, and this is a big if you win, I'll call you older brother. Yang immediately hugged his shoulders and backed away, exclaiming, if you're trying to deal damage with a mental attack, it's quite effective. Sai immediately flew into a rage and shouted, shut up, you talk too much. Then she stopped talking and rushed forward. Sai gripped her sword tightly and advanced cheerfully, facing Yang who was also seriously confronting her. The training ground appeared serene under the hazy moonlight, covering everything in a cold, quiet layer of light as the snow gradually melted. After the promotion exam concluded smoothly, the evaluation system became one level stricter. With 2 members of the direct lineage participating in this exam, it became a hot topic in the truest sense. The servants in the house were restless, constantly gossiping after the competition. Of course the young lady will come in first, right? The second-year students are also participating, can the first-year students even hold their own? Besides the praise, they also huddled together, whispering. And what about those kids? That's right. Against the clear blue sky with a few white clouds drifting by, the ancient tiled roof of a temple appeared majestically. The youngest master and the first-year class. Eon, with a confident expression, stepped up, his eyes looking straight ahead, accepting the certificate he was being awarded. Congratulations, Master Lai Eon. You are at the top of the promotion. Leyon promoted as the valedictorian of the entire cohort. He calmly closed his eyes, held out both hands to receive the certificate, and said, "Thank you. Honestly, I thought they wouldn't let me be at the top." In his heart, he thought differently. No matter what, they can't play dirty too openly. Leon then recalled how he had defeated Shine with a nonchalant attitude, thinking to himself, if Hine his performance in the exam wasn't bad, it would be uncertain, but I stole all her badges right at the end. After presenting the award, Dunho looked at Yeon with a smile and exclaimed, "You are so calm. Being at the top of the academy is a very proud achievement." Yeon, now holding the award certificate he had just received, turned and replied, "Nanny will be very happy. Anyway, thank you for the congratulations." As soon as he stepped out, walking down the stairs, he received countless praises. "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations to you." Cho In-ha was standing happily in front of him. Suddenly, his name was called, making him turn around. "Next is student Choi In-ha, please come up." Hearing his name called, he approached. Choi In-ha walked step by step to Dun-ho. Suddenly, he held the award certificate in front of him and exclaimed, "Congratulations on your promotion." Choi In-ha promoted to 13th in the entire cohort. He blushed slightly, looking down at the certificate in front of him. Unable to believe himself, Cho In-ha took the certificate, trembling uncontrollably as he said, "Thank you." Yeong stood behind him, glanced at him, and reminded, "Don't get complacent, Choi In-ha. It's good to try your best, but if you become complacent, things won't be any different." He let out a sharp sigh and replied, "Yes, young master." After giving the award to Choi In-ha, Dun-ho called the next person. "Next, student Kim Bo-song. Congratulations on your promotion." Bo-song looked at the certificate with disbelief and unconsciously said, "Thank you." Kim Bo-song promoted to 24th in the entire cohort. It was Kim Hun's turn to receive his, but he didn't look very happy with the certificate in his hand. "Student Kim Hun, promoted in your first year. You've worked hard. Congratulations." Kim Hun promoted to 34th in the entire cohort. Kim Hun stared at the paper, his fingers lightly gripping the edge, thinking to himself, this rank is so. Honestly, it's a bit disappointing. He was not satisfied with his rank. Kim Hun looked up with determined eyes. "It's okay, this is just the beginning. I will definitely become as strong as the young master." Bo-song stood up straight, his eyes fixed forward, reminding himself, "I need to try harder." Kim Hun put his hands behind his back, his head held high, telling himself, "I've decided to change myself, so I don't become a burden to him and also so I don't live a half-assed life anymore." Yeon walked strongly in front of everyone. They followed behind, all looking at him with determination in their hearts. "From now on, I won't lose anymore." Yeon didn't seem to notice much, bowing his head slightly and smiling to himself. For them, this is the end, isn't it? He felt a sense of relief in his heart, thinking to himself, but now there's nothing to worry about anymore. Yeon turned around sharply and said, "Everyone has worked hard. The whole class has been promoted." Everyone's face fell, and they huddled together to listen to him speak. "If any of you had been held back, I would have forced you into compulsory training. What a shame." Yeon became serious again. He turned to everyone and gave them words of encouragement that made them listen in respectful silence. "The second year will be even harsher. There will be many who are eager to tear you to pieces." Yeon carefully reminded them, but he also had faith in them. "But I believe you all will know how to manage." They stood up straight and shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." Yeon received a satisfactory reply and smiled slightly. Then he raised his head high, put his hand on his left chest, and smiled even wider. "Fight on, you can do it." Seon's face darkened, and she muttered a complaint. "Hey, I don't accept this." Yeon stood next to her, looking exasperated, and sighed. "What are you not accepting now?" Seon couldn't accept it. She got angry, her hands clenched into fists as she shouted. "If it wasn't for that promotion exam, I would have been the valedictorian. You dirty player, it was fine to beat me, but why did you have to take all my badges too?" Sai rushed in front of him, describing her miserable state at that time to Yeon. "Do you know how hard I had to struggle to collect badges again, because of you?" She turned her back, not even looking at Yeon anymore, and pouted, muttering, "If only I had the ivory sword in my hand then." Yeon looked over at the girl, thinking to himself, she's not wrong. At that time, I thought it would be an easy win, but it turned out to take more than an hour to finish. He looked at Si-Hai's departing figure, recalling her strength and analyzing, Si-Hai has become stronger than I imagined. She hasn't even unlocked her swordsmanship yet, and she's probably not proficient in her special ability either. The two of them walked on together. Yeon closed his eyes slightly, breaking out in a cold sweat as he thought. But if Si-Hai can do all those things now, I honestly don't want to face her. Suddenly, Si-Hai stopped and raised her hand to her mouth, coughing lightly. "Even so, a promise is a promise." He turned back to look at her, worried. Yeon said, confused. "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Si-Hai raised a finger and pointed, the form of a dress. "We made a bet, didn't we?" Si-Hai thought for a long time, then let out a long sound and said, "Are you going to call me that right now?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yeon rushed over and covered her mouth with his hand. His face darkened, his hand holding her tightly with a murderous aura as he ordered. If you say one more word, it's a duel to the death. Sine was blocked and could only mumble a few sounds. Is it that annoying to you? Leyon let her go, turned away, and shouted, stop talking nonsense and let's go, we'll be late. Sine was slightly startled, turned, and replied, right, let's go. After a while of conversation, the two of them left together. Soon they arrived at their destination. They stood looking up at the large wooden door. Leyon pushed open the large door with his hand, with Sine following behind him. The two of them entered, respectfully clasped their hands, bowed, and said, we greet you, father. Taisen tilted his eyes to look at the two of them, his voice calm as he said, yes, come in. After a while of greetings, the three of them sat down on the sofa to enjoy tea. Tin sat in the main chair, holding a hot cup of tea, and looking at the two of them. After finishing his drink, he gently placed the teacup on the small saucer and murmured, I heard. You have completed the first-year program of the Cadet Academy. Tin sat up straight. He glanced at his two children and asked, what have each of you seen and felt? Sai said nothing, holding her teacup and silently looking over at him. Leyon brought the water to his lips, thinking to himself, what is it? Why are you looking at me? Not receiving a response from him, Sai bravely spoke up, I have seen the true face of the family. Leyon, sitting next to her, heard this and choked on his tea, spitting it out. Tin was confused, he leaned towards the girl and asked, what do you mean, true face it? Sai innocently and honestly explained to him. I know that competition always brings rivalry, but I have seen unreasonable things happen as if they were a matter of course. She looked straight at him, her hand clenched tightly, and said in a high voice, I want things to be clear and fair. Whatever I achieve, I want to do it with my own sword and my own strength. Taisen nodded slightly at the girl's words. He calmly replied, fair and just. Not bad. On the surface, he was normal, but in his heart, he had long since acknowledged the girl. There is a reason you were chosen by the Holy Sword. Before, you were full of complaints and weak, but this changed. Thinking this, Taisen turned his eyes to Leyon. He saw him in pain from the hot tea and wondered. It must be because of you, right? Then Taisen spoke up again, asking, what about you, youngest son? What did you feel? Leyon quickly regained his composure. His eyes shining brightly, he answered the question. What I felt was how pathetic it is. The Cadet Academy is the root of the fog, but the current academy has gone astray. Hearing this, Taisen clenched his fists. He bowed his head in deep thought. Astray. Leyon was serious with everyone. He turned to look at his father and continued, they don't fight. They may be weak, they may fail, but those who give up the fight are not worthy of being people of the fog. Leyon couldn't help but imagine the scenes from the competition in his head. He voiced his speculation. And I have seen too many cadets like that. It must be due to the ability of the instructors or a problem with the training methods. Tin did not react strongly. He closed his eyes slightly and smirked. What a mess. Both of them were amazed. They stared at Taisen, thinking to themselves. Did you just smile? He then praised them. Even though you are just cadets, the fact that you have formed your own thoughts is commendable. No matter what, Taisen still couldn't help but worry about the two of them. He reminded them gently, but you must always be wary of the pitfall of short-sightedness. Once you fall in, it is very difficult to get out. His face bloomed like a flower, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Leyon still stared at him in disbelief. I can't believe father is personally advising us like this. Sine bowed deeply at a right angle, shouting with great respect, thank you, sir. He placed both hands on his thighs and said, me too, I will remember. Taisen said nothing, looking at the two children and saying, for the past year, I have heard about your studies and missions. Although the tests during the year are not the same as the official missions of a full-fledged warrior, they are not much different in essence. You realize that it was a trial he set for you, and completed the mission seriously. Thanks to their efforts, Tin decided to do something. The reason I called you here today is to reward you for those efforts. Sine, upon hearing this, became extremely excited. Leyon was not like that, he was a little taken aback by it all. Father has always been strict about rewards and punishments, yet he is personally rewarding us this time. Could there be a special reason? The girl eagerly volunteered, raising her arm high and requesting, in that case, I would like a set of rare dragon scale armor. I really want it. This him responded without haste, gladly accepting. Alright, I will make a note of it. Come and get it tomorrow. Sai, having gotten her agreement, was ecstatic and obediently replied. Yes, thank you, sire. After getting Sai his opinion, Taisen spoke up and asked him, so what about you, my son? What do you want? Leon's face darkened. He hesitated for a few moments before finally saying, I request permission to enter Mount Tanwei. Taisen was startled by this, and his eyes widened. Sai was shocked, her mouth agape in disbelief. The sounds in the room continued to echo. Leon was carefully counting some things before taking them with him. Medicinal herbs, a cast iron pot, and a set of tools for making medicine. Good, it seems I've prepared everything. He checked each item and then carefully put it in his backpack. Since Mount Tanwei is a spiritual mountain, there are not only spiritual herbs but also spiritual medicines. In King Dao, I could only make second-grade medicine. This time, I can do it properly. Yan pursed his lips slightly, bowing his head and thinking, I can't believe I was actually allowed to enter Mount Tanwei. Thanks to that, I can advance the date of the warrior's pilgrimage. Amidst the hazy mist, the towering mountain ranges stretched as if they could touch the clouds. The warrior's pilgrimage. The final test for members of the Sung family to be recognized as warriors, and before embarking on the warrior's pilgrimage, one must visit Mount Tanwei. Yan analyzed it carefully, then suddenly turned, hesitant. Furthermore, he turned his head to look at the sword propped neatly against the door, his heart full of determination. Mount Tanwei is a place I must set foot on one day. Suddenly, as Yan was lost in thought, a knock on the door from outside caught his attention. Yes, come in. Fa respectfully pushed the door open, placed her hand on her chest, and said softly, Yes, young master, there is a message. Yan asked, confused. A message? What message? She hesitated, unable to speak, and finally gathered her courage to say it. It's the seventh young master has sent an invitation. He was startled by this, completely surprised. Zhu smiled, his hands carefully holding the teapot as he exclaimed, Long time no see. This is the first time since the mid-autumn festival this year, right? Yan sat up straight, his hands on his thighs. He smiled cheerfully and obediently. Yes, you still remember. Dia placed the tea tray on the table, then he sat down opposite him and said, I'm not stupid enough to forget things like that. Yang silently observed his every gesture, his mannerisms, and his demeanor, judging him. Just as the rumors say, he's not easy to deal with. He talks naturally like a brother, makes tea himself, and even his choice of seating is flawless. Compared to unpredictable kindness, openly expressed malice is more comfortable. After pouring the tea, Dai gestured towards him with his hand, smiling so much his eyes closed as he invited him. Try it. Tea is my only pleasure, so it probably won't be bad. Yan also had to play along with him. He picked up the teacup and brought it to his lips, smiling as he asked, Thank you. Do you still make tea yourself when you have guests? Dia, seeing his question, quickly replied. He held the small teacup in his hand and said cheerfully, It depends on who the guest is. This tea is one I bought at a foreign tea plantation 2 years ago. Yan gradually calmed down. He raised the teacup and took a sip, his mind still calculating how many times has he poured, and he still hasn't gotten to the point. A sense of leisure that doesn't fit the situation, but he knows how to control the situation. As expected, he's not a useless person with just a little talent for martial arts. After enjoying the tea, he placed the teacup on the saucer nearby, thinking, That's enough rubbing for now. At this point, Dee began to get to the main point. The reason I called you is because of what happened during the recent promotion exam. He sat opposite Yam and began to probe him. Do you know that what just happened was orchestrated by me and the sixth brother? Yam respectfully replied, Yes, knowing that will make the conversation go faster. At this point, Dee revealed his true intentions. He began to speak, making excuses. What happened this time was not my intention. Upon hearing this, he smirked, thinking, so he's going to go in this direction. Doi, with his refined and scholarly appearance, raised his hand and gently pushed up his glasses. Li Dai, Ek is famous not for his strength but for his financial, administrative, and commercial talents. A man full of tricks, who always maintains relationships without making anyone an enemy. People call him by the title of the Golden Sword. Yang analyzed him from top to bottom. Overall, he has no obvious ill intentions. That means he doesn't want to see me as an enemy. Looked up at him, extending his hand in apology, but it's clear that I am also at fault. If you want, I will apologize. Yang didn't let him finish and quickly interjected, refusing. There's no need. This made Daik pause for a moment. He looked up cheerfully, his hands placed before his chest, and said simply, This incident is just one of many clashes that will continue in the upcoming competitions. His attitude then changed swiftly. Yang narrowed his eyes, his voice sounding as if he already knew everything. Don't tell me you were just following Lady B's orders. Jack didn't react excessively. He looked straight into the young man's eyes and spoke. Competition. Do you see me as an enemy? Yang placed his hands on his thighs and retorted, Someone who harms my people and blatantly schemes against them. How could I not see them as an enemy? Hearing this, Jack's expression shifted slightly, a hint of cunning and unwillingness in his eyes. A growing frustration welled up inside him as he thought, what should I do? Should I deal with this now to avoid future trouble or? Jack quickly dismissed the thought. He let out a faint sigh and asked, What should I do for you? Yan gestured toward him, holding out a hand in a meaningful reminder, show your sincerity. I'm not the only one who suffered losses. Seeing Yan's expression, Jack felt a surge of anger, but he forced a smile. Ah, so you're not accepting an apology but demanding compensation. I like that. Then, Jack extended his hand as a sign of goodwill. Alright, I will send medium-grade spirit medicine to all the Class 5 disciples, and you will also receive a worthy reward. Yan looked at him with a pleased expression. He shook Jack's hand, his voice gentle, You've already considered a lot. I won't bring this up again. Jack smiled warmly, still holding the young man's hand. Among all the brothers, I feel I get along with you the best. Leyon, indifferent, gave a perfunctory reply. Is that so? I'm not so sure. Their discussion concluded, and Leyon stood up from his chair. I'll take my leave. Jack crossed his arms, his eyes following the young man's movements as he spoke, a piece of advice. He looked serious, cautioning Leyon. Be careful with sixth brother. Unlike me, he doesn't like you at all. The young man replied with little concern. It's fine. With that, Leyon turned and walked out the door, but not before casting a knowing glance back, as if to say, because I won't be in this family for the next year. In a traditionally decorated, antique-styled room, the light cast a peaceful and elegant ambience. Suddenly a loud, piercing slap echoed. Weizun had struck Sayana across the face. Her head snapped to the side as she softly called out, Mother. Mother. The woman's face darkened, her eyes filled with terrifying disdain. Don't call me mother. I never gave birth to a failure like you. Sayana scrambled forward, clutching the hem of the woman's dress and crying out, Mother, Mother. Her eyes were wide with terror as she tried desperately to explain. I can explain everything. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away. This only enraged Weizun further. Her eyes bulged as she screamed, silence. Witnessing such terrifying anger, Sayana recoiled in instinctual fear, her hand falling away. She dropped to her knees, bowing her head to the floor in apology as the tirade continued. What he did was run away, something that someone of the Sung New bloodline is absolutely forbidden to do. Sayana endured it in silence, her nails scratching so hard against the floor that they drew blood. If you were my daughter, that would be an unforgivable act. Sayana slowly looked up, her entire body trembling. But I can still atone for my sins. She beat her chest with one hand and gestured outward with the other, her voice filled with hatred. I just have to crush that bastard. Weizun scoffed in derision. You truly understand nothing. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have tormented you to this extent. As she finished speaking, Sayana stared blankly, hearing Weizun's next words. That bastard will be going to Tianvei Mountain for a year. Weizun's face was calm, her eyes closed, but her voice was manipulative. If you had regained our honor, it would be one thing, but you even lost that opportunity. You have stained the name of the main family. She turned away, leaving Sayana kneeling behind her as she delivered a final threat. If you ever appear before me as a loser again, a simple slap like this will not be the final price you pay. As Weizun stepped out the door, Du was already waiting. He bowed respectfully to her. Inside the room, Sayana repeated a single phrase over and over, damn it all. After Weizun left, Du peeked through the crack in the door. Sayana had become more frantic. She scratched at the floor until her fingers bled, muttering, that damned bastard. Sayana gritted her teeth, vowing with seething hatred, I will kill you. Du remained outside, leaning against the door, thinking to himself, the madam is truly ruthless. Now, Sayana will be obsessed with redeeming herself. A faint smile played on his lips as he pondered, so between Sayana and Leyon, who is more valuable in the end? The future is certainly something to look forward to. He then recalled seeing Yin leaving with a backpack that morning, a look of eager anticipation on his face. 1 year later, the young man sat in a car, his hands clenched so tightly with tension. Yang sat upright and still, his lips pressed together in resignation. Slowly, he lifted his head, his gaze fixed forward, wondering, why? Choi drove cheerfully, exclaiming with a bright smile, it's a good thing our routes coincided. Yang looked at the man's gentle face, feeling deeply perplexed. Butler Choi is here too. A smile twinkled in the older man's eyes. Though it will only be for a short 2 days, I hope for your consideration, young master. Butler Choi gently reassured him, you don't need to feel so pressured. Yang sat quietly, unconsciously replying, yes, to the show of concern. The butler explained calmly, before the Lunar New Year, it's time to clean the ancestors' graves. I also have a message to deliver to the keeper of Tianvei Mountain. I am only accompanying you because it is the family head's order. At this, the young man finally laughed, understanding. So that's how it is. Having someone with me makes it less lonely. But he thought to himself, this can't possibly be a coincidence. Yang remained lost and thought about Butler Choi. His aura and presence were like that of an ordinary person, but he was definitely not ordinary. He was a key figure in the family, holding a position more important than many elders. The distance between himself and Butler Choi was hard to gauge. Suddenly, the man's voice broke him out of his reverie. Butler Choi, sitting opposite him, asked curiously, I heard that before entering Tianvei Mountain, you will stop by some new mountain. May I ask why you are visiting the ancestral tomb? Yang scratched his head with a cheerful smile. I want to visit the grave of the previous family head since this is my first trip away from the family. I thought it was proper etiquette to greet the ancestors first. He couldn't help but think, while that's the official reason, I also want people to see a child of a concubine making the long journey to pay respects to the ancestors. The butler smiled in praise. As expected, the young master is truly wise. Many elders will be very pleased to see your reverence for the ancestors. The young man replied politely, to be acknowledged by you like that, I am truly grateful. He silently assessed, that sentence was as if he had read my mind. At that moment, Butler Choi hesitated for a moment. Young master, may I be so bold as to say a word? Eong smiled obediently. Yes, I am listening. The man asked, do you enjoy mountain climbing, young master? The boy replied immediately, no, sir. I don't think I've ever truly climbed a mountain before. At this, Butler Choi slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Well, then, I happen to quite enjoy it. He then began to tell a story of his own. Once I climbed an extremely treacherous mountain. There was no path, I had to forge my own way. If it were you, young master, what would you do in that situation? Eong seriously placed a hand on his chin, pondering for a moment before answering. I would just silently look ahead and climb. That way, I would reach the summit faster and more accurately. The butler smiled and nodded. Indeed, you would climb very quickly that way. He then offered an example. But in reality, it's not like that. Occasionally you must look behind you, glance to the sides, and observe the terrain to see if you are on the right path. If you only focus on what's ahead, you can easily get lost and have to take a much longer detour. Butler Choi then slowly opened his eyes, his expression serious. Especially when the mountain is that high. Eong was startled, realizing, could he be talking about the martial path? Images from his past slowly replayed in his mind as he told himself, after my regression, I rushed to accept new things before I had even fully digested my new powers. But I never thought it would be a problem. If I continue like this, even with time, I will only be preoccupied with finding the next new thing. Eong bowed his head respectfully. Thank you for the valuable lesson, Butler Choi. The man waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing, please think of it as the nagging of an old man. A moment later, Butler Choi glanced outside. Well now, it seems we've arrived. The luxurious black car came to a smooth stop. This was Sungmu Mountain. Eong stepped out of the car, looking up at the majestic peak before him. He suddenly called out to the man who had accompanied him. Butler Choi, Eong said, holding a sword in one hand and his bag strap in the other. I heard that only those with the blood of the Sungmu family or those with permission can pass through the mountain gate. So, are you able to enter? The man crossed his arms. I was fortunate enough to be granted that authority by the previous family head. They walked together. Butler Choi spoke up, I will go and clean his grave. As for you, young master, where do you plan to go first? The young man looked over. I plan to visit the place where the founder's memorial tablet is kept first. Suddenly, his body felt a strange sensation. A peculiar feeling. Have I passed through the barrier of the ancestral tomb? Eong opened and closed his hand repeatedly, feeling as if he had just stepped into another world. Butler Choi now bowed his head. Then I shall take my leave first. I hope the young master achieves what he desires. The young man walked forward, turning his head with a smile. Thank you. His footsteps echoed in the quiet space. A tomb appeared right before him. And here, the tomb of the first family head. Eong pushed open the large doors and spoke respectfully, a descendant of the Sungmu Hao. Request an audience with the founder. With that, he drew his sword. If I have been disrespectful, drawing my sword before the ancestral tomb, Eong looked at the blade, a corner of his lip curling up, then I hope the ancestor will forgive me, as this was a step preordained by the man himself. A moment later, he gently placed the sword on a table. He picked up a flask and poured a cup of wine, unable to help but think, heat is a sword, but it is not just a simple sword. He then picked up the cup and poured the wine over the blade. Before my regression, the family secret was revealed by my eldest brother. The wine-oused sword began to vibrate faintly. He heat is bound by 9 seals. A surge of power enveloped it. The seals I know of total 4. The first, prove you are the sword's master. An image of Yon as an infant appeared. Second, prove you carry the blood of the Sungmu house. The ground around him exploded. Third, pass the naming ceremony. The first trial. Established by the founder. A few characters lit up in a blue glow on the blade. To date, I have broken a total of 3 seals. Eong stood watching the spiritual energy radiate from it. What will be the hint for the next seal? Suddenly, a mirror nearby began to glow strangely. A line of text appeared along with it, Thean Vai. As I thought, it's the Thean Vai mountain I knew. Time to go to Thean Vai mountain. Thean Vai mountain was the place where the founder first felt spiritual energy and chose it as a training ground for his descendants. Right now, before him was Thean Vai mountain, a place full of magical power. Even though I've read the documents, this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. A voice gradually came from behind him. It is indeed a magnificent mountain. Eong was pleased. Yes, it has a very different feel from Sungmu mountain or Sichthan Highland. Butler Choi looked at him. I hope that you, young master, will also achieve the results you desire. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. These brats are making a racket again. Sanji Jiji was furious. My god, my head is splitting. They're swarming like a pack of dogs. Eong, startled, turned his head to look, thinking to himself, since when? I didn't sense his presence at all. A guard next to him warned, young master, Butler Choi, step back, he's a master. The man pointed a finger, scolding angrily, you guys must be crazy for a death wish. Let me put it nicely. Back off. The guard ignored him and ordered, Everyone, in formation. Sanji Jiji slammed the guard's head into the ground. I'm done talking. You black-haired idiots. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. As soon as you get your hands on a block of iron, you're just dying for a fight. Leyon stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold in a flash. After dealing with them, the man picked up a bottle of wine and took a large gulp. A group of guards lay motionless on the ground. Sanji Jiji let out an annoyed breath. Honestly, they don't know their place and still dare to charge in. He then turned his head and said, "Hey, you really have no sense of propriety. I told you to give at least a month's notice, didn't I? Showing up empty-handed like this is a death sentence." Butler Choi smiled amicably. "My apologies for that, but you're exaggerating a bit." The man was irritated. "Exaggerating? You people have gotten pretty bold lately, haven't you?" Daring to talk back. Leyon, standing beside them, hesitantly spoke up. "Butler Choi." The man coughed lightly and glanced at the boy. "I forgot to introduce you." He gestured forward. "This is the keeper of Tianvei Mountain." Sanji Jiji lifted his glasses and frowned. "Is that him?" The one Tane asked to bring in from the outside. Butler Choi said, "Yes, this is the 9th young master, Leyon. He will be ascending the mountain this time." Sanji Jiji suddenly asked the boy, "You saw part of my technique just now, didn't you?" Leyon was endlessly surprised, thinking seriously, "I can't believe he noticed that," before hesitantly replying, "Yes, I saw it." The man stroked his chin, looking at the boy with an appraising gaze. "You have a bit of teen's aura about you, but the scent on you is a bit strange." Suddenly, one of Leon's eyes turned red. He covered his eye at Sanji Jiji's words. "Hey, this kid has strange eyes too." A strange light emanated, startling Leon. "Ah." A moment later, the man was continuously drinking wine, laughing heartily in praise. Western liquor is truly different. This woody aroma is strange, but it brings an indescribable deliciousness to the tongue. Butler Choi, beside him, was pleased. "I'm glad it suits your taste." The boy just smiled silently, thinking to himself, "I don't know much about wine, but I can tell this isn't a cheap bottle." Sanji Jiji slammed the wine bottle down on the table. "Alright then, let's hear your story," he added, sending a scrawny kid like you here for training. They must really hate you. Leyon spoke up, "I came here entirely of my own free will." Sanji Jiji laughed loudly. "Is that so?" He glanced away. "Just the type of kid to get caught up in death and destiny." The boy sat there silently, sweating, clenching his fists as he thought, while the man also thought to himself, "The illusion your demon eye just showed me, and the identity of the mountain keeper I heard about before my regression." Aeon quickly deduced the identity of the man before him. He is a Dokebi. Dokebi can predict the future with their star-filled eyes, among which reading the Supenja fate is to see things that are preordained and unchangeable. Sanji Jiji spoke up. "So what? You've been given a whole year. What do you plan to do with it?" He thought to himself, "Tell me now, your father can hear everything you're saying." Aeon sat there in silence for a long time, under the gaze of the other two. The scenery outside was now shrouded in darkness. Sanji Jiji's voice echoed outwards. "Damn it. I've seen some weirdos, but as soon as I mentioned the training ground, he dashed straight for it." He waved his hand, a wine bottle in it. "He too. Wait until I am done healing those weaklings, then you can go with them." Butler Choi sat properly. "Thank you for allowing the use of the spirit water." Looking at the butler before him, Sanji Jiji, after finishing his drink, asked seriously, "Why did you come here? You didn't just come to deliver wine, did you?" Butler Choi nodded. "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point." The other man's hand tightened around his wine glass. "Could it be that the mountain keeper has read the celestial phenomena? The family head sent me to ask." Sanji Jiji gloomily put down his glass and said slowly, "The celestial phenomena. I've read them, but I can't say much." The man smiled teasingly. Surely a Dokebi who's just been treated to wine wouldn't refuse to lend a hand. He got angry. "Hey kid, that was an apology gift," Butler Choi said gently. "I brought more than 10 bottles of wine." Sanji cursed as he drank. "Damn it, I knew this would happen." After finishing, he slammed the bottle on the table and exhaled sharply. He became serious. "There's still a long way to go. The heavenly gate has been open for a long time, human strength has reached its peak, and chaos will follow. Tell him not to be impatient, but to follow the course of nature." The butler smiled, a glass of wine in his hand. "Yes, I will relay this message to the family head." He pointed a finger, fuming with anger. "If I had won that damned wrestling match back then, I wouldn't be in this mess." He then continued, "Anyway, it seems you like that illegitimate kid, huh? Aren't you worried?" Butler Choi looked seriously at the glass in his hand. "As a servant, I simply serve the bloodline of the martial progenitor-like clan." Sanji Jiji said, "You heard he wanted to go there, right? He's still just a rookie." He was surprised when the other man said, "Just keep an eye on him once. You'll find it interesting too, Mountain Keeper." The scene changed to a training ground illuminated by a few lights. A small arm reached out. Yang stepped out, looking at the scene before him with surprise. "Every time I see it, it amazes me. A hollow in a tree leads to a training ground." He looked around at everything. Even the mountain keeper's place from yesterday had an entrance to a cave. So this is the magic of the Dokibai. He then stretched his arms to warm up. Honestly, I'm lacking in many areas. From now on, I have 1 year. Leyon summoned his sword. The secret magical techniques learned from Moji and Mujin, the evil-eye, intuition, and black eye. I must make them all my own. He smiled with determination and said, the goal is 1,000 repetitions. If that's not enough, I will continue until it is. Elsewhere, Sanji Jiji rubbed his stomach. That guy is really too intense. I've never seen anyone like him. Watching the image of Leyon training diligently, he thought, he trains until his body is exhausted, then recovers with spirit water. He just keeps repeating it. It's easy to say, but it's no different from self-torture. He snapped his fingers and the illusion vanished. No wonder his fate is so bleak. He closed his eyes, thinking deeply. He was destined to die young or meet with misfortune. Yet he is overturning that unchangeable fate, even suppressing his own innate energy. A creature without a destiny. When was the last time I saw someone like that? Suddenly, Sanji Jiji snapped his fingers and smiled. Indeed, blood doesn't lie. Your family is just too bizarre. Even the heavens are fed up. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. He said angrily, that Choi guy said it would be interesting. Sanji Jiji yelled, I'm bored to tears. I am not watching anymore. That kid just practices basics all day. What's fun about that? He rolled over and closed his eyes. Aside from asking for permission to gather herbs, he barely says anything. He's probably not dead yet. Suddenly, a sound made Sanji Jiji's eyes fly open. He sat up abruptly. That's the cry of a spirit beast. Baki. Did something invade the mountain? He immediately snapped his fingers, and an illusionary mirror gradually appeared. I've set up a barrier. That's impossible. Baki was fleeing in terror. Did those big shots from the main family mess something up when they brought food and wine? Sanji Jiji stared intently into the illusionary mirror, furious. What? What the hell is that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat a spirit beast. Leyon was right behind, chasing after Baki. He immediately threw open his door and shouted, stop right now. The wind whistled through the trees. Leyon, holding a small hoe, chased after it relentlessly. Sanji Jiji rushed over like a storm. Hey, you brat. Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? The boy stopped, sweating, and greeted him. Mountain Keeper, it's been a while. He said seriously, but could you please step aside for a moment? Leyon, 14 years old. Sanji Jiji pointed a finger straight at Leyon, yelling incessantly, how dare you target a spirit beast right in front of me? I've never seen a brat like you in my life. The boy flinched in surprise, then raised an eyebrow and asked, excuse me, what are you talking about? He continued his rant, the thing you're chasing with such murderous intent is the spirit beast named Baki. Leyon was not intimidated by Sanji Jiji's fury. Instead, his calm words left the man stunned. Why would I kill a spirit beast? Sanji Jiji glanced at the boy, then at the tools Leyon was carrying, exclaiming, a basket and a hoe. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. The boy saw Baki and raised his hoe. That little brat. Sanji, seeing this, quickly put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Hey, wait a minute. He blocked the boy, holding him back. Why are you chasing Baki anyway? Leyon frowned in frustration and yelled, that thing stole my secret medicine. Before Sanji Jiji could process what was happening, the boy had already darted past him. Sorry, I'll explain later. Sanji's eyes whitened in surprise. He reached out to stop him, saying, hey kid, if the spirit beast has already hidden, how are you going to find it? But before he could finish his sentence, Sanji Jiji froze. He followed the direction Leyon was running, his eyes darting around in disbelief, thinking, he's heading in the exact direction where Baki is hiding. No matter how sensitive his senses are, it would be difficult to pinpoint that exact spot. His senses weren't that sharp. Sanji watched the boy, then looked down at his feet, where a blue energy was swirling around Leyon. Even with Kai emanating from the tips of his toes, the ground isn't damaged at all. Was that kid always this fast? Leyon leaped forward, reaching for Baki, causing it to flee in terror. He stood still, watching and wondering, I only took my eyes off him for about 3 months. Did something happen during that time? After a while of chasing, everything was settled. Sanji Jiji cleared his throat and spoke, so, while I was searching for the final ingredient for the secret medicine, Baki stole it and ran away. Is that right? My apologies. Leon's face darkened, and his voice was dejected. It was at least 40 or 50-year-old mountain ginseng. Sanji Jiji didn't quite hear him and mumbled, ho. Leon stood before him, head bowed, lamenting endlessly. Ishiwu, white scale herb, dragon scale flower, matsutake mushroom, cordyceps that grew from the corpse of a demon insect. I went through so much trouble to gather them. Hearing this, the man felt a pang of guilt and silently turned his head away. Seeing no reaction, the boy's face grew even more sorrowful. That was a medicine he spent 100 sleepless days concocting. It's all gone to waste. Sanji reacted quickly, startled, wanting to console him but not daring to. Now that's, Leon's eyes were filled with sadness. He sighed warily. So, one of the reasons he came to Tianwei Mountain has failed. That medicine was one of my most important goals. Unable to bear it any longer, Sanji Jiji's face turned purple with anger, and he growled at the boy, "Hey, I gave you permission to pick them, so what does it matter if they got stolen?" Leyon feigned innocence, clapping his hands together as if just remembering. "Oh, that's right." However, Leyon wasn't done with Sanjay. His words were like an arrow piercing the man. "You did give me permission. But in the end, I still couldn't get it in your territory. The failure to manage it is my fault." Overcome with anger, Sanjay pounded his chest, his mouth wide open as he yelled in frustration, "Hey, fine, I'll compensate you." Waiting for just that moment, as soon as he said it, Leon's expression turned cunning, a smirk playing on his lips. "Anything will do, I'll accept it all." Having gotten the desired response, the boy spoke neither too quickly nor too slowly. "You just said anything will do, right?" Hearing Leon say this, the boisterous Sanjay froze. The boy looked up, his smile gentle and bright, yet tinged with something intimidating. "As it happens, Mr. Sanjay, there are two things I need your help with." In a dark, musty, ancient cellar, a strange growling echoed. A horrifying creature emerged, a giant, black leg covered in sharp spines twitch. The terrifying Spider Queen, with a grotesque smile, stood enormous before Leon. Without a trace of fear, the boy swung his sword back, absorbing power into the blade, thinking, "Remember this." The sword was continuously enveloped in red power. Leon gripped it tightly, contemplating the power of the re-skill when used continuously. He spread his legs wide, swinging the sword horizontally, unleashing a force that would not change from the first time it was used. Enhanced Kai art, flame serpent, streams of power shot towards the Spider Queen, wrapping around it like red threads, causing it to roar. A massive sound wave blasted out, sending Leon flying back, forcing him to dig his heels in to stay grounded. He gripped the sword with both hands, swinging it back forcefully as streams of blue power, like threads, coiled around it. Enhanced Kai art, using all his strength, he swung with all his might, cleaving the Spider Queen in two. Stone wind, it let out a massive shriek, green blood splattering everywhere. Leon gritted his teeth in difficulty. Damn it. The Spider Queen was injured but not fatally, one of its arms was severed. Seeing it wasn't seriously hurt, he thought, not enough power to kill it. It quickly recovered, thrusting its sharp, spined leg towards him. Suddenly, a golden talisman appeared right in front of Leon. He looked at it in surprise. It floated in the air, glowing, for a moment before gently falling. Sanjay bent down, looked at the talisman, then picked it up, muttering, "Damn it, why do I have to babysit a kid?" He held the talisman between two fingers. Sanjay sighed and waved it back and forth, complaining, "I don't even know why I promised to do these things." But when he looked at the exhausted Leon, he became cheerful and asked, "Hey kid, want to take a little break?" Out of breath, the boy wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, "Yes, please, right now." Without another word, Sanjay quickly instructed Leon. "As you wish. Concentrate and visualize the opponent from your memory." The boy immediately closed his eyes and complied. Sanjay raised his hand towards the talisman, and it dissolved, revealing an illusionary image of the opponent. The two quickly engaged in combat, neither giving an inch, creating an explosion of power. Sanjay watched from the sidelines, marveling to himself. My god, the demonic energy is just flowing out. I can't believe he knew to ask for illusion magic training. He gritted his teeth in anger, a fire welling up inside him, his hands clenched into fists, wondering how did he know to ask for illusion training. And for 4 hours straight, Sanjay calmed down, stuffing his hands in his pockets and dismissing his previous thought. Well, what's done is done. It's not that difficult. Suddenly, Sanjay froze. He glanced over at Yang, who was not far away, analyzing him. In the past 3 months, his body has become much healthier. Overall, he has become more refined, and I can clearly sense his mastery. Has he gotten taller too? It's not that he's stronger, but more stable. Seeing the blue energy surrounding the boy, Sanjay narrowed his eyes and dismissed the thought. He fell into a thoughtful silence. Sanjay crossed his arms, intently watching Yan's actions. Perhaps they should ask about that weapon of his once. As night fell, the boy sat comfortably, soaking in a hot spring, leaning his head back and exclaiming, I feel like I've been reborn. If this weren't a healing spring, I probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. If only there were healing springs outside of Tianwei Mountain, it would be as good as being at the main estate. Suddenly, a hairy foot slowly appeared. The man stepped his foot into the bath. Yan, who was soaking, jumped in surprise. His eyes widened in alarm. Who is it? I didn't even sense their presence until they were this close. Sanjay was in the bath. He looked at the boy and spoke. Seeing you so tired like this, I guess you must be real, huh? Yan sat up straight and asked, Sanjay, what brings you here? The man frowned, soaking in the tub. I've had a hard day too. Can't I get a break? You've been here for a while now. Have you been resting properly? The boy rubbed his head, smiling sheepishly. I always rest properly. Suddenly, Sanjay cut him off. I mean, besides coming here after every training session, kid. He leaned one arm on a rock, holding food in the other hand and putting it in his mouth. I've lived for quite a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone train as foolishly as you. Yang sat there looking at him and replied, "He's holding an egg in his hand again." "Is that so?" Outwardly, the boy seemed cheerful and normal, but inwardly, he was a little annoyed. Yang stepped out of the bath, wrapped a cloth around his waist, and said, "I feel that my body has fully recovered. I'll be heading up first." Before In could leave, Sanji Jiji slammed an egg on a rock, shattering it, and said loudly, "Wait." The boy was startled by his action, his eyes wide as he listened in silence. "I still have something to say. Sit down." After a moment of careful thought, Sanji Jiji finally voiced his curiosity about the item the boy carried. "Hey, what's the name of that thing you were swinging around earlier?" Yang, who was reaching out, froze upon hearing the question. "Are you talking about this?" The man's face was stern, his gaze scrutinizing and unforgiving. "Yes, where did you get it?" Sanji crossed his arms, his voice admonishing as he looked at the boy. "Promise me you won't tell anyone about matters related to it." "I'm not certain, but this is related to its identity." Knowing it would be difficult to deceive him, Yan felt a bit scared but had to speak. "Its name is Mujin. I got it from the family's secret treasury." Sanji Jiji looked up, slowly raising his hand and using his power to draw the hot steam into a small vortex as he began to speak. "I don't know how much you understand about that thing, but I saw something very similar to it a long time ago." The steam gathered more and more thickly, his gaze unwavering as he calmly recounted, "Once upon a time, there existed a shaman who could communicate with spirits and read the stars in the sky." Sanji Jiji raised his hand higher, and the hot steam from the bath gradually coalesced into a dense vortex. He rested his arm on a rock and said, "That shaman always carried something with him." An image of a shaman from Sanji Jiji's imagination appeared. The figure held a stone in one hand and created a flame in the other. A stone that could freely change its shape. With just that stone, the shaman could perform all sorts of magic. His voice was sullen, his gaze fixed and unwavering. Using forbidden arts without paying a price. He naturally became the leading shaman of his era. His voice rose, but then he unexpectedly waved his finger, a small trail of blue power at its tip, as if hesitant. But then, that shaman's form was terrifyingly altered. He was no longer human but had become a monster. The stone he trusted had ultimately devoured him. He lost all reason, and began to rampage like a beast. Sanji Jiji slowly closed his eyes, his hand waving continuously. He changed like that in less than a year. He wasn't easy to kill, so in the end, they sealed him away. Eon, facing him, asked curiously, "What about the stone?" Seeing the boy's curiosity, Sanji didn't hide anything and answered directly. "They gathered the power of countless shamans of that time and destroyed it." Hearing this, Eon lowered his head slightly, his hand on his chin in thought. "That story is similar to one I read on the Jung page." He looked up at Sanji Jiji and, based on his own speculation, asked, "Could it be that the shaman was sealed in a place called Mengwizan?" The man calmly denied it. "No, he was sealed on an island on the eastern edge." Eon immediately recalled the image of a small dagger and a large rough stone. He thought for a moment, and made his own judgment. Then it's not the one recorded on the Jung page. The stone and Mujin are two separate objects, but they are connected. Just as Yun was absorbed in his thoughts, Sanji Jiji's continued words made him look up attentively, returning to the story. He suddenly became serious, pointing straight ahead. "Back then, I smelled a foul stench from that stone." Sanji Jiji's finger was not pointing randomly, he was pointing directly at Yon, analyzing him. "And that smell is very similar to the scent emanating from you right now. A strange scent that is not human, not beast, and not spirit." He lowered his hand, resting it on the rock again, and laughed out loud. "Mujin is a foreign object of unknown nature. There are better weapons out there. Why don't you just give it up?" But in his joking laughter, Yon heard another kind of emotion. He pressed his lips together, feeling the pressure. His tone sounds like a gentle suggestion, but it carries a suffocating pressure, as if my heart is being squeezed. Yon quickly calmed himself, looking up and staring back at Sanji Jiji. "When I acquired the demon eye, my father advised me to seal it. And I told him this, word for word, if it is a power granted to me, I will make it submit and use it." Hearing this, the man lowered his head slightly, baring his teeth in a faint smile. "Arrogant kid." He said that to tease him. His laughter was short-lived as he turned to the boy and shouted, "But kid, do you think that thing is the same as the demon eye?" Yon was direct, his eyes half closed as he replied indifferently, "To me, it's not much different." Hearing this, Sanji Jiji abruptly stood up from the hot water. He placed his hands on his thighs and exclaimed, "Well then, there's no other way." Sanji Jiji flexed his hand, slowly absorbing sources of power. Without further hesitation, Sanji Jiji's eyes turned white. He gritted his teeth, holding a spiked club, and shouted, "The only way is to take it by force." Losing all patience, Sanji Jiji swung the club fiercely towards the seated boy without an ounce of restraint. Eon watched calmly, unafraid. However, the club swung down and stopped right in front of his face. Sanji Jiji showed no mercy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Give it to me while I'm still being nice." Eon pressed his lips together, silent. He frowned at Sanji Jiji's actions. "It's been a long time since I've wielded a weapon. I'm not sure I can hold back." Then, without any fear, Young chuckled softly. You won't be able to do it, Mountain Keeper. A single sentence from the boy was enough to make Sanji Jiji pause. He gripped the club tightly, unable to do anything, because doing so would break his pact. Remembering this, he lowered his hand, rubbing his eyes with a long sigh. Sanji Jiji's forehead began to sweat. He forced a smile and asked, You knew all along, didn't you? Eon replied without haste, of course. His face was gentle, showing no anger at the threat. To protect the mountain and help the trainees here. That is the oath you made with the founder. You were just testing my will, right? Sanji was furious at being teased by the boy. If you knew, you should have just said so, you cunning little brat. Suddenly, Eon asked another question, which made the man fall silent and thought for a moment. You weren't really going to take it, were you? Sanji Jiji clicked his tongue, his voice filled with disgust. From what I can see, you should make a living with that tongue and brain of yours. Hearing this, Eon burst out laughing. Thank you for the compliment. Seeing the boy's cheerful laughter made him even more annoyed, and he shouted, That was an insult, you little brat. Sanji Jiji gradually calmed down. He rested the large club on his shoulder, pointing a finger at the boy in confusion. Why didn't you try to take it by force? You could have taken it under the pretext of helping me. Something that doesn't carry a strange aura like the shaman's item. Maybe it's not the kind of monster that devours its user. Eon didn't want to say much. He bowed his head, looking at the black ring on his finger, and replied, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. At this moment, Sanji Jiji was slowly retracting his club. Young suddenly spoke up, Let's put that aside for now. Mountain Keeper, he tilted his head, a question mark appearing above it. Is something wrong? Sparkling stars appeared around Eon. His face was as bright as a flower, and he placed a hand on his chest, indicating himself, smiling as he said, You just threatened a trainee with a weapon, didn't you? I'm quite meticulous when it comes to keeping score, you know. Right? Sanji Jiji was furious with the boy, unable to control himself as he screamed, Hey, you rotten little brat who leeches off of death itself. In the midst of a desolate wilderness, a small courtyard and a brightly lit wooden house, the temporary residence of Leyon at John Wizen came into view. A sword was enveloped by strange black threads of power. Eon lifted it with both hands. He sat cross-legged, holding 2 pieces of the sword in his hands and muttering, I can't believe it took 3 months to read Jido's memories. He remembered when he first set out, Eon had been entrusted with 2 swords by his relative. Before leaving John Wizen, I received 2 swords from my 7th brother, the masterpiece short sword, Judo, an exquisite grade sword. The ring on his hand glowed and Eon brought it closer to his face to analyze its function. Possesses innate yin energy, allowing it to emit a cold aura. Its memories weren't many, so I absorbed them back at the main house. He remained in that posture, staring at the ring, thinking, let's try Jido's ability. The second memory of mine that is saw before the quarterly evaluation of the trainee division, and the new power I obtained from Eugen. Yun stretched out his hand. From beneath the ring, a long blue thread emerged. The ability to use the power of a copied weapon. That power source quickly flew towards the sword leaning against the wall. Without waiting for Yun's command, the long thread wrapped around the swords. Filled several times. In a swift motion, the thread pulled the sword towards him. Eon caught the flying sword and exclaimed, Jido's ability is to transfer attributes from one item to another. He looked down at the sword in his hands, running his hands over the blade, thinking, just copying the shape doesn't manifest the ability. Perhaps I can only use the power from weapons absorbed through black energy. Eon gripped the sword tighter, his eyes closed as he whispered, since I've also broken the seal at some new mountain, I should also check Hukia's memories. Very quickly, Eon delved into an old memory, returning to the past. He saw the sword being gently and carefully placed down. Before I broke the seal at some new mountain, this was all I could see. Eong stood behind a young nobleman, glancing at him, thinking, the important part starts now. Eong stood off to the side. The mysterious young nobleman spoke, I intend to seal this sword. I will not let my children be swayed by the sword's power. A mysterious figure in the shadows, he spoke quietly, considering, sealing it is not difficult, but are you sure? Then no one will be easily chosen by it anymore. The young nobleman didn't want to overthink it. He didn't wait for the hooded figure to continue, replying, if they are not worthy, it is better that they do not use it. He understood the meaning behind the words. The hooded figure nodded, extending a hand towards the sword. Understood. A source of power was generated from him, gradually seeping into the sword, causing it to glow. The characters on the blade glowed brightly. The hooded figure gently touched it, and announced, the sealing is complete. They continued to discuss, but suddenly their words became garbled and unclear. As for the contents of the seal, Aeon standing behind couldn't hear, feeling a wave of disappointment. They still haven't heard anything about the seals that haven't been broken. The hooded figure turned to the other, his words carrying a sense of meticulousness. When the third seal is broken, its power will be released. Do you accept that? The young nobleman took the sword and reassured him, that won't make a big difference, so it's fine. The young nobleman turned away, holding the sword firmly in his hand, generating a source of power as he exclaimed, even so, I still have to test it. The sword continuously emitted a strange power. Leyon observed everything, thinking, could that be a mana circuit flowing inside Hukia? In terms of complexity, it's no different from a human's mana system. That power source quickly appeared on the young nobleman. He raised his hand, generating a source of power. Like a flash of lightning, the young nobleman swung the sword swiftly. He majestically used all his strength to cleave a straight path. Hazy smoke appeared. Leyon, seeing the event unfold, thought the mana is not just being blocked, it's also being dispersed. After completing the move, the man raised the shining sword to his face and said, I'll have to reinforce the seal a bit more. After reliving that old memory, Leyon quickly returned to reality. His head throbbed, causing him to raise a hand to it. He lifted the sword in his hand, the other rubbing his head in excitement. A power that can erase mana. Who would have thought a weapon like this existed? Leyon's foot stumped hard on the floor, sending dust flying. His face was filled with anger as he charged forward. Iron key kick. In front of Leyon was the Spider Queen, a level 5 monster. He swung his sword at the Spider Queen, cleaving it in two. After killing the Spider Queen, smoke billowed everywhere, and a voice rang out, Whoa, you tough kid, you really did it. It was Sanji Jiji's voice, his face filled with excitement. He continued, you know this is your first victory after all those failures, right? Let's see, it took 7 months, huh? Leyon didn't hesitate to reply with a smile, Doh. You know that I can beat you anytime now. The Nika is special, after all. Hey, you little devil, no more joking. Sanji asked him seriously. So, what are you planning to do this time? I think you should stop training. Leyon replied nonchalantly, but to his surprise, the man was extremely excited and even patted him on the back. That's a great idea, I'll take a break too. Before he could celebrate for long, the boy continued, no. Leon's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with enthusiasm. I think it's time for a challenge. Leyon placed a hand on his chest and announced clearly, the challenge created by the founder of the Bloodless Dream. The Bloodless Dream. A trial realm created for the Lai martial arts family. It contains the full power and domain of John Wizen and is an illusion enhanced by Dokibi magic. It selects those worthy to be challenged. It is one of the oaths linked to the Mountain Keeper. Sanji Jiji asked him seriously, do you really want to challenge it? Replied just as seriously, yes, I've been striving for it. His face fell when the man asserted that in his current state, he wasn't strong enough to pass the trial. That was until he uttered the word but, and Leyon looked up curiously. Then, Sanji Jiji extended his palm. He smiled and announced something to the boy. It seems you are ready for the challenge. Leyon, the 9th generation of the Lai martial arts family, I permit you to challenge the Bloodless Dream. The boy clapped his hands together with Sanji Jiji and replied gratefully, thank you. Not long after, he led Leyon to the front of a cave entrance and introduced it. This is the entrance to the Bloodless Dream. The boy was a bit confused and turned to ask, this is the cave that leads to your place. He took a step forward and replied, for now, yes. Then, Sanji Jiji stretched his palm forward, and a bluish-green kai began to radiate. He placed his hand on the stone wall, and the ki swirled into circles. Just moments after he placed his hand there, the blue spiritual energy enveloped the entire space. A moment later, Sanji Jiji turned and said, you probably already know this, but once you enter the Bloodless Dream, you cannot leave until the challenge is over. Open it and go in. Leyon quickly walked past him. Before leaving, he declared, then I will return. The man smiled with satisfaction and replied, take your time. In his heart, he was thinking, I really can't stand the sight of his face anymore. The door he pushed open cast a bright light, and behind him were Sanji's well wishes. Good luck. The light was so dazzling that Leyon had to raise his hand to block it. In his mind, he was thinking, to some, he is a god of war, to others, a dragon slayer. More noble titles were also carefully listed by him, or even a legendary symbol in fantasy stories, the founder of the world's leading family. At this moment, the founder, Lei Hun Hian, appeared before Leyon. He quickly offered a respectful greeting. This descendant pays his respects to the founding ancestor of the Lai martial arts family. The weapon was already gripped tightly in his hand. In his heart, he was marveling, his presence is so overwhelming, it's as if he's still alive. Then Leyon looked forward, reminding himself, in history, only a few have challenged this through the generations of the Bloodless Dream. There is only one condition for victory, defeat the founder at the age of 15. At this moment, the man held the scabbard in one hand, while the other was drawing the blade. Leyon had his eyes closed, his strategy carefully calculated in his head. First, scout him out. Before he could do anything, blood suddenly gushed from his throat. At that very moment, the blade in Hun Hian's hand had pierced deep into his chest. Then, Leyon woke up with a loud cry. He was now lying on the grass, his head spinning with questions. What was that? My heart was pierced. Leyon lay with his arm over his forehead. I wasn't careless. He shot up, sending blades of grass flying. I've had my throat cut in a simulation before, but at least I knew how it happened. Leon's face darkened as he seriously reconsidered. But this time, besides having my heart pierced, I know nothing. He shook his head slightly, trying to calm himself. Calm down, let's think this through carefully. Leyon placed a hand on his head and continued to ponder. He didn't use any secret techniques or special moves, not even aura-enhancing techniques. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had realized something. The recent fight flashed through his mind. He attacked as fast as lightning. Even with my sixth sense, I couldn't detect it, even with my eyes closed. Could it have been an attack in my blind spot? Many questions were now swirling in his head. Leyon didn't know which guess was correct. But is that possible? He would have had to read all of my movements to do that. He picked up his sword, preparing to stand. That means he's that strong. He stood up straight, his expression solemn, and stomped his foot on the ground with immense force. Leyon walked straight ahead, striding with confidence. He looked cool on the outside, but in reality, he was very tense. Haha, I really don't know if I can win. Elsewhere, in a grand mansion, the family head said, we received news from John Wizen. Tazen opened a wooden box and took out the cloth inside. He carefully wiped the sword in his hand, speaking softly, so he has entered the cave. Yes, it's been 10 months. Tazen stared at the shiny sword, unconvinced. But he shouldn't have that level of skill. Tazen recalled his son's battles, remembering them all. That child has never truly failed. Against the guardian of the blood lake, the queen of curses, the faceless one. In terms of win-loss records, he didn't win them all, but he never truly failed. Tazen's lips curled slightly, looking quite proud. In other words, he has never experienced hitting a wall. He sheathed the sword and asked Butler Choi, do you know why the survival rate in the Bloodless Dream is less than 50? In Tazen's mind, an image of Yeon standing proudly before a towering mountain appeared with the assertion, because they collapse mentally when they hit the wall named Lei Hunhyeon. So what happens to someone who has never faced such a wall when they stand before it? Aeon had just finished a battle. He dropped his sword onto the grass. So, a kid with no experience breaking through walls. Aeon lay down on the grass, his hand over his face, panting. What will he do when faced with a real wall? He gritted his teeth, not understanding what had just happened. Did I just die in one hit again? Yeon silently recalled his opponent's fighting style. The battle was over very quickly. He deceived my senses. He feinted straight ahead, and then attacked from the side. He sat up abruptly, his hand resting on his leg. A complete blind spot attack. Did he see through all of my attack patterns? Yeon looked at his trembling hands, thinking to himself, it's been a long time since I felt like this. He clenched his hands into fists, looking incredibly determined. The helplessness, the despair of knowing I can't win. Currently, his chances of victory were quite low, but Yeon still reached for his sword. But I can't break or give up here. He gripped the sword with both hands, and sparks began to wrap around the blade. No one in this world understands this feeling better than I do. Yeon ran forward at full speed, thinking as he ran, when you fall into a deep abyss, the only way out is up. He gathered momentum and leaped high into the air, his eyes looking extremely fearsome. My efforts will not be in vain. The founder showed no fear either. He raised his sword to block. The founder just lightly swung his sword, and immediately, the boy's head was severed from his neck. I'm starting to understand. The founder isn't using any strange powers. Like a flash, he even thrust his hand through Yeon's body. The source of the founder's strength is his talent, because he has found the right answer for his own growth. After many failures, the boy had finally understood some things. He instinctively knows the perfect action for every moment. The essence of martial arts, every fundamental is a solid foundation. Look, this is the founder's path of the sword. While Yeon was thinking, the founder attacked him. Yeon was startled, then followed the direction of his sword. A thought flashed in his mind, and he immediately used his own sword to parry. A horizontal slash from left to right. After successfully parrying, Yeon broke into a triumphant smile. Suddenly, blood splattered across the sky, and it was unclear whose it was. Next time for sure. The blue sky was vast and grass flew everywhere. The two advanced towards each other, their swords clashing. The first blow, he fought fiercely, showing no weakness. The second blow, the battle was still raging, with no sign of ending. The third blow, the fourth blow. I can fight the founder on equal terms. The founder's gaze began to turn more ferocious. His sword was covered in streams of blue light. The founder slashed straight at Yeon. He immediately dodged. Yeon immediately broke into a wide grin for having dodged a fatal blow. Finally, I've used aura. He crouched down, his hands on the ground, preparing to launch himself. My unique close combat style. It's all about unpredictability and freedom. Yeon switched to another weapon, preparing to continue the fight. And what I'm lacking? Handling all types of weapons. All those techniques are built on a solid foundation. Only now did he think it through, and understand the purpose of Muonmon. Now I understand. The true purpose of Muonmon. Yeon ran forward at full speed, thrusting his spear straight at the founder, to break the wall that is myself. He gripped the new weapon in his hand, thinking, something that even the founder doesn't have, a power that I myself didn't know I had. Yeon recalled Jin's praise for him, words that seemed to awaken him, your talent for magic is absolutely wonderful. This aunt guaranteed it. Yeon was extremely excited, as happy as if he had struck gold. Thank you, NT. He raised the spear to the sky, channeling all his power. Iron Key Storm roar. The two sides clashed again, neither willing to yield. The two weapons scraped against each other, so powerfully that they sparked. Suddenly, rocks and dust flew everywhere, obscuring the ground. It turned out the wall had been knocked down, but the two sides hadn't stuck. The wall is collapsing. Elsewhere, where majestic mountains and fragile branches stood, Sanji was drinking wine. He drank and talked to himself. It's been a month since that kid joined Muyan Mom, right? Before Tane, no one had received a trial match in 1,000 years. I can't believe another one happened after just 50 years. He slammed his wine glass on the table, and the liquid sloshed out. As he was drinking, the house began to shake, making Sanji Jiji furious. What the hell is happening to this mountain? But then he got excited, jumping to his feet. Don't tell me. Sanji Jiji rushed towards the gate in delight. He stood before the sturdy iron gate. At this point, Sanji Jiji could no longer hide his emotions and voiced his thoughts. That kid actually passed the match. The iron gate slowly opened, and dust filled the air. Eon's beaming face slowly came into view. He wore a triumphant smile. Eon stood proudly before Sanji Jiji and announced his return. I've returned, Mountain Keeper. After returning, he immediately went for a soak in the hot spring. So how was it? The two laughed and teased each other. I never want to go through that again. He said, you say that, but you don't look too displeased. Almost everyone who comes out of there has a dead look in their eyes. Their personalities completely change afterwards. Suddenly, Young's face fell, and he thought sadly, it sounds like everyone found their own answer. But remembering something, Young turned to Sanji and asked, so, do you know what my father was like? He wondered, you mean Teasen. He was excited, opening a can of beer as he spoke. Curious about your old man, are you? Do you know what he said right after he got out of there? Sanji recalled the image of a young Teasen and mimicked his voice. That's enough training. I'll be heading back now. Thank you for everything. The boy said, wait, did you just mimic my father? The scenery where the two were bathing was extremely beautiful, a very pleasing shade of blue. Yes, wasn't I very good at it? Eon denied it. No, you weren't. He continued, but today, you achieved a great accomplishment. You completed the Muonmon Mountain challenge at the youngest age ever seen. Eon closed his eyes in enjoyment, a faint smile on his lips. I was also lucky to get through it after realizing many things. Sanji wondered what the boy would do next and asked, so, what will you do with the remaining months here? More training. He was wide-eyed with surprise when he heard Eon's answer. No, I plan to rest and organize what I've learned. He then let out a hearty laugh. Just kidding with you, huh? I thought you hadn't changed at all, but it turns out you have changed a little. The kid just said he's going to rest. Are you sick or something? What did that Dokkaebi magic do to you? Sanji was still laughing loudly, showing no sign of stopping. But hey, Mountain Keeper, Eon's whole being seemed to bloom. He demanded his reward from the man. It's time for me to receive my reward. Eon didn't forget to bring up the old incident, which made Sanji Jiji's face turn as black as the bottom of a pot. You haven't forgotten about scaring me last time, have you? He turned his face away. Wait a minute, this kid. His cheerful face was becoming increasingly unsightly. Seeing this, Eon said, I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. That one is even scarier. Then suddenly, his face became unusually serious, and he said clearly, I want to borrow your Dokkaebi club. Sanji was startled by the boy's request. What? His hands and feet flailed as he pointed at Yom. You brat, that's not something a human can handle. You can't even use it, the boy reassured Sanji. It's okay, I just want to touch it once. Yom assured him, surely touching it once won't cause any harm, right? Sanji stammered. Well, it's not like that. He held his head in frustration. Damn it. Alright. Sanji had to give in to the boy's wish. You can't do anything with it anyway. His hand glowed as if he were about to conjure something. A spiky club appeared. A mesmerizing blue light surrounded it. He held it heroically. Yom remembered its information from his past life. Sanji Jeji handed the spiky club to him. I'll give it to you for exactly 1 hour. He added a few more instructions. If you try to force it, you'll be in trouble. So be careful, kid. Eon happily took it from his hand. Thank you. The moment Sanji Jiji let go, the weight of the spiky club made it difficult for him to hold. It fell to the ground with a thud. Eon used all his strength to lift it, but to no avail. The man stood beside him, chuckling. I told you, you can't even lift it. Sanji Jiji walked away, leaving him to fend for himself. Well, enjoy your hour of play. Seeing this, Eon was startled. But what could he do? He had already started, so he had to see it through. It took him a while to bring it back to the stone room. It took a while to move it. I had to use magic just to lift it this much. Eon rolled his shoulders and wrung his hands, which were tired from the spiky club. And this isn't even its complete form. He gave the spiky club a quick assessment. A weapon said to be able to summon tidal storms and level mountains with a single swing. If it were fully released, it would be a disaster. Eon directed his magic towards it. There's only one reason I borrowed this Dokkaebi club. A dark force swirled around the club. If black eye is considered an aspect of a weapon, can I absorb it? Or does it only work under certain special circumstances? I have to find out. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Always so stubborn. What do you plan to do with that thing? Everything conflicted, causing Yom to be injured, collapsing in pain. His hand clenched tightly, trying to endure. Eve read it. Yom didn't think he would be so easily defeated. I was blown away by a single sound. However, he had managed to conquer what he wanted. But if it can read its memories, I can absorb it. His excitement grew. And if it can absorb it, I can handle weapons that no human has ever been able to before. The scene changes. Yom is wearing a backpack. Have you got everything? Sanji Jiji's voice made him turn around. No wonder things seemed so lively at the foot of the mountain. The man held a bottle of wine and grinned. Is today the day you leave? The boy replied, yes, today marks exactly 1 year. Sanji Jiji was surprised. Really? He took out a small bag. Sanji tossed it up and down like a ball. Eon was curious. What is it? He laughed carelessly. It's salt. I'm throwing it because I want to see you off on your way. The boy's face fell when he heard that, but he quickly regained his cheerful expression. Eon expressed his gratitude to the man. Thank you for everything. I'll come back to visit you next year. Joking aside, the man was also sad to say goodbye but still teased him. You know that showing up empty-handed won't be welcome, right? Sanji Jiji made a deal with Yon. Bring a bunch of wine when you come back. The boy sighed in exasperation. Someone who just threw a pile of salt at me is saying that. Suddenly, Yon asked him, Mountain Keeper, are you satisfied living on this mountain? The man's face held a hint of sadness. What does it matter if I'm satisfied or not? This is my land. I'm only here because it's mine. Sanji said nonchalantly, it may seem like I'm stuck here, but I go out a lot. Where do you think all the wine and snacks I eat come from? He angrily shooed the boy away. Now, don't bother me anymore and just go. Eong still lingered. Not right now, but. His words made the man tremble slightly. One day, I will return your name to you. Sanji Jiji was surprised. How? How did you know about that? When Eong had left, he still stood on the mountain, watching him go, remembering what the boy had said to him. When the time comes, I will need your help. Eon had left a deep impression. How did that kid know about that? Seriously, what a strange kid. Long ago, there was a Dokibi who wandered the 8 provinces. A man caught the Dokibi, scolded him, and let him go. Unwilling to accept defeat, the Dokibi challenged the man to a wrestling match. After losing that match as well, the Dokibi made 2 vows. The first was to guard the mountain, and guide newcomers. The second was to create Muyanmon and select suitable people to challenge it. He stared thoughtfully into the distance. That is the past that everyone knows. He recalled his own past, when Sanji Jiji was pushed down by a villain. The other man arrogantly told him, because I won, from now on, don't cause any more trouble in the mortal world. To prove this, I will take your name. Sanji Jiji's gaze was indifferent to the other. A name is the essence of a person. Your soul will now be bound to me. The villain even kindly offered a hand to help him up. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. That man was hypocritical. One day, if a child of my bloodline returns this name to you, then our contract will finally be complete. Sanji Jiji sighed warily. I guess it wasn't really that bad. Union that kid. Is he really the one who will carry out that task? He turned his neck, resigned to fate. Anyway, he said he'd bring my name back. Suddenly, he yelled in anger. And he just ran off like that, leaving me with this helpless hope. His steps were filled with frustration. I should have thrown more salt. By evening, Eon had reached his home. I had to stop at Sun Mu Mountain to seal Hukia, so it took a bit longer. Butler Choi was already waiting at the door. It's been a long time, young master. He asked kindly, have you been well? Eon was also surprised by his appearance. Butler Choi. He smiled as a matter of courtesy. If Butler Choi is waiting for me, then father must be calling for me. Butler Choi confirmed. Yes, that's right. I will take your luggage to your room. Please proceed to the main building. Immediately. Their footsteps echoed in the night. Eon politely followed Butler Choi. He habitually took a different path, but the man stopped him. Today, we will not be taking that path, but this one, young master. Eon was surprised by the change. Huff. He walked on, filled with suspicion. This path is definitely. Eon remembered where this path led. The private training ground of the family head. Tayson was drawing his sword seriously. Hearing footsteps, he turned around. You've arrived. Tane slowly sheathed his sword. He's not even surprised. He glanced sternly at him. You've arrived. Eon bowed his head slightly in greeting. Are you well, father? Tayson looked at him with a cold gaze. It seems you've obtained something quite good recently. The distance between them was very close, yet also very far. Gaze. But seeing you, father, I realize I still have many shortcomings. He closed his eyes and chuckled softly. Did you learn how to flatter people outside? If so, I'm disappointed. For the first time, Eon didn't feel his father's strictness, and stood there a bit dumbfounded. Wait, was that a joke? Did father just laugh? The butler approached and bowed respectfully. You have arrived, family head. Teen replied softly, thank you. He turned his head and called for him to go this way. The J green tea set was incredibly luxurious, and the steam rising from the hot tea was enchanting. Taesin sat down and gently asked Han, how have you been? He silently pushed a cup of tea towards Yeon, while the boy was engrossed in recounting everything. This is not a report. Tell me your own feelings. If I wanted a report, I would not have called you here privately. Yeon's hands rubbed against each other nervously. If father truly wants to hear my real feelings. A moment later, he looked directly into Tae's eyes. Then he fell silent for a moment, his heart in turmoil. This feels strange. Tae lightly lifted the teacup and took a sip, talking to a child not about his performance report but about his feelings during training. This is a first. That's all. After setting down the teacup, he began, you have not wasted your time. Yeon smiled humbly. I couldn't possibly waste the time you gave me, father. The question he posed made the boy pause for a moment. Then why did you return late today? Taesin listened intently to what he would say. It's because I stopped at Sungmu Mountain to pay my respects to our ancestors. Yeon tried to sit up straight, not revealing any weakness under his gaze. Is that all? He gathered all his courage and said loudly, if this is something I will have to mention someday, then I'd rather. Believing that he wanted the elders to witness that moment as well. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended upon the entire room. Have you become arrogant after achieving just a small accomplishment? Taesin's entire being exuded an oppressive aura. Are you really telling me to my face that you visited our ancestors' graves just to boost your own prestige? Yeon tried to hold his ground against it. This immense pressure. In his heart, he had made a decision. But because of Hyukia, I will have to visit Sungmu Mountain frequently. I can't just go through this every single time. Yeon forced himself to speak. Not just with words, I want to show tradition and respect through actions, not just words. He sat up straight and declared firmly to Taesin, they may see me as a kid, but I also carry the blood of the Lai martial arts family. I want to try my hand at becoming an example. He was very pleased. Well said. Before lifting the teacup to his lips, he gave a meticulous instruction. I will forgive you this time, but you must make sure it does not breed indulgence. Yeon immediately nodded obediently. Yes, I apologize. As soon as he looked up, he heard Taesin ask another question. And one more thing. There is something you haven't told me. Yeon was bewildered. He widened his eyes in astonishment as he was bluntly exposed. I gave you permission to go to John Wizen, but I don't remember authorizing Nguyen Mom. Taesin stood up. The only thing you asked for was training at John Wizen. He walked away coldly under Yeon's bewildered gaze. You have deceived your own father, so a punishment has been prepared. Come with me. The sharp silver sword, the strong hands decisively drawing it. Taesin pointed the sword at him, his voice cold. Draw your weapon. I will test what you have gained. In the cold main hall, the father and son entered a standoff. The butler brought the sword to Yeon. I wondered why father brought me to the training ground. So this is the reason. He hesitated, not wanting to take the sword. Can you show me everything you have gained with that? Yeon fell into deep thought. Did father know from the beginning? He seemed to have made up his mind, decisively retracting his hand. Yeon reached into the empty air, and his sword appeared with a blue glow. Even though he had drawn his weapon, facing Taesin made him a little nervous. The man stared at the sword for a moment, as if remembering something. Then Taesin's gaze changed, becoming sharper. Boom. Golden lightning bolts surrounded the sword as Yeon activated his skill. Demon Eye skill. Only when looking directly into his eyes did Yeon witness an unbelievable sight that made his eyes widen. Teen stood there calmly, unmoved. Nothing. I can't see anything. I can't see any magic or flow of aura at all. So even my demon eye can't see through it. Red sparks shot from Yeon's eyes. Then there's no need to use my eyes, which can distract me. He put more force into his standing leg. Fighting father, there's no need for preparation or warm-up. The pressure was so strong that the ground cracked. Put everything into the first blow. The light on Yeon's sword had turned green. Skill, combat style. His eyes also turned blue. His pupils no longer visible. A shaft of light tore through the space towards Taesin. Demon piercing skill. The attack came very close, but he still didn't move an inch. I even combined it with storm and freezing aura. Taesin's gaze was like a calm lake, without a single ripple. Even if it doesn't reach father's leg, if it can at least have some effect. At that moment, under the starry sky, Tae began to move, lightly gripping his sword. In the quiet night, with just one sharp slash that cut through the space, Yeon's massive attack was easily cut in two. A moment later, the blue-black light barrier in front was shattered into small pieces in the air. The scene was in ruins, with rocks and dust flying everywhere. He covered his face with his hands, letting his body be hit by the rocks. The main hall floor was cracked in several places. That's enough. Taesin instructed sternly. Is this the answer you found after fighting the founder? Yeon stood frozen in place, his hands covering his face. He coughed a few times, trying to catch his breath. Is a logo with a horizontal sword, the symbol of a powerful family. A talent that no one else possesses, except for me. and to continuously break and rebuild the talent to create a solid foundation that will never be shaken. Leyon did not back down, ready to fight again. That is the truest answer I have found. Tizan saw the determined look in Leon's eyes and softened his voice. It seems you have chosen a difficult path. The boy looked deeply into his father's stern eyes and promised himself, but I will not fall, and I will not bow my head. Tane waved his hand, changing the subject. Good. So how was the trial in the bloodless dream? Leyon sheathed his sword. I can't describe it clearly with words, so. The main hall was in ruins. Not being able to say it means it hasn't truly become yours yet. He handed the sword back to the butler. In fact, the attack just now wasn't your strongest move, was it? Leyon clenched his fists and muttered, yes, I know. Tane's face suddenly turned serious, his gaze on the boy complex. Tizan decisively turned and walked away. You entered the bloodless dream on your own. If you show such a mediocre performance again, I will surely punish you. Leyon bowed deeply in anxiety. I'm sorry, father. Suddenly he turned and asked Han, making the boy's eyes widen in surprise. What do you plan to do from now on? Leyon stood up straight and spoke seriously to him about it. I have something to tell you, father. He lowered his voice. Speak. The boy gathered all his courage to say it. From now on, I will have to go through the third-year program at the academy. But as you know, father, I have long surpassed the level of a student. Leyon was cut off by Tane. Get to the point. The boy decisively took a step forward. I want to experience the world. Leyon thumped his chest and said seriously, please allow me to begin my warrior's journey. Is it? Glanced at him suspiciously. So from the moment you wanted to go to Tiansun, you were aiming for this? Leyon nodded decisively. Yes, that's right. He looked only at Tizan's back as he confessed. However, the bigger reason is that I want to improve my own abilities. Tizan lowered his head slightly, his brow furrowed in worry. Wanting to achieve multiple goals at once. That habit might one day be the rope that tightens around your neck. I will remember that. The boy bowed respectfully as he saw him off. Leyon narrowed his eyes and thought. Is this advice, and at the same time, a warning? His voice carried a hint of sadness. That's right, the warrior's journey. The night sky outside the academy today was covered with stars. The warrior's journey is the final trial that the direct descendants of the ancient line martial family must overcome. Without receiving any help from the family, they must train in martial arts until they come of age, and then return. Although there is no fixed test, they must achieve an accomplishment that everyone will acknowledge. Leyon stood silently in the main hall, but his back seemed to carry a great weight. However, 15 is still too young. The common age to begin the warrior's journey is around 17 or 18. In the darkness, only Leyon dared to step towards the light. But this child was not the type to be confined by the mold of what is common. He had proven with his own hands that he possessed strength equivalent to a fifth-level warrior. Behind him, many other children were watching his back. Seeing this child, the other children would surely be more vigilant. Tane turned around, which was a sign of support for him. All right, very well. I grant you permission to begin your warrior's journey. Leyon was so happy that his hands behind his back were clenched together. Success, but halfway through, he paused, making the boy anxious without realizing it. But Tizan's demeanor was incredibly imposing. In a loud voice, he stated two conditions. On a crisp morning at the administrative office of the Lai Tiham martial arts clan, the elder, Tiham, continuously waved and called out, Nephew, you've worked hard. He grabbed the boy's cheeks and kneaded them. Hello, uncle, the boy said. Are you still well? When am I ever not well? He laughed heartily. Tiham finally let him go. You're the one who's grown so tall, haven't you? The room echoed with their voices. Oh dear, we can't just stand here like this. Come, sit down. Yes, thank you, the young man replied, taking the offered seat. Would you like something to drink? The young man shook his head. No, thank you. Remembering how much the boy had already eaten, Tiham insisted, Young master, have a little more to eat. Oh my, what should I do? There doesn't seem to be enough food, the young man fretted. It's all right. Please, stop, the young man said. Actually, I just finished eating with my nanny. I'm so full I feel like my stomach will burst. Well then, that settles it. The young man then looked at his uncle's face and asked, By the way, you look very tired, uncle. His uncle rubbed his head and laughed sheepishly. I've had a lot of work lately. Is it that obvious? The boy stood up, to Tiham's surprise. Actually, I have a gift for you. The young man placed a wooden box on the table. It's nothing special, but it's a medicinal pill I refined myself. His uncle quickly snatched the box. It's nothing special, the young man continued, but it will significantly increase your vitality and your ability to control your magical power for the next few weeks. Nephew, you're the only one who thinks of me, Tiham said, opening the box. Inside was a single black pill. What is that smell? It's like a pine forest after the rain. The boy happily boasted. Even the mountain's guardian acknowledged it as good medicine. His uncle became curious. The mountain's guardian. You should try taking it, the young man urged. Tiham quickly took out the pill. All right. He slowly brought the pill to his mouth. If even a goblin praises it, it must be very effective. Tom opened his mouth wide and slowly put the pill in. The boy watched his every move, a smile spreading across his face as he saw him take it. Tom closed his eyes tightly, feeling something flowing through every cell of his body. This is the real deal. His entire body felt as if a stream of light had cleared all his meridians. If I practice my magic while taking this medicine, the effect will surely be many times greater than normal. He slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, truly surprising. Tom was very satisfied with the pill's effects. Besides its fast-acting nature, it was no different from a divine elixir. Did you really make this? Yes, that's right, the young man said, overjoyed. Tom rubbed his chin, contemplating. Do you still remember how to make it? The boy's sparkling eyes widened. Of course. The rare ingredients can also be substituted. Tom held the box like a treasure. In that case, he lowered his voice, don't tell anyone and keep it to yourself. When you grow up, you can use it in many ways. The young man's mood blossomed. You always think of me first, as always, uncle. Yes. At that time, I hope you will help me a lot. Tom rubbed the boy's head and laughed heartily. Are you planning to take advantage of your old uncle? Alright, when the time comes, I'll gladly let you take advantage of me. He pulled his hand back as if he had suddenly remembered something. That's right, I heard you plan to participate in the martial practitioner administration this time. The young man was quite surprised that the news had spread so quickly. You already know. Tom lowered his head, worried. There will be a lot of controversy. The thought of so many judgmental eyes on the boy pained him. He would surely not escape accusations of favoritism. Since they couldn't touch his older brother, all the resentful gazes would fall on the young man. Tom gently placed the box on the table. To participate in the martial practitioner administration, you not only need the clan leader's permission but also the approval of the elders. His face suddenly became uncharacteristically stern. What's more, the elders don't like you. Why don't you give up this time? The boy lowered his gaze and explained, I have anticipated some of the things you're worried about. That's why my father has set a condition. Tom couldn't believe his ears. A condition. The young man nodded. Yes. He placed both hands in front of him and said seriously, and for that, I need your help. The young man threw open the door, his voice ringing with exhilaration. It's been a long time since I've been back here. He stretched and then settled into a stance. Let's try a light warm-up. Suddenly, his eyes became helpless as he glanced towards the door and mumbled, You're here. Deho burst through the door, her face lit up with excitement. Little one. The next second, a fiery anger erupted within her. Her voice rose to a shriek as she enunciated each word, If you're back. Deho gripped his neck, shaking him back and forth, screaming, You should have come to see your auntie first, you ungrateful wretch. His face turned pale, and he tried to explain in a hoarse voice, I was busy with something, how could I dare to show up unannounced? She released his neck, her voice petulant, I know everything. You just visited your little brother before coming here. He put a hand to his neck, feeling as if he had just escaped death. He sighed and explained again, that was for business. Deho crossed her arms, turning her head to the side, and retorted sullenly, that mouth of yours never admits defeat. Besides, how long has it been since you returned from your last mission, and you're already off on another one. Suddenly her voice softened, startling the young man. Even so. Deho stood on her tiptoes, reaching up to gently pat his head, her voice as soft as if cooing to a child. My little one has grown up so much. Your magic power has almost doubled, and your magic circuits are exceptionally strong. The young man reported honestly, I have also mastered all the aura skills I learned before. She raised an eyebrow slightly, her voice a mixture of confirmation and joy. Is that so? Then you've truly entered the third level of magic. Deho flexed her arm, and said with a laugh, although you still need some more nourishment, for a little one like you, your auntie has already prepared a gift. I mean, I have completed all the incantations for the other aura skills. Let's try them now. But he refused, immediately dampening her enthusiasm. Forgive me, auntie, but I'm afraid that's not possible right now. The young man gently explained, because from today onwards, I will be busy. Footsteps approached from the door, and a voice called out, still as close to your auntie as ever, I see. A man pushed the door open and entered. His footsteps weren't loud, but they were clear enough to be heard. Mi-young entered with a smile. Seeing him, Deho called out, Big brother. The next second, she started to scold him. You act as if you're so busy. Deho pointed a finger at Mi-young and shouted furiously, then why did you come here to train our little brother? You liar. He sheepishly rubbed his head, trying to find an excuse. It's really because I'm too busy. Even so, I still helped you organize the incantations, didn't I? Seeing the two of them arguing, the young man sighed and thought to himself, to think even my busy big brother would lend a hand. That's right, Mi-young turned to suggest to the boy, but her materials are extremely rare, so they are also useful for my personal cultivation. The young man had to force a smile and reply, that's even better. Putting that aside, he quickly changed the subject. How have you been lately, brother? Mi-young's face suddenly turned serious, and his voice deepened, which made the boy pause. Yes, I'm fine. But then he put the young man in a headlock and ruffled his hair, his voice a mixture of teasing and accusation. How dare you go to Heavenly Demon Mountain without a word to your big brother? The young man hurriedly explained, forgive me, brother. You were on a mission at the time. Leyon continued to ruffle his hair and scold him, and when you came back, you made father call for you personally. In another room, dimly lit by light filtering through the cracks in the door, Taehan was diligently writing something and said to Leyon, you need to teach your little brother the basic techniques. Can you go in my stead? Leyon was still stunned after hearing the question. Ease. Taehan looked down, still writing, and muttered to himself, it will be easier for him to learn from you than from the elders. He looked up at Myeong's refined face, which was lost in thought, and was slightly moved, even though the other person was not one to care about such matters. After a moment of thought, Myeong bowed his head and replied, yes, I will go. After speaking, he turned to leave. As he was about to reach for the doorknob, he paused. Tong, without looking up, warned, you must be prepared. Myeong turned slightly, bowed politely, and replied, thank you. As he stepped through the door, his mind gradually fell into contemplation. The bloodless dream. Even I have never been allowed to test my strength in it, yet he has progressed to this extent. A slight smile curved Myeong's lips as he felt a sense of pride. Now I understand why I was entrusted with teaching him the basic techniques. Maintaining a mature mindset, Myeong analyzed that it was so he could look at his younger brother and feel encouraged. Then he thought of Taehan's words, or perhaps it's to make me compete with him. No longer dwelling on it, Myeong decided, I must meet my little brother in person to understand the whole story. As he was ruffling the young man's hair, he suddenly paused and thought. 20 years. No, maybe 10 years. Or perhaps even sooner, you might catch up. Seeing him staring, the young man spoke up, thank you, brother, for taking the time to worry about me when you were so busy. To avoid arousing suspicion, Myeong smiled and said, it's nothing. Among those who have been certified in the promise-free transmission, I am the only one who is free right now. The promise-free transmission was explained as the entire collection of fundamental techniques, esoteric meanings, and secret manuals of the Ly-Sum-Nu sect. Passed down through generations, only those who had completely absorbed all of its arts could be granted this proof. And it was also one of the conditions that his father had set for the warrior's journey. To receive the entire fundamental techniques of Ly-Sum-Nu. The young man suddenly asked, but why are you personally teaching me the basic techniques, big brother? Aren't there elders in the academy? Myeong did not answer directly but asked back, do you think you can fully grasp the true transmission from them? He then listed the things that could happen, getting entangled in countless petty and dirty tricks, being ambushed during the ceremony to receive your Dharma name, being obstructed by conspiracies in the promotion battles, being placed in the lowest, ranking class in the entire academy. After hearing this, the young man repeatedly thanked him, thank you, brother, for everything. Myeong patted his shoulder, smiled, and said, that's right, that's right. On the surface, he was calm, but a hint of sadness flickered in his eyes as he thought, but has he really grown up this much? Looking at the young man's handsome, grown-up face, he thought before, when I concentrated, I could see the flow of magic power in his body. Thinking about the boy's body, he felt a little disappointed in himself. But now, there's a part of him that I can no longer fathom. However, setting aside his jealousy, Myeong still encouraged himself and patted the boy's head in encouragement. Even if you surpass me, I won't feel resentful. Well done, my little brother. I still want to be the person my younger siblings look up to for their entire lives. The conversation between the two completely ignored Gaeho, forcing her to speak up. But you people. Then Gaeho jumped up and screamed. Are you just going to keep murmuring to each other while an adult is speaking? Leyon was flustered and tried to calm her down. Auntie, please calm down. She turned away in a huff. Fine, I'm leaving. Go ahead and leave. It's not like you're trying to keep me here anyway. The young man watched her go and replied calmly. We'll see each other tonight anyway. Gaeho pouted and said, didn't you say you were going to train? I bet you'll be training until late at night again. To appease her, the young man said, training is training, but researching with you, Auntie, is a different matter. He continued to praise her talent, making Gaeho blush with embarrassment. A person as knowledgeable in magic arts as you, Auntie, who is ranked among the best in the world. How could I dare to miss the opportunity to research with you? Please forgive me, and I hope you can wait a little longer. Immediately, Gaeho's cheerful and smug mood returned. Well, of course. This world-renowned Auntie will generously overlook it. With that, Gaeho waved goodbye and ran off. Well then, since you understand, I'm leaving now. It's definitely not because my tea show is on. The young man also waved back. Yes, have a safe trip home, Auntie. Only after she left did he dare to let out a sigh of relief. Finally she's gone. Myeong, on the other hand, had already drawn his sword and said, now we can begin the training session. He slowly unsheathed his sword, his voice deliberate, well then. Myeong brought the sword across his face, his sharp eyes and deep, charismatic voice saying, in order to completely fulfill the condition that father has given. Young's face was now serious, his eyes fixed on his brother. Myeong held his sword, and said sternly, I will personally teach you with great rigor. Young studied diligently under Myeong's instruction at the training camp. After 7 days at the camp, training in the fundamental techniques with his older brother was extremely simple. Mi-young's expression remained cold. He was not distracted as the sword was about to thrust straight at his face. As for Young, he was trying his best to fight. He gritted his teeth and thrust his sword towards his brother's face. Mi-young used one hand to swing his sword and knock Young's sword out of his hand. The moments of teaching martial arts, techniques or knowledge were fleeting. During practice, the focus was on conserving energy and minimizing rest time. You only rested long enough to catch your breath. A training session that left him nearly exhausted was highly praised. It was a duel that was almost real. Mi-young approached and said, "I think that carving it directly onto your body is more meaningful than teaching with words." He looked into Young's blazing red eyes and asked, "You're using your demonic eye to observe, aren't you? Give it your all." His challenge rekindled the boy's spirit. Young slammed his sword into the ground and used it as a crutch to stand up. Although his body was almost completely exhausted, he still tried. Immediately after, Young's feet got into position. He gathered his momentum to the point where smoke rose from under his shoes along with gravel and leaves. A roar of pent-up energy was heard as he rushed forward. When he swung his sword down, Mi-young quickly blocked it and also made a silent assessment. He has clearly grasped the flow thanks to his demonic eye, but his body cannot keep up with his will. He watched Young's fiery gaze and every sword strike to identify his mistakes. A sword strike from a structurally impossible angle. Not only the muscles, but even the joints would have difficulty withstanding it. Mi-young asked gently, but with a tone that carried a high level of damage, "Did you just think that was an overwhelming move?" Before he could finish hearing the question, Young was surprised by his brother's speed and words. "Wrong. The body of a Lai Sung Mu descendant is stronger than you think." He was stunned by the tip of the sword that had stopped right between his eyes, his mind still in a daze. This body. He then gritted his teeth, increased his speed, knocked Mi-young's sword away and told himself, "Move." His brother was shocked by Young's speed of adaptation. He has already caught up to this extent. Mi-young grabbed his lapel and muttered to himself, "A solid foundation, and he learns very quickly." He wasn't a child who could perform such movements before. He turned to leave with a hint of jealousy in his heart. The bloodless dream trial. Even I was never allowed to enter. Could this be the principle he learned from there? Mi-young rolled up his sleeves and said in a low voice, "All right, it seems you've caught up. Then I'll increase the difficulty." With a smiling face and an enticing invitation that was a far cry from his prepared stance with the sword in his hand, he said, "Let's see how far you can follow." Young also got into position, his sharp eyes looking at his brother, thinking to himself, "Damn it, he's really serious now." After a while of struggling with the exercises, Mi-young finally called out, "Today's training session ends here." He rubbed the back of his neck and said with an embarrassed smile, "I'm sorry." Looking at the scene of holes in the floor and Young sitting and panting, he continued, "It seems I went a little too far during practice." Although tired, Young replied with a cheerful expression, "This is what you call training." Mi-young reached out his hand to him and said, "Never mind." As he pulled Young up, he asked gently, "It seems you've gotten a feel for it, haven't you?" The boy replied naturally, "Didn't you say that the body of a Lai Sung Mu descendant is very strong?" In his mind right now, after having the knowledge imparted to him, the bodies of the Sung Nu family were indeed tougher than ordinary people. The sinews are as tough as steel wires, and the muscles are as elastic and resilient as rubber. The young man held up his hand and looked at it for a moment before muttering to himself, "And such a strong body becomes even stronger with each training session." He clenched his fist, looked up, and said, "That's why it's okay to use techniques that put a lot of pressure on the body. Thanks to that, I've come to understand that the basic techniques start from that point." Mi-young smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, you have a very good understanding. You've even managed to apply it to your movement techniques." Being praised made Young scratch his head in embarrassment and reply humbly, "I've only grasped that much after a week of hard training. I'm still very lacking." Seeing his humility, Mi-young's jealousy flared up again. He says he's lacking. It usually takes several months to get the hang of the basic techniques. He's very good. He turned to leave, leaving the boy with a few words of advice. "You are truly praiseworthy. Remember to go to the medical hall to treat your external injuries properly." Mi-young bent down to pick up his cloak, gently lifted it, and put it on his other arm. Then, Mi-young patted the young man's shoulder and reminded him, "See you at this time tomorrow." The boy also nodded politely in response. "Yes, I plan to review what I've learned today." He left, leaving the boy in the training room with a reminder. "All right, but don't overdo it." The young man finally let out a sigh of relief. The exhausted but forced expression was gone. He held out his hand and looked at it for a while, then thought to himself, "It's really similar." Then he picked up the sword again and tried to practice what he had learned, which was the foundation of the endless, the systematized theory of movement based on the continuous application of myriad transformations. Young recalled the times he attacked his brother, and his brother's evasive maneuvers. The family's fundamental techniques were based on the body's nature to maximize its physical capabilities. And when he compared what he had learned with Mi-young's lightning, fast attacks, he saw more and more similarities. The patterns of the two were strangely similar. Young began to break down the body to better understand. The difference was perhaps that the fundamental techniques centered on the body. After analyzing the lines on the shoulders, he moved to the wrists and hands, while the endless focused on the weapon. From this, he seriously concluded, thanks to this, mastering the fundamental techniques has become easier than I thought. Perhaps both have a common origin. His eyes were serious as he was lost in thought. At that time, in the memory of the Endless, I saw someone with the characteristics of the Sungmu lineage. It seems that Endless is indeed closely related to our family. At this point, Yom unconsciously clenched his fist, a feeling of frustration welling up inside him, as if he had just discovered a secret in an unexpected place. With hopeful eyes and a slight smile, he said to himself, it seems time will pass very quickly. All the high-ranking people were gathering. The study of the elder of the Sungmu clan. In a solemn and quiet atmosphere, the sound of a door opening and footsteps approaching was heard. Cho Jun entered, his voice hoarse, sorry for being late. He turned to look at Taehong and said, sarcastically, well, why would a busy general manager like you be interested in attending this? He maintained his original posture and replied calmly, it's just that I often use being busy as an excuse not to attend regularly, so I thought I should drop by this time. Cho Jun picked up a teacup, nodded, and said, is that so? Then he asked gently, you've probably heard about the youngest son of the side branch's warrior journey, haven't you? Someone there slammed the table and exclaimed, of course, elder. The person next to him also slammed the table and shouted, a young brat is allowed to go on a warrior's journey. What kind of system is this? And he's a filthy illegitimate child at that. Taehong sat with his arms crossed, saying nothing, letting the person next to him stand up and shout for justice. I heard that arrogant one himself submitted a petition to the family head, saying that because he had returned from the heavenly demon mountain, he hoped to be allowed to overcome the challenge. Cho Jun glanced at him and slammed the cup on the table, his tone now as if he was trying to suppress his anger. It seems everyone here misunderstands. The family head has not made a final decision on this matter. He only said to let the elders' council discuss and decide. Another person sitting there asked, so the final decision is ours? The person next to him enthusiastically made his own suggestion. Since it has come to this, let's just reject it outright. He stroked his silver beard and said, it's not that simple. Cho Jun imagined the young man fighting and said, the family head said that the child has martial arts skills on par with a 5th-level warrior, and has even overcome the bloodless dream, so there is no legitimate reason to refuse. He looked into the distance, his voice full of cunning as he offered his opinion. Therefore, in the face of a person from a side branch disrupting the traditional order, we must find a valid pretext. Then he raised his voice and asked everyone, has anyone among you thought of a satisfactory response? A hand was immediately raised. Taehong then stood up and spoke. I would like to say a few words. Just by looking at his demeanor, the young man could guess Taehong's actions. Li Taehong was absolutely neutral in politics. He still clearly remembered the unfriendly gazes those people gave him. This is how the elders looked at Li Taehong, a neutral person who doesn't take sides, just pretends to be upright. The young man guessed that was why when they saw Li Taehong attending this meeting, the elders all had the same thought. It seems he's here to defend him because they both come from a side branch. He thought to himself and unconsciously cursed in his mind. And Li Taehong himself was not unaware of this. It was such a shallow thought that it was obvious at a glance. A bunch of snakes in disguise. The image of the examination appeared in his mind. The 3 examinations that the main lineage of Sungmu went through, the selection ceremony, the naming ceremony, and the warrior's journey. Those from the main lineage who passed all 3 examinations would be appointed to key positions in the family. He imagined papers fluttering in the wind, and couldn't help but think that they would be given countless powers and privileges, including the right to attend and speak at important meetings. In essence, it was no different from being treated as an elder. Taehong put his hand in his pocket as if to take something out. The young man pondered, how can those short-sighted old men, immersed in the ideology of pure bloodlines, happily accept this? He suddenly paused, wondering, wait, did this kid bring the secret medicine to ask for a favor in this matter? Taehong sighed, his mind in a turmoil of chaotic thoughts. Jian, I really don't know if this is right. Taehong raised his hand and seriously proposed, may I have a word? With a skeptical expression, Cho Jun asked, is that the general manager speaking? He closed his eyes, revealing deep wrinkles, and said, I heard you are quite close to that son from the side branch. Hearing those words, he couldn't help but admit that the man's words had a sharp edge. Regardless of his inner feelings, Taehong still smiled brightly and replied, how can I hate someone who has tried so hard? He hesitated for a moment before continuing, it's just that I think he has gone a little too far this time. Unable to hide his curiosity, the man asked again, gone too far? Taehong frankly expressed his opinion, that child does have a legitimate claim, but can we ignore tradition and procedure? I think the youngest son also needs to understand that there are things he can't do as he pleases. Cho Jun asked with a sharp and suggestive tone, I thought the general manager was someone who disliked tradition and procedure. Seeing the old man's trickery, he cursed him silently. This old man is not easy to deal with. Taehong maintained his smile, and answered calmly. Do I not understand the importance of those things? It's just that from the perspective of a practical person, I'm afraid of being bound by rigid handling, so I'm being cautious. Cho Jun spoke as if he understood perfectly. I understand the general manager's point. He turned his head to the side and asked, so what is your proposed solution? He replied and slowly analyzed, if the Elders' Council has no reason to object, then just create a reason. This problem is not worth overthinking. Hong's words rang out clearly. After all, the most convincing pretext is that the youngest son has never proven his abilities. Cho Jun looked at him and asked with great concern, didn't the family head only acknowledge that he has reached the level of a 5th-level warrior? Upon hearing this, Hong quickly replied, will the family head be willing to certify that? The man exclaimed in surprise at his firm attitude. Hong clasped his hands together and spoke hesitantly. So, he gritted his teeth and cursed silently, that cunning brat, let him fend for himself. Hong spoke his thoughts with a serious expression, just set up a chess game for him to prove himself. Cho Jin asked in surprise, and with a hint of doubt, a chess game? You mean a duel? Facing the concerned gazes of those around him, he replied, yes, that's right. Considering the youngest son's actions so far, he will definitely not refuse. The man asked curiously, then who should he fight against? Perhaps the one who has just completed the warrior's journey recently would be most suitable, right? But with the 7th young master's personality, he would never accept this kind of duel. The image of Sayana with a cold, terrifying smile and a knife in her hand gradually became clear in Cho Jin's mind. So you mean the 6th young lady? Hong replied without hesitation as if it were obvious. Yes. Wouldn't Sayana be a perfect fit? If you're worried, just set a limit for her. Cho Jin looked up, silently agreeing with his answer. Not a bad idea. The image of her gritting her teeth in anger appeared clearly in his mind, reminding him of before. Moreover, according to what Lady Bitch said, the 6th young lady has always had a grudge against that son from the side branch. Cho Jin stated his opinion, I think this is not a bad idea at all. He turned to ask for the opinions of those around him, what do the other elders think? All eyes turned to Cho Jin, and everyone replied, I also think it's not bad. It sounds good. Seeing that the majority agreed, the rest also followed suit. If the elder has thought so, then it should be fine. I also agree. Then this meeting is concluded. As he turned to leave, a voice suddenly spoke from behind, making Hong turn around curiously. You've worked hard today, General Manager, Elder. His shadow approached, backlit, making Cho Jin's entire body seem to be shrouded in darkness. He smiled and praised, it seems I have misunderstood the General Manager all this time. I don't know what wind blew you here to grant me such a clear insight. He humbly and gently replied, I only did what is said I would. Of course, Cho Jin said seriously, I understand the General Manager's loyalty to the family very well. Suddenly, he slammed his staff on the floor. But, General Manager, the light clearly reflected every feature on Cho Jin's face. He did not hesitate to expose Hong's act. The small details are the most important. Hearing this, he just smiled meaningfully. Hong smiled brightly, scratched his head shyly, and denied it. Acting. I really don't understand what you're talking about. The next words from Cho Jin made him pause for a moment. Your eyes, your voice, every single word. He walked past Hong, while Cho Jin calmly exposed the truth. General Manager, when everyone else called him the son of a side branch, you were the only one who insisted on calling him the youngest son. His voice echoed from a distance. That's right. Time passed. 3 weeks later, at the Sungmu Martial Arts Hall, the young man slowly drew his sword and uttered a thoughtful sentence. It seems today will be the last time. Leyon teased, you can still say that after getting beaten up so badly yesterday. The boy exclaimed confidently, you've already felt it, haven't you, big brother? He got into a fighting stance and challenged, then show me. Immediately after, Mi-young rushed towards the young man. He raised his sword high. The moment Mi-young attacked, the boy timely raised his sword to block the blow. He used his strength to fling away his brother's descending sword. His brother laughed excitedly and praised him. Very good, that's the right stance. Mi-young swung his sword down again, and the boy calmly blocked the blow with his own sword. Young's eyes lit up, wide with surprise, as he thought to himself, sixth sense and demonic eye. The transcendent senses awakened through training can perceive the entire trajectory of the sword technique. He thought with full confidence, I can block everything. Both of them, filled with killing intent, rushed towards each other. The last blow cracked the ground where they stood, sending debris flying everywhere. His brother was knocked back by the blow. The young man was also knocked back and fell. Mi-young suddenly burst out laughing, ran a hand through his hair, and asked, have you mastered the basic techniques already? It took me 3 months to fully grasp the basic techniques. You are truly a genius. Mi-young quietly observed Young sitting on the ground, thinking to himself, it took him a week to get a feel for it, 2 weeks to master it with his body, and then he applied magic power to perfect it. It only took him a total of 33 days. He held out his hand to the boy's bewildered gaze, not forgetting to praise him. You always surprise me. Mi-young eagerly said, I will be the one to certify that you have completely mastered the basic techniques. He surmised, moreover, you have not only mastered the basic techniques, but it seems you have also discovered something else. The boy smiled slightly, his eyes on Mi-young. Nothing can be hidden from you, big brother. He announced to his brother, yes, I am thinking of my own way of moving. Mi-young cheerfully offered, do you want me to help? With grateful eyes, the boy said, "If you are willing to help, big brother, I would be extremely grateful." Late at night, in a barren forest where the trees were bare, a hand clenched a dagger, and a sarcastic voice constantly echoed, "Pathetic losers, always acting so high and mighty." Siana stood calmly, at her feet were creatures she had easily defeated. So boring. Siana thought about everything that had happened, her heart filled with frustration and resentment. It's all because of that bastard that I'm stuck with these troublesome missions. Siana calmly walked through puddles of water. She muttered to herself as she walked, "Mother is still seething with anger. It's all his fault." Suddenly, the monster behind her moved. Siana seemed to have sensed it approaching. When the monster lunged at her from behind with its mouth wide open, she seemed unfazed. Siana only said one sentence, and a streak of red light flashed quickly. The dagger in her hand plunged straight into the monster's head. Siana's eyes were sharp and her face was full of killing intent, her 2 fingers still burning with a small flame. She growled, "I told you I was bored." Siana gently flicked her hand, and the dagger embedded in the monster's head immediately began to vibrate. The dagger automatically pulled itself out of the monster's head. She clenched the dagger, deep in thought. This is my 21st mission. Siana gritted her teeth, her anger rising with every thought. And they're all troublesome things like killing hordes of monsters. She turned her back and calmly walked away. Siana silently analyzed. Normally, I only do 4 or 5 jobs a year at most. The 5-year agreement is finally over, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant guy will also be back. From behind, a figure appeared, and a clear voice called out, "Greetings, 6th young lady." Siana glared at him with authority and commanded, "Who are you? State your name." The person quickly introduced himself. "I am Gag from the 12th Squad of the Black Sword Guild." She frowned and asked suspiciously, "The Black Sword Guild?" Siana questioned, "What business does the clan leader's squad have here?" Gag immediately answered clearly, "I bring a message from the clan leader." After hearing this, she immediately asked back, "That arrogant man?" Siana laughed loudly, a crazed and bizarre sound. She swung her dagger and stabbed it forcefully into a nearby tree trunk. Siana bowed her head, forcing out each word. What perfect timing. He's pushed himself to his death. Siana laughed mockingly, her words full of sarcastic innuendo. The clan leader is no slouch either, is he? Her eyes widened with determination. Give the order. Tell him I have received the message. Gag immediately replied, "Yes, young lady." Siana twisted the dagger in the tree trunk, sending sparks flying. She said excitedly, "I'm really looking forward to this." Her eyes turned white, and she gritted her teeth, promising herself, "I will crush him to the very bottom of the abyss." Leyon. The next day, in a quiet room, the young man opened the door and entered, his eyes full of apology as he explained, "I'm sorry I'm late, my training session went on a little long." Tom laughed cheerfully, his voice buoyant, "You're here. I heard you've mastered all the basic skills, so what's left to practice?" The boy quickly replied, "Yes, but I still want to test a few things." His uncle quickly got to the point. "The specific schedule has been announced, so I have something to discuss with you." The young man squinted his eyes in a smile and said gently to Tahom, "If there is an official announcement, I will come to see you." His uncle let out a sigh, his face full of helplessness. Tahom asked with a serious gaze, "Aren't you worried?" The boy asked back, slightly flustered, "What is there to worry about?" He continued with confidence, "Everything is going according to my plan." An image of Tizan talking to him appeared in his mind, and he thought to himself, "Father has agreed to my warrior's journey." But he set 2 conditions. The memory of training sessions with his brother surfaced in his mind, and he silently marveled. The first condition was to master all the basic martial arts techniques. Fortunately, thanks to his guidance and what I learned about controlling magic power, I completed it in a short time. But the second condition is the real challenge. At that time, his uncle had seriously told him to persuade the Council of Elders. He replied with a bewildered look, "I'm sorry. I'll explain the method to you," Tahom had said. "You can use any method you want, but if you can't persuade them, your warrior's journey will not be approved." He had spoken truthfully. However, with your current position, it's difficult to influence the Council of Elders' decision. After a moment of struggle, the boy had finally found a solution. "So I decided to create the most advantageous situation for myself." The image of himself finding the solution appeared clearly in his mind. He chuckled, his face full of satisfaction. "Using proving my strength as a pretext, I have arranged a match with my 6th sister." His eyes turned to Tahom, filled with anticipation. "I came here to ask you to influence things according to my plan. The Council of Elders will have no reason to refuse. I hope everything goes as planned." In his mind, the image of himself placing the next chess piece appeared. "Through this, I want to create an opportunity to be allowed to go on a journey. The ability to change the situation is essential for anyone who wants to enter the political path. This itself is also a part of the challenge." Tom's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "I just don't understand why you are so calm." The young man answered sincerely, without hiding anything. "Because I believe you have arranged everything meticulously." His uncle immediately replied, "That's not what I meant. Tom's face showed clear worry as he slowly expressed his thoughts. That girl. I heard you and she don't get along. He asked with great concern. With Seona's personality, even if it's just a duel, things won't go smoothly. Why choose her in this situation? In a sudden outburst, the boy slammed his hand on the table and shouted, I have a debt to repay to my sixth sister. Not to be outdone, Taehan immediately retorted, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. He stood up and questioned, can't you settle that later? Why are you putting yourself in such a disadvantageous position? Tom clenched his fists, his voice firm and clear. It's not that I don't think you can do it. He slowly sat down, holding his head in his hands, lost in thought as he confessed his worries. I'm afraid you will be hurt in some way when you confront your sister. The boy stared intently at the man in front of him, his thoughts silently swirling. He's really worried about me. What should I do now? Xian, why don't we just let things happen? The young man said softly. Thank you for your concern. The images of Seona and the elder Chojin appeared clearly in his mind. Sixth sister will definitely try to take me down at all costs, and the Council of Elders will take this opportunity to restrain me. The young man clenched his fist and continued. Therefore, this duel is not just about the warrior's journey. He stood up and gently instructed Taehan. Of course, it will be very troublesome if I lose, but don't worry. He stated with absolute certainty, in this match, no matter what, I will definitely win. On a bright morning, the stadium was packed with people. The Council of Elders had quickly issued a notice and pushed for the duel. Soon after, the location for the duel was decided, the Central Martial Arts Arena. In another room, the doors were all closed. This was the largest and most spacious martial arts arena in Sunmo, and it was also the venue for the selection ceremony. Yeon was dressed formally. He looked outside and thought to himself, I knew they wouldn't handle this quietly. He sighed in frustration and said to himself, I don't even need to guess, this is definitely the work of the Elders Council. The arena outside is ready. Yeon quickly analyzed the situation. The Central Martial Arts Arena has a structure with spectator stands surrounding the center. Their intention is clearly to publicly humiliate me and lower my morale. He kept his eyes closed and let out a sigh. But that doesn't matter at all. A person entered the room. Yeon was still lost in thought. Daeho looked and Shilian said hesitantly, little one. She looked puzzled. Yeon observed her and became curious. Ante has had that expression on her face all day. He walked over and calmly asked, why are you looking at me so troubled? Daeho wrung her hands awkwardly and replied hesitantly, oh, it's nothing. She kept looking down at the ground. Seeing her expression, Yeon said, you've been like this all day, and you say it's nothing. Daeho struggled to speak and then said loudly, I hate all these arbitrary actions in this family. Yeon listened calmly. Daeho continued to express her frustration. And I don't like all those dark whispers behind my back. She clutched her dress tightly. Daeho explained more clearly, the sixth young lady is a fourth level martial artist, while you have only reached the fifth level. The difference between the fifth and fourth levels is like heaven and earth. Yeon seemed to understand. He added, that's why sixth sister's magic is restricted. She can't use her secret techniques or ultimate moves. Daeho still had her head down. She admitted, I know. Her hands began to tremble. Daeho said with extreme worry, but what if you lose? She clutched her head in pain and continued in a terrified voice, If only I had taught you a little more about magic. Daeho's eyes darted around. She became more and more agitated and shouted, just a little more instruction. She seemed to have reached her limit and let out a heart-wrenching cry, if only I had told the family about the endless sooner. Daeho was suddenly jolted back to reality when a voice called out, stop. Lady Legeho Ka entered from somewhere. She smiled brightly and reassured her, the young master will surely succeed, as always. She took Geho's hand. Ka smiled and said to her, so, as the young master's teacher, why don't you offer him some words of encouragement instead? Geho's eyes became somber, as if she were holding back a dozen worries. Daeho remained silent. Yeon observed her and thought to himself, she looks like a scared little animal. Ante must have lost something in Sun Mu as well. An image of Geho appeared in his thoughts. Yeon said to himself, I don't know anything about my aunt's past. It wouldn't be difficult to find out if I wanted to. He remained lost in his own thoughts. But I deliberately choose not to know. Because I believe that one day, my aunt will tell me herself. He approached Geho. Yeon said brightly, Ante, this is not the time to be like this. You should be happy. Looking at his cheerful face, Geho seemed not to understand and exclaimed, happy. She was stunned. Geho's jaw dropped when she heard him say, isn't today the day that the magic my aunt and I have researched together will truly shine? And it will be a spectacular upset, too. A voice called out, making everyone look outside. Young master, it's time to go out. Yeon's eyes were filled with determination. He said firmly, watch me, Ante. I will not lose. Yeon tightened his grip on his sword and reminded Geho, feel free to cheer for me from the stands. He excitedly walked outside. Yeon said as if to reassure her, if your cheers are too quiet, I'll be sad. Along the path to the arena, a bright light shone from within. Yeon walked along the path, thinking to himself, it's been a long time since I've walked through this corridor. Yeon suddenly stopped. He seemed to be making a statement as he stood at the threshold. Ever since I was born, I have always tried to prove myself. Yong strode out proudly. Now it's time to put an end to that proving. With his sword in hand, he walked out confidently. Let's go. Hundreds of people watched intently. There was already a figure on the dueling grounds. Yong's face was full of determination. He strode forward aggressively. Suddenly, Yong paused. He glanced in one direction. Tisun and Weijun sat solemnly in a corner. Yong immediately noticed and said, both father and Lady Bitch have come. Tong, Shorang, and John Guk were also present. He observed and said, my uncle and the elders are all here. Yong quickly looked ahead, seemingly unfazed by the words that were spoken. Hey, you arrogant illegitimate son. Seana casually held out her hand, her words a taunt. Yours is still quite stiff, isn't it? Seana showed her disdain, continuously mocking Yong. I never liked that neck of yours from the beginning. Seana tossed 2 daggers into the air, her words harsh. Just an illegitimate son, yet you dare to hold your head so high. It's an eyesore. She pointed the tip of her dagger forward and said excitedly, today, I will break that neck of yours. Get ready. Yong smiled calmly, unafraid, and said, I'll be in your care, 6th sister. The referee raised his hand and announced, the duel between the 6th young lady and the 9th young master will now begin. Seana quickly got into a ready stance. The referee's voice continued, prepare. Yong watched his opponent intently, his hand gripping his sword in a defensive stance. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, as if preparing to unleash a technique. Then he opened them wide, his eyes radiating the power of the demonic eye as the referee shouted, begin. Seana quickly dashed behind him. She moved like a blur, a flaming dagger in her hand. She threw it at Yong. He quickly glanced back. When did she get behind me? Yong stood still, unmoving. He thought, as if he could see everything, 3 daggers are coming from behind. 2 more daggers flew in front of Yong. He gripped his sword and analyzed, I don't know when she threw them, but there are 2 more daggers coming from the front. Countless flaming daggers hovered around Seana. She was arrogant with her technique, the sword compression art. The powerful daggers, surrounded by blazing red flames, were a unique skill created by the 6th sister, using magic and ki to imbue the daggers before throwing them. Seana glared forward, countless daggers in her hands. They looked like burning flames, hence the name Falling Fire. Daggers flew towards Yong from all directions. He quickly observed and thought, I can't dodge this. He immediately raised his sword, his eyes wide as he summoned his strength. Then, a sharp slash came down, the sword seeming to tear through space, a lightning-like form. The daggers were affected by the blow and immediately changed direction. Seana had difficulty jumping back, and she cursed in frustration. She landed, and Yong's figure gradually appeared through the smoke. He suddenly laughed contemptuously and said tauntingly, I've heard a lot about 6th sister's divine knife-throwing art. Yong's face was extremely calm. He looked at her and continued, it turns out it's not as amazing as I imagined. Seana became furious and immediately reached into her clothes. She took out more daggers. She roared, you're really dead now. Seana rushed towards Yong. He stood still, unmoving. She ferociously slashed at Yong countless times. Seana gritted her teeth and thought, a brat who hasn't even shit his baby teeth dares to be so arrogant. Her eyes widened in anger as if she had been provoked. Seana tightened her grip on her dagger. Let me teach you a lesson myself. The daggers continuously flew towards Yong. He took a defensive stance and blocked each attack. Yong watched Seana intently. He analyzed her movements. 6th sister moves like a circus performer. She uses many blades at once. The stabbing techniques come from bizarre angles. It's a technique that can't be performed without superhuman reflexes and an eye that can see the whole situation. Suddenly, Yong smiled mysteriously. He calmly thought, but no. Yong made him delete forward, thinking as he moved, this is all just a feint for this move. Yong rushed towards his opponent. Seana and he were face to face, forcing a frontal attack. Her countless flaming daggers were ready. They quickly aimed at him. Yong swung his sword, the slash almost reaching Seana. He gripped the hilt of his sword, raised it high, and prepared to unleash the endless first form. Yong looked down at Seana menacingly, almost as if he was about to slash straight through her. Sure. She stared up at him, seemingly frozen. Seana silently reminded herself, danger. She quickly used 2 daggers to block in front of her, preparing to receive the attack. Danger. A shocking collision erupted, sending sparks flying everywhere. 2 huge forces clashed, creating a deafening shockwave. Dust and smoke filled the air. The audience and the stands buzzed with discussion. What's going on? I never expected the illegitimate son's strength to be this high. Is it just a visual trick? Yong gradually emerged from the dust, standing still and looking forward. He stared, his face showing confusion as he asked himself, did I underestimate her? The dust still swirled around Seana's feet. The space was eerily quiet. She gripped the dagger in her hand, gritting her teeth in frustration. The moment the swords clashed, he rolled back to disperse the impact force. The dagger in her hand was no longer intact. She looked at it with great wonder. An illegitimate son can also perform a technique like the family's secret ultimate move. Seana threw it aside, her face full of determination. If I had been hit by that blow, it would have been bad. Sienna quickly got up, her weapon held firmly in her hand. That's right, you still have one more ultimate move, don't you? She continued to face Yon, as if probing him. But unfortunately for that move, she channeled her power into the dagger. Sienna lunged forward like a wild beast. You should have used it at a more important time, not now. Yon watched her, his mind racing. Faster than before, but she's still charging straight ahead. She continuously swung her dagger at Yon. He kept dodging. Sienna spun in the air. Yon put his hands up to shield his face. Sienna circled behind him, her terrifying face grinning mockingly. What's wrong? Why don't you open your mouth and brag some more? Sienna thrust her dagger at Yon. He immediately raised his sword to block. She jumped continuously with dizzying speed. He immediately made an assessment. A fast and agile combination. Yon blocked each blow one by one. He stared and analyzed. Although I can block them, the speed is so terrifying that it's not easy to counterattack. Yon's eyes suddenly blazed. He stared straight ahead. But sixth sister, Yon took in every step of Sienna, thinking carefully, everything is clear to me. Yon easily dodged the attack. He carefully observed and said to himself, with my intuition, I can feel every blade of the dagger, and my demonic eye can fully identify the direction of the attack. Yon smiled faintly, as if explaining the reason for the fight. That's also the reason why I insisted on dueling with sixth sister. Countless lightning bolts appeared around Yon. He calmly thought, because my ability is the perfect counter to sixth sister's techniques. Sienna seemed to have caught Yon's gaze. She screamed internally, those eyes. Sienna seemed to have regained her composure. She carefully analyzed her strengths. The advantage of the dagger lies in its stealth and speed. But once everything is perceived, her fighting style will also be restricted. She quickly recalled the previous attack. Sienna seemed to realize and analyzed, even if I want to get close and use my strength to overwhelm him, I'm hindered by the ultimate move from before. She began to channel her power. Electric sparks surrounded Sienna. Damn this magic restriction. If it were lifted by even a fraction, I could use my high-level key skills. Sienna recalled her training. She thought bitterly, for the past year, I have only thought about taking revenge on that illegitimate son, to trample him, to crush his pride. She had killed many opponents. Sienna panted after her fights. To torture him until he begs for mercy. Sienna threw her head back and laughed maniacally. She thought with difficulty about her current situation. I never expected to end up in a situation like this. Sienna seemed to snap out of it. The last sentence appeared in her head. It's me. Yon spoke, his words pulling her back to reality. It seems you have enough mental capacity to think about such trivial matters. Yon closed the distance to Sienna and reminded her arrogantly, you should focus. Immediately after, Yon launched an attack. Sienna quickly blocked it. She struggled to stop his sword. Sienna gritted her teeth and strained, then immediately released a burst of abundant energy. She said mysteriously, I didn't intend to use this move. Yon was stunned by what he saw. Sienna's power had quickly enveloped the dagger. It was transmitted directly into Yon's body. His heart began to beat erratically. A surge of energy washed over him with each beat of his heart. Yon slowly felt this flow of energy and couldn't help but question, my magic circle is restricted. Sienna jumped off the ground. She stood arrogantly in front of Yon and sneered. So you're a little smarter after all. She shouted, her face contorted in a crazed, triumphant expression. Even a cowardly worm like you realizes you can't win without mana. Yon was silent. Is she using her special ability? He realized it was the mana sealing spell. His sixth sister, Sienna. The one who possessed a special ability with just a slight movement. She could disrupt the opponent's magic flow, throwing them into chaos, and making them lose control of their mana. If my mana capacity is superior, I can resist it. But if not, even if I realize I'm in a trap, I'll still be bound with no way to escape. He stood motionless. Sienna shouted, her voice echoing throughout the stadium. Now you have no way out. A surge of power ran through Yon's body. But there was one thing she didn't know. Sienna's eyes widened in utter astonishment at the sight in the arena. No way. She saw Yon radiating a mana force even stronger than before. She stammered, why? Why can you still use magic? My magic is supposed to be completely different from all of theirs. The scene below was bathed in bright sunlight. A sea of people jostled, waiting for the sun's rays to mingle with the bustling atmosphere. It'll be okay. Daeho clasped her hands together, trembling slightly, trying to reassure herself. It'll be okay. Her whole body shook with each tremor, making each breath short and heavy. That child is truly extraordinary. Daeho's eyes became vacant, her lips barely moving as she muttered words only she could hear. That's right, it won't be like last time. But negative thoughts continued to repeat in her mind. But what a... Ka, who was beside her, noticed Daeho's body trembling slightly and frowned with worry. Elder Lai Daeho. She didn't hear her words. Daeho's eyes were squeezed shut, as if to hide her fear. What if I end up in the same situation as before? What should I do then? Suddenly, a voice in front of Daeho pulled her out of her chaotic thoughts. Is it okay? In front of her, two young men were whispering to each other. It's not just okay. His foundation is so solid it's intimidating. As the two men finished speaking, another voice came from behind Giho. What kind of Qigong skill is that? The person next to him shook his head. It's not the secret magic art of the Sungnu clan. The next words from the two men startled her. I heard that the illegitimate son is only 15 years old this year. Turning back to Yon on the stage, his eyes flashed, his body tilted forward slightly, and he immediately used the Thunder Qigong technique. As his sword came down, the shockwave made the ground tremble as if it would explode, forcing Sayana to hastily retreat to avoid the blow. Yang swung his sword behind him, his cold eyes following her as she retreated step by step. She maintained a safe distance between them. Without waiting for Sayana to regain her balance, Yang immediately launched his next attack. The tip of his sword tore through the air, rushing forward with such speed and power that it gave his opponent no chance to counter. The blazing Qigong was so powerful that she saw sharp red streams of Qi, like arrows, rushing towards her at a terrifying speed, making her breath catch in her chest. Before Sayana could make a move, the red streams of Qi had already wrapped tightly around her body like invisible chains, squeezing every muscle and making any movement impossible. On his side, he had moved as fast as the wind from where he was standing and rushed towards her. Yon used a decisive and fluid movement that left a trail of air tearing through space, using the wind Qigong technique to cut the rope that bound Sayana. This made her eyes widen in disbelief. Looking at his arrogant gaze, she gritted her teeth even harder. Using wind to cut blazing. In the stands, Giho's body relaxed. Thunder, blazing, wind. All are Qigong skills that the little one and I created together. Her hand clenched into a fist, reflecting the determination that was quietly rising within her. Those chaotic emotions were now as if washed away. Giho's eyes gradually brightened like a newly kindled flame. That's right, you have to win. For the first time since then, she broke into a radiant smile. Like the dawn. You were always a genius. Looking at the mess beside her, she still couldn't believe it. She asked herself, why? How could it be like this? Sayana's eyes widened as much as they could, her gaze filled with a mixture of astonishment and panic. My mana source was clearly sealed by my special ability. How can he still use magic? By now, Yon had distanced himself from her, while Sayana stared at the person in front of her. He narrowed his eyes, observing every change in her expression. There's one thing that Sixth Sister doesn't know. A blue aura enveloped Yang and his sword. He smirked slightly. My magic art is different from that of ordinary people. Just by using a separate magic path, I can still use magic. Yang slowly advanced, his expression calm but sharp, and he spoke in a steady voice. Now it's my turn. As he finished speaking, his body was already close to Sayana, making the air around them suddenly feel suffocating. Looking at Young's movements, she could only think of one word. Fast. Young's sword swung up decisively, the blade flashing in the air and sending Sayana flying backward. She could only use her hands to block her body as she flew a considerable distance, enduring the pain. Sayana's arms trembled. From the strong impact, her muscles tense as she tried to maintain her balance and not fall to the ground. Damn it, he had, from somewhere, brought his sword down from above towards her, the speed so fast that she could only hear the wind whistling past the blade. Sayana quickly retreated, and the sword struck the ground. The sound of the impact was deafening, cracking the ground beneath her feet and sending out a shockwave of power. She gritted her teeth. How can this be? How can I be so overwhelmed? Sayana was trying to find a way to defeat him, thoughts swirling in her head like a fierce whirlwind. But then her gaze suddenly hardened, freezing for a moment. Then Sayana glanced up at the second floor of the stands. As soon as she saw the person on the upper floor, the atmosphere around her suddenly dropped, like a dark cloud suddenly casting a shadow over her mind. On the upper floor, a pair of murderous eyes were staring at her, cold and sharp as a blade hanging in the air. She sat like a queen on the upper floor, her appearance majestic but filled with a dark aura, her icy gaze directed straight at Sayana standing below in the stands. Looking at those eyes, she involuntarily gasped, her heart tightening, a feeling of fear creeping deep into her heart. Sayana's body began to tremble, her lips moving. Sayana poured all her strength into the hand holding the dagger. A bright orange-yellow aura spread around her. Sayana gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger, and she let out a loud shout. Just because of an illegitimate son like that, the magic flared brightly around Sayana, which surprised even Yom on the opposite side. What a terrifying amount of magic. Seeing the dagger in her hand gradually rise, Yom's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Forcing herself to use magic, won't that cause more injuries? Sayana's daggers slowly transformed, splitting into many smaller ones that floated around her. Her magic power grew more and more intense, spreading throughout her body like a fierce, uncontrollable fire. The magic enveloped the countless daggers floating in the air. Sayana raised her hand, a esoteric art, falling star. Her eyes flashed, sharp and fierce, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Sayana threw her hand forward forcefully. I must kill you. In the stands, Tihong stood up abruptly and shouted, violation of the rules. As soon as he finished speaking, her daggers shot towards Yon with lightning speed. Stop her. He remained fearless, gripping his sword and gently channeling his magic into the blade. Yon's eyes flashed with a golden light. His sword lit up with each pulse of magic, waves of blue light spreading from the hilt to the blade. Suddenly, Young let out a long breath, the sound soft but powerful. Then he got into an attacking stance just as her daggers were closing in. Young swung his sword forcefully forward, the steel blade flashing in the air, but surprisingly, it missed its target. Seeing this, Sayana couldn't help but burst into a triumphant laugh, the sound echoing like a defiant challenge. "Where are you aiming?" But then, her eyes widened in disbelief. One of Sayana's daggers had plunged straight into the ground. His body spun gracefully, the sword like a sharp ray of light gliding through the air. In this world, there are things that are considered immutable truths. Magic is not one of them. Young glanced at the daggers that had fallen and stuck into the ground with sharp sounds. Magic disperses into the void, and then returns to nature. Magic is infinite, it can never be lost. He gripped his sword tightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining daggers floating in the air. The dumpster amidst the daggers stuck in the ground. The sword of the ancestor. He smirked. This sword can cut, and even destroy magic. Young looked at the sword trembling slightly in his hand. "I didn't expect you to be able to use even falling star. But anyway, it worked." His gaze turned to her, still cold and sharp, as he recalled the technique his opponent had used. "With my current strength, I can't completely stop falling star. So he used Black Knight to cut the magic thread connected to the daggers." Young narrowed his eyes, concentrating all his spirit. "Using the demonic eye, I can see the magic thread connected to the daggers, but both of those things require extraordinary concentration." He took a step forward, each step firm. Each step was like a nail being driven into the ground, creating a solemn rhythm that made the surrounding space seem to tighten. "Then it's my turn." Seeing Young's action, Sayana bit her lip and frowned, a hint of tension in her eyes. Is he going to use that move again? His body moved as fast as the wind, maintaining a certain distance from her, moving with agile steps. Seeing Young's action, Sayana was stunned and confused, her eyes darting around as she tried to guess his intentions. But if he increases the distance, he can't use it. Suddenly, she saw him get into a preparatory stance for an attack. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Is he going to attack from this distance? Young smiled, and his lips moved. The Yaman technique was originally a sword art created to deal with monsters. From the very beginning, distance was never a problem. His power radiated around him, filling the space like a powerful, invisible wave, and then slowly flowed into the sword in his hand. Young's eyes turned white as he poured all his strength and magic into the upcoming attack. Endless eclipse. He swung his sword with a powerful and decisive motion, as if to tear the sky apart. The blade gleamed with a brilliant golden light, carrying with it a fierce wind that swirled throughout the space. Demon. Sayana's body stood frozen, her eyes fixed on Young's approaching sword. She stared, only managing to curse out in anger. Damn it. A huge explosion rocked the stands, the deafening sound causing the air to vibrate violently. A thick cloud of blue smoke rose up, engulfing the entire area and obscuring everything within. The blue smoke slowly dissipated, gradually revealing the scene inside. He was still in a downward slashing stance. On the ground was a large, deep gash. Dust and smoke still swirled around. Suddenly, Young covered his mouth and coughed violently, the sound dry and rasping. He bowed his head, his hand on half of his face, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Because I pushed my demonic eye to its limit, my eyes are throbbing with pain. Young glanced at the opposite side, where the smoke and dust were still thick, obscuring his vision. But it's not over yet. The Yaman technique hit, but I need to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, from within the thick smoke, a sharp dagger shot straight towards him with terrifying speed. Before Young could react, the dagger grazed his thigh, leaving a long gash. Young lost his balance, his leg buckling slightly, his body swaying for a moment from the sharp pain that spread from the wound. From the smoke, a pair of legs shot out like lightning, streaking through the space with terrifying speed. Sayana, her face covered in injuries, her eyes burning with determination, swung her fist powerfully at him. So fast, the dagger in her hand was raised and then plunged straight towards Young with relentless force. This blow is really dangerous. He pushed off the ground with his foot, creating a huge force that cracked the ground beneath him. His body retreated a step, maintaining a safe distance from the fierce pressure from Sayana. But her dagger had already caught up to him, moving as fast as a lightning bolt and plunging straight into his chest. The air suddenly stilled, and all movement seemed to be frozen in that moment. Sayana's posture remained the same, the dagger still embedded deep in his chest. A dark red liquid flowed from his chest, staining a patch of his pure white shirt. In contrast, his sword had not yet pierced her. The shiny steel blade had stopped just short of her chest. Sayana slowly pulled the dagger out of Young's chest. Her movements were slow, but then she suddenly collapsed to the ground, her body losing its balance and falling in an instant. He clutched his wounded chest, his face showing a hint of pain. If I had been even a second slower in blocking with Black Knight, my heart would have been pierced. Young glanced at her prone body. The moment the Demon technique hit, she must have lost consciousness, but her body sensed my killing intent and reacted instinctively. He turned his head, sighed, and then smiled faintly. What a terrifying bloodline. Then Young turned to look at the two young men who were standing there dumbfounded. He sheathed his sword, his voice cold. What are you still doing? Aren't you going to take her for treatment? If you leave her like this, she'll die from internal injuries. The two young men were jolted back to their senses. Young warily pointed behind him. He looked warily at the two young men who were preparing to take her for treatment. Now, have you all seen? Young's gaze turned towards the stands, where an old figure was sitting high up. The warriors of the Cho-Rang family saw his gaze, and their eyes widened. You stubborn old men. Then Young looked at Sayana, who was unconscious on the ground, and at his half-siblings. He clenched his fist and raised it high. To all of you who thought I would fail just because I'm an illegitimate son. Young closed his eyes, the gesture a silent declaration. For the first time, I have proven myself. Suddenly, an object flew through the air, and hit him on the head. Young tilted his head slightly, his eyes quickly glancing at the person who had thrown it. It was Tizin. His expression was stern, but his hand made a gesture of encouragement, and congratulations. Following that, a round of thunderous applause erupted from the stands, spreading throughout the space like a powerful wave of support. This stunned Young, who was standing below. His eyes widened in surprise as he felt the enthusiastic support from the crowd. In the stands, Daeho's excited voice echoed. My little one is truly amazing. She was on the upper level, waving her arms and legs with great enthusiasm, her face radiant. Damn it, I knew it. Pa nervously tugged at Daeho's sleeve. Elder, please calm down. Her shout still rang in Young's ears. My little one is the best. He blushed and quickly covered his reddened face. Oh my god, she even imbues her words with magic. Taezin's group appeared in the stands, quickly attracting everyone's attention. Young turned to look at them. He was the first to speak, his voice deep and warm. Excellent. The boy smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling. Father probably won't be pleased. He's not one to praise his children in front of others. Taezin looked at Young with a sharp, assessing gaze. This child chose to hum, and set up the chessboard, and then chose the sixth one to make the match play out exactly as he calculated. His eyes reflected his seriousness and vast experience. An opponent who, in terms of counters, he has an advantage over anyone else. Those who don't know the situation would surely think the sixth one would win. Taezin was lost in deep thought. It's easy to say, but among those present here, how many could do that? He opened his mouth, his voice powerful but not without praise. You have proven yourself, so I acknowledge that you are qualified to leave the family on a warrior's journey. Young placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Thank you, father. After speaking, he smiled gently and remained silent with his head still bowed. He looked at Young's expression and said, but it seems you still have something you want to say. The boy smiled as if he had achieved his goal. It's time. Young raised his head, his calm gaze meeting Taezin's. As expected, I can't hide anything from you, father. Externally, the reward for this trial is permission to participate in the warrior's journey, and father cannot grant anything more than that. The boy slowly nodded, his voice firm. Then please allow me to speak. Young's attention was on Cho-Jun opposite him, and he silently confirmed his next move. Of course it's with father. Although his body was still injured from the duel, he stood up straight, and declared clearly, I have accumulated enough strength to be able to complete the curriculum at the academy soon. That has also been personally verified by father. Young looked at the people in front of him, his voice steady and full of determination. I have also been to Heavenly Demon Mountain, and passed the test of the Bloodless Dream. He observed every expression on Taezin's face and thought to himself, now that father has given the decision-making power to the Elders' Council, the reward must also be requested from the Elders' Council. Even so, Young did not lose heart and clenched his fist. I have proven everything. The conditions are all met. He immediately turned his attention to Cho-Jun. But why doesn't the Elders' Council trust me and still tests me for no reason? Young did not flinch. He held out his hand and explained clearly, through this duel, my sixth sister has been seriously injured, and I am also just barely standing here to report. The old man's eyes narrowed as he looked straight into the boy's eyes, listening to every word he uttered. As for me, I can't help but feel that the elders are pressuring me. He remained steadfast, his hand clutching his chest, thinking to himself, at 15, even if my words are a bit excessive and disrespectful, I will be forgiven. There aren't many opportunities at this age, so I have to make the most of it. Meanwhile, Taezin, who was standing beside him, spoke up in his defense. Elder, please answer this boy's question. Cho-Jun only tightened his grip on his cane, remaining silent. Finally, after a long, tense silence, he managed a slight smile. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. All matters related to the warrior's journey have always been decided by the Elders' Council. The boy just smiled knowingly and listened silently. It is clearly stated in the family rules that there is no distinction between the side branch and the main branch. Could it be that the Elders' Council has arbitrarily broken that family rule? As soon as the words were spoken, Yeon immediately refuted them in his mind with a knowing smirk. He deliberately mentioned the two words side branch. Why is it that I myself have never once mentioned my background? He feigned a pitiful expression, and continued to question. Could it be that the Elders' Council itself mentioned it? Under pressure from both reason and emotion, Cho Jin finally voiced his concern. That's right, he's still young and is in a hurry to go on a warrior's journey. It's inevitable that he might encounter danger. Young did not miss the opportunity and immediately asked back with a questioning tone. If so, why did it have to be my sixth sister? Everyone knows that my sixth sister is much stronger than me, and there is also an age difference. The old man broke out in a sweat and stammered, that is. But the boy pressed on. I have read the official document. It states that the challenge will be through someone who has just returned from a warrior's journey. Young said heroically, if so, shouldn't my seventh brother have stood up? If not my seventh brother, then there must be other warriors. Tong cleared his throat to stop the boy's forcefulness, but inwardly he was laughing his head off. This insolent little devil. You set up the chessboard yourself, and now you're using it to corner the elder. Well done, what a clever child. Taesin had some doubts and turned to him. Could it be that you chose the sixth sister for this moment? Meanwhile, Cho Jin could only offer a somewhat forced explanation. It's just that we considered the sixth sister to be the most suitable person for this test. But Jung was not so easily dismissed. If that were the case, the duel should have been held in a private place, not in a crowded place like this. He clenched his fist and said clearly, so I want to hear it clearly. Young's face was serious as he bluntly criticized, for what reason did the Elders' Council organize this test like this? In his heart, Taesin couldn't help but admire him. He looked at the old man's pale face with some amusement. What a brilliant move. I'm afraid that if we're not careful, the Elders' Council will be seen as pressuring a child. Taesin quickly intervened, returning to his majestic demeanor and declaring decisively, that's enough. He glanced disapprovingly to the side and admonished, the elder is a respected senior in the clan. Taesin reminded Young of his mistake. You just finished a duel and are still hot-headed, which is understandable, but your words are truly disrespectful. The boy bowed his head in apology. Yes, I admit my fault. But he made a profound observation. However, if we just let it go like this, I'm afraid it won't be a good outcome either. Elder, what do you think? The old man made no move, only looking at Cho Jin with a helpless sigh. Just a side branch, yet to be pushed like this. What a miscalculation. Finally, he admitted, I also admit that there are some inexplicable points in this test. The Elders' Council should also have a worthy reward. Young had achieved his goal, and bowed his head seriously. I also apologize for my disrespect. Not stopping there, he had more to say. It's just that I did what I had to do. The people here who heard this each have their own attitudes and perceptions, so I dare not ask for an excessive reward. When Cho Jin saw Young make this concluding statement, he was startled. I only ask to receive what is rightfully mine. A few days after the duel ended, the scenery became peaceful in the early morning sun, which shone on every exquisite wooden window. In the room, Young lay stretched out on the bed, sighing softly, his eyes filled with thought. Then he suddenly muttered, his voice low and sad, I never thought I'd miss Heavenly Demon Mountain. Although he was frustrated, Young couldn't help but sigh. I'm not allowed to go out until my body has fully recovered. The familiar words of admonishment echoed in his head. Egg, you're injured. Where do you think you're going? Where are you going? Little brother, you can't go until you're fully recovered. He cursed himself in frustration. If only I had a healing elixir, I would have recovered long ago. Suddenly, a knock on the door made Young jump and turn his head. He sat up, put on a serious expression, and called out, come in. Come in. The door opened, and a familiar voice rang out, startling Young slightly. It's been a long time, young master. Soon after, his three close friends entered the room with radiant smiles. Have you been well lately? Choyan spoke first with concern. I wanted to visit you as soon as you returned to the clan, but I heard you were busy with many things, so I had to delay. Kim Hun continued, then asked, is your body alright? He smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, no matter what, wouldn't I make some time to see you all? One pointed to a chair. Bring a chair over here, sit comfortably. After everyone had settled around the bed, he smiled and asked, and what about you all? Are you all doing well? Choyan nodded happily. Of course. He smiled brightly, reminiscing about old times. I ran into a bit of trouble, but thinking back, it was just because people were wary of me. It's not so bad when I think about it that way. Kim Han, in contrast to his usual calm demeanor, asked with great excitement, young master, how did you train to become so strong? This made Young's eyes widen in surprise. Before Young could react, he continued in a serious tone, speaking of that tournament, I saw it with my own eyes. Young flared up in anger, his murderous gaze fixed on Kim Han, immediately cutting him off. The promotion to the third year is coming up soon. It seems you all have a lot of free time. Feeling cornered, he hastily backed away, stammering, it's not that, young master. How could we miss such a momentous event? Kim Han continued to defend himself, shouting, it wasn't just me, everyone was there, right? However, when he turned around, he was surprised to find his two friends behind him just looking at each other in silence. Bose bowed his head in apology. Please forgive me, young master. I intended to come right after my training ended, but I was late. Choyan also softened his voice. Because Bose was also participating in the tournament, so was I. Leyon waved his hand and replied, there's nothing to feel bad about, I don't blame you. However, he then turned to question Kim Han. Could it be that you were slacking off in my absence? This made him wave his hands in a panic. No, absolutely not. Looking at his friends, Leyon smiled to himself, thinking they had matured a lot. Not and Bosun had both been assigned as trainees to the Blood Tiger Squad and the Heavenly Palace Squad. Those two were among the most elite ranks of warriors, and together with two other squads, the four great squads were known as the Four Divine Squads. Kim Han had decided to enter the Green Gate, the training institution within the academy. There were two departments, the Sword Gate specializing in swordsmanship and the Archery Gate specializing in long-range weapons. Studying at both places simultaneously was no easy feat. Leon's gaze softened slightly, revealing a rare tenderness as he thought, in addition, half of the fifth-year students have also been assigned, which is a rare occurrence. He looked at his friends with great sincerity and said, you all must work hard. I will have to rely on you a lot in the future. In front of Leyon, Bosun replied bravely, please leave it to us. Ha continued with determination, we will definitely grow to be worthy and not bring shame to you, young master. After chatting, they cleaned up together and prepared to leave. Then we will take our leave. He smiled in reply. Yes, it was great to see you all again. Suddenly Kim Han exclaimed, I almost forgot. Aren't you going to receive your reward today, young master? Leyon turned back and asked with a slight smile, I'm the one receiving the reward, why are you so happy? He replied with shining eyes, it's because something good has happened to you, young master. Kim Han couldn't contain his curiosity and asked immediately, so have you decided what you will get? A faint smile passed over his lips. Leyon answered without hesitation, short but firm. Of course. At the Sungwoo secret vault, two guards were strictly guarding the gate under the blazing sun. Suddenly, a car drove up to the iron gate. The car door opened, and a pair of feet in dress shoes stepped out. Leyon slowly got out and looked at the surrounding scenery, thinking to himself, it's been 6 years since I last came to the secret vault, hasn't it? Suddenly, a voice spoke, startling him slightly. Isn't that the youngest young master? It turned out to be the gatekeeper, who then asked, may I know the purpose of this visit? Leyon stepped forward, handed him a piece of paper, and calmly replied, I have received permission to withdraw equipment from the secret vault. The gatekeeper took the paper and examined it. Yes, I have confirmed the official document. They opened the gate and invited Leyon in. You may pass. As he was about to enter, another voice called out to him. Young master. It was the two gatekeepers again. They shyly raised their hands and said sincerely, we were truly and deeply moved by the tournament this time. We will also strive to improve ourselves like you, young master. Then, right in front of the gate, they bowed solemnly to Leyon. He was a little stunned at first, then happy in his heart. This is the first time in my life I have received such a salute. Leyon smiled brightly at them as he turned his head, but his mind was elated. Until now, there have mostly been only those who despised and looked down on me because of my illegitimate status. He also did not forget to reply to the gatekeeper's words. Thank you for thinking so. In order not to disappoint you, I will also try harder. Then he walked inside alone at a slow, leisurely pace. The secret vault was jointly managed by the Administrative Council and the Council of Elders. Before proceeding with the purpose of his trip, Leyon had to undergo a full body scan. While the Administrative Council was responsible for preservation and maintenance, the research and the import and export of equipment were under the authority of the Council of Elders. His eyes softened somewhat upon hearing this. That's why I asked the head of the Council of Elders for compensation. Leyon remembered the scene at that time. I only did what I had to do, so I dare not expect any unreasonable reward. His face was extremely serious as he expressed his wish. I only hope to receive the items that were selected during the equipment selection ceremony that day. Cho Jen was surprised and asked, didn't you choose a weapon and wear it at your side at that time? He was puzzled by Leon's question. You received only one weapon then, and now you want to claim ownership of both. His gaze was calm and unflinching as he replied. According to the regulations, for the weapons selected during the equipment selection ceremony, I heard that I can receive all of them later. Who was standing and listening, was a little startled when his name was mentioned. I don't know if I understand this correctly, General Manager. He said helplessly under his breath, what a cunning child, then stammered in reply. All right, that's right. He gave opinions that made Cho Jen feel awkward. According to ancient custom, people have also received the remaining weapons later. The family head has also said that he will follow that precedent. He stroked his beard and glanced away. Now that I think about it, that's indeed the case. His face was extremely uncomfortable and resentful. Leyon smirked. Just choose a few items that suit my status and grant them to me. Giving away a few items won't harm the Council of Elders. They'll probably think so. He scanned the audience and whispered, if the head of the Council of Elders approves my proposal in front of the guests, then the weapons in the secret vault will finally and legitimately become mine. Then he turned and asked, can I do that? Tyson's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Leyon. He replied calmly, I'll allow it. Those things were meant to be yours anyway. Leyon bowed politely. Thank you, father. As he was bowing, his father continued, of course. Tyson's face was extremely serious as he said, as long as you can prove yourself a worthy owner, the elders will always be willing to give you the weapons. Leyon paused for a moment. As expected of my father. Even the head of the Council of Elders didn't see through my scheme, yet father saw it all. He looked at the old man. Moreover, you skillfully sided with the Council of Elders to close the matter. Then Tyson ordered his subordinate, decide which weapons will be released from the vault and give them to the youngest young master. Returning to the present, he was still heading deeper inside. So, I am allowed to receive 4 renowned grade weapons. He stepped into the elevator and went up to the 2nd floor, his mind still filled with thoughts. Normally I wouldn't have been rewarded so generously, but because my father was behind me, they didn't dare to pull any tricks. The elevator doors opened, and his eyes were firm, with a hint of hope. Access is limited to the 1st to the 3rd floors. Leyon glanced around the room, which contained a full range of weapons. The 1st floor, where the common grade weapons are placed, is not worth paying attention to. I need to choose things that will be truly useful for this journey. He raised his hand, summoning a small wisp of black energy. Leyon said, now, let's take our time and choose. The scene changes to Maidong's office. He and Leyon are sitting opposite each other, drinking tea. Maidong asks, are you ready to set off? He replies happily. Yes, all preparations are complete. Outside the window, cherry blossom petals begin to fall, creating a cool and beautiful scene. For spring, the weather is not bad at all. Maidong spoke slowly with a calm expression. You are embarking on a long journey, and there is rarely a more suitable season. He slowly raised his head and asked, have you said goodbye to everyone? Leyon replied casually. Yes, as for my uncle, I couldn't see him because he's on a long business trip. At this point, his face fell and his head drooped helplessly. It was also very difficult to console my aunt. He burst out laughing merrily. I can imagine. Leyon looked at him again and asked, so have you said goodbye to father yet? Seeing him like that, Leyon burst out laughing with delight. Yes, you're as intimidating as ever. Intimidating? What do you mean? Leyon continued, making him feel a little helpless. He said that after causing such a big incident, if I don't achieve results that please him, I will be punished. Hearing that is a little scary. His face fell slightly, and he let out a sigh. Leyon turned to him and asked gently, have you heard about our 6th sister? His face also relaxed a little and became somber. Yes, I heard she has entered seclusion for training. He remembered the scene at that time. Even the guards couldn't stop her. Seona had caused a commotion even while recovering after waking up. After recovering, she was put into seclusion to practice by Madame Bitch. Seeing the obvious worry on his face, Maidong explained. Normally, no one can interfere with your martial journey, but at least for now, our 6th sister won't be able to come out for revenge right away. Leyon said nothing more, slowly nodding to show he understood. He fiddled with his 2 fingers, his voice hesitant as he asked, brother, can I ask you for a favor? Then, to his brother's surprise, Leyon made his request. While I am on my journey, please take care of my wet nurse for me. In his mind, he remembered Ka in his previous life, desperately pounding on the door and crying for help in the pouring rain. They might not dare to target me directly, but targeting those close to me is not difficult at all. I lost my wet nurse like that in my previous life. Maidong understood and immediately agreed. Alright, I understand. Your wet nurse will stay here, where I live. Leon's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the next sentence. No one will dare to touch her. Next, Leon stood up and bowed respectfully, saying, I will definitely repay this debt. He smiled kindly at his younger brother. As an older brother, why wouldn't I do such a small thing? Leon smiled gently and happily. Maidong added, I will wait for the day you return after finishing your journey. Then he raised his head, full of determination, and replied, yes, it has been 15 years since my return. The places I need to visit, the things I must obtain, the people I must meet are all piled up in my heart. This is the first time I've been able to leave the family, to act freely, to have time that belongs only to me. Leon used his hand to shield his eyes from the bright sun, a satisfied smile on his face. Everything starts from here. The morning sun shone through the leaves. A woman sat under a tree, leisurely sipping a cup of tea. Weizun slowly brought the cup to her lips. She closed her eyes, savoring the taste of the tea spreading in her mouth. Weizun placed the cup back on the table. The shimmering tea was still warm, with steam rising from it. She did not open her eyes, as if speaking only to the empty space. Report. A foot stepped lightly onto the green grass. The movement was so light that it was almost inaudible. A person with a completely covered face knelt down with great reverence. I apologize for losing him. Weizun's expression suddenly darkened, and she glanced at him with displeasure. Explain clearly. He reported mechanically without daring to look her in the face. As soon as he entered the bustling city, we lost his trail. It seems he anticipated being followed from the beginning. Weizun's slender fingers lightly traced the rim of the cup. Oh. Absurd. She traced the rim of the cup a few times and said idly, his appearance can be concealed, but he must still have the unique aura of his magic. The hood of the cloak covered the guard's face, so his expression was unknown. Among the weapons he received as a reward after the last tournament, there seems to be one that can change both his appearance and his magical aura, so I'm afraid we can't track him at the moment. Wei Zun pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Just a 15-year-old illegitimate son, yet he dares to escape the pursuit of the shadow sword that I forged myself. When she tilted the cup, her face was reflected in it. Thinking back, if he couldn't even do this, he would have been eliminated early on. Wei Zun looked into the void with an emotionless expression. I was planning to probe his plans first, but I couldn't even follow him for a day. Suddenly she turned around, her eyes wide and fearsome as she gave an order. Keep an eye on the news. Wei Zun lowered her gaze to the bottom of the teacup and said coldly, if you see any sign of him, follow him immediately. The guard shouted, as you command. Inside the tavern, it was extremely noisy. Where did this trash cheat again? The people inside were drinking and playing games together. You're the one hiding a card up your sleeve. The noise from inside spilled out when the door was open. What is it? A fight? I bet 100,000 on the bald guy. A person with a covered head and carrying a bag walked in, looking bewildered. I'll bet 150,000 on the guy with the crooked eye. The person went straight to the bar and started ordering a drink. A mug of draft beer. The owner was skeptical and asked, a strange face, aren't you? The person slowly lowered their hood and introduced themselves. I came from the north. Leyon had put on a different skin, with a rather cool scar. In China these days, the Kowloon-walled city is in chaos. The owner brought the beer to him and asked, your accent is just like a native of Kun. If you're Korean, why did you come from the north? Leyon casually took the beer and replied, I ran away. I didn't understand anything at the time. He continued to probe, what's your name? He suddenly snapped, surprising the owner. Do I have to give my name in a place like this? The owner awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck and changed the subject. He seems like a real wanderer. Leyon looked at his reflection in the beer mug and exclaimed, looking closely, it looks just like the real thing. To be able to change his appearance, he had used a renowned grade mask. When magic was channeled into it, it would create an illusion that covered the mask. Although it consumed magic, it was a very useful item. Leyon was quite satisfied and smiled to himself. Using the myriad face's iron skin to change my appearance, and just channeling fire magic into my voice to alter it, hiding my identity is not difficult at all. He glanced worriedly at the people sitting behind him. It's been a long time. I was also worried if it came to the right place. This place has the highest and darkest mountains, a dangerous area in the north, within the territory of the self-governing province. The monsters have been wiped out, but it has not yet been developed. Inside are endless deep, dense forests, and in such places, darkness always falls. Surrounded by dangerous forests and mountains, yet a village exists, a village founded by those who use martial arts, sorcery, and magic to commit crimes, also known as the Den of Wonders. For many years, this place has been engulfed in flames, and there have been those who tried to destroy the den. They killed people and burned the village mercilessly, but there have been instances where the displaced wanderers caused terrible damage. The handshakes of the powerful people in the light were like a first step. Therefore, the handshakes of the powerful people in the light were like a starting point. The tavern where Leyon went was one of them. And this is the largest gathering place for wanderers in Korea. Criminals from all over flocked here, and secrets gathered with them. He remembered the old days, and a sad look appeared on his face. In my past life, to avoid the eyes of my family I hid here, but I was still discovered in the end. Leyon had his own plans. As for the reason I chose this place as the first destination of my martial journey. He suddenly opened his mouth, startling the owner slightly. Let me ask you something. A determined look appeared in Leyon's eyes. I used to be in the Kowloon-walled city, but what organization manages this place now? The owner's hands did not stop wiping the cup. What's it to you? He tried to come up with a legitimate reason. I don't want to die in vain because of my foolishness. At least I have to understand the situation to know how to behave. The owner's next cryptic words made Leyon frown. It's not easy to say. But a mug of beer might not be enough to make me open my mouth. He slammed a stack of money on the table and said loudly, here's 100,000. One of his eyebrows rose. Get me some more snacks and beer. The owner laughed with delight. You're my kind of person. He brought out a plate of peanuts and slowly began to speak. This place has been managed by Baekjeon Su, the owner of this place, for 10 years. Even if you've been to China, you must have heard of him. Leyon replied quickly. Of course, how could I not? His heart trembled slightly, just as he had expected. A tall man with hands that often took the heads of others, the butcher Baekjeon Su, he was also blinded by money. In the past, when he was an official warrior, he killed his master and became a wanderer. In his previous life, Baekjeon Su was a notorious crime boss in the Korean underworld. In his early 30s, he took over the Baekul sect and began to manipulate the black market. Leyon was lost in thought, his fingers unconsciously scratching the table. And now is probably the time when the best goods appear, but the person I'm looking for is not Baekjeon Su. A moment later, he smiled smugly. In my previous life, that thing fell into the hands of the Sumnu family. This time, I have to get it first. The dark clouds were gradually covering the stars in the sky, and a gentle breeze swayed the branches of the tall trees. A large mansion stood silently in the middle of a pine forest, Baekjian, Su's mansion. A hand clenched a stack of documents. The sound of the papers rubbing against each other echoed with the flicking motion of the hand. Baekjian, Su slapped the paper and laughed lightly. As expected, the black market is even more lucrative than those medicine peddlers. The leader of the Baekgul sect, Baekjian, Su. He laughed and said to Jinyu, the executive director, you've worked hard, Jinyu. He lowered his head, a little resentful. As expected, I wasn't wrong to bring you here. Executive Director Jung Jinyu still maintained that cunning smile, but there was a hint of malice in it. Then he raised his voice, making Jinyu stiffen. I mean, Jung Jinyu. Baekjian, who put the stack of documents on the table, his expression carefully controlled. He swayed as he approached Jinyu. I said it before, right? I'm not tying you down. Baekjian, Su put his hand on Jinyu's shoulder and lowered his voice. If you think you're strong enough to handle it, you can leave at any time. His whole body trembled, and he forced a strained smile. Jinyu stammered a few times before saying, I will be more careful. Baekjian, Su turned away and instructed, yes, a smile like that is much more pleasant to look at. I really cherish you, Jung Jinyu. He glanced at Jinyu as a reminder. Didn't you study at a prestigious university and make a lot of money all thanks to me? He could only bow his head in submission. Yes, boss. Baekjian, Su started looking at the papers filled with words. On the table again, returning to the main topic. He leaned against the table and lamented, the black market issued too few admission tickets this time, which made me a little worried. But it turns out that the esteemed guests prefer it this way. Baekjian, Su's pupils involuntarily narrowed with cunning. Even so, what if we increase the number of tickets a little? Jinyu blinked and proposed a plan. Keeping the number of invitations extremely low and issuing them only once a quarter will help maintain the current customer base. He shrugged his shoulders, feigning understanding. That's right, Jung Jinyu will of course do a good job. No matter how bright the moonlight outside was, it could not illuminate the heart of the person who reigned in this mansion. But remember this well, our goal is not this shabby place, but a much higher place above. Jinyu clasped his hands behind his back, not daring to move while Baekjian, who was rambling. You also said you wanted to stop doing these shady things, right, Jung Jinyu? The moonlight from outside began to shine on him. What we need from the black market is money, and connections. In the dark night, Baekjian, Su was like a demon gradually revealing himself in the moonlight outside the window. With that, we will step into the light.